Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Rebirth of the Rainbow Hero and Beginning of a Legend. Altimari was an incredibly beautiful city in the Jado region near Azalea Town, but tonight it wasn't a beautiful town. A giant tsunami was heading towards the city, threatening to crush it, and swallow up hundreds of lives. Among the many that live in the City of Water was an aspiring young 11-year-old boy named Ash Ketchum. He was traveling the Jado region with his two traveling companions. A 12-year-old girl named Misty and a 16-year-old man named Brock. Also traveling with Ash was his best friend and partner Pokémon, Pikachu. However, Ash wasn't your typical young Pokémon trainer. No, he was much more. He was the trainer that the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh, chose as his rainbow hero. It started on the day where Ash and Pikachu started their journey together, where they saw Ho-Oh, who gave Ash the rainbow wing, which was proof that Ash was chosen to be the rainbow hero of legend. He traveled with Pikachu across Kanto to accomplish his dream of becoming a Pokémon master. During his travels, he met a 10-year-old girl and 10-year-old boy called Verity and Sorrel, who told him about the legend of the rainbow hero. These three trainers traveled together to Mount Tensei to find Ho-Oh, only for another trainer called Cross to interfere, only to lose to Ash in a Pokémon battle. Cross, however, tried to force Ho-Oh to appear, only for the mythical Pokémon known as Jado to take the rainbow wing and use it to control surrounding Pokémon to attack the trainers. During this battle, Ash sacrificed himself to save his best friend, Pikachu. Feeling deep sadness, Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt that snapped all the controlled Pokémon free. But thanks to Ho-Oh's power and their bond, Ash came back to life with Pikachu. The rainbow wing was reformed as Ash used it to call Ho-Oh forth. Ash and Pikachu battled Ho-Oh, having an incredible battle against the legendary fire and flying type. After that battle, the three trainers split up to follow their own dreams. Verity's dream was to be a powerful trainer like her mother, Sorrel to research on the legendary Pokémon in Kanto, and Ash's dream to become a Pokémon master. The next day after the three trainers separated, Ash discovered that he still had the rainbow wing and decided to keep it as his lucky charm. During his adventure, he met Misty and Brock, who joined him on his adventures. It reminded Ash about how he traveled with Verity and Sorrel, but it wasn't the same. They traveled around the Kanto region, where Ash entered the Kanto League, but lost against a friend of his known as Richie. His Charizard had gotten sick, so he forfeited the match, making him stop at the top. After the Kanto League, Ash, Misty, Brock and Pikachu traveled through the Orange Islands to challenge the Orange League. It was a hard challenge, but Ash won against the champion of the Orange League. Soon they traveled to the Jado region, with Ash earning gym badges to enter the Jado League Silver Conference. However, what Ash didn't know was that during his adventures, the mythical Pokémon, Jado, has been following the young rainbow hero during his travels. During his whole adventure, Ash never spoke of Verity or Sorrel to Misty or Brock, even going as far as not showing them the rainbow wing. Ash had currently earned 7 gym badges during his adventure in Jado and was on his way to earning his 8th gym badge. However, the group of trainers decided to stop at Altoare for Ash and Misty to enter a water chariot race. At the end, Misty won the race, but Ash only lost because of some mysterious circumstances that he didn't know at the time. After the race, the group of friends went out to have some ice cream, but Pikachu wandered off and got some water from a machine that a kind young girl turned on for him. Ash came back to pick Pikachu up, before the girl started looking around the rainbow hero in every detail, making the young 11-year-old uncomfortable since no girl has ever done that to him, except Verity on their first night together as a group with Sorrel. After that, the girl took off, leaving a confused Ash and Pikachu, before the electric mouse went back to his water. Not long after that, Pikachu looked up at the direction that the girl ran off, before he ran off, making Ash chase after his best friend, after turning the water machine off. They found the same girl at a canal, being attacked by an Espion and Ariados that belonged to two girls. Because of Ash's heroic nature, he ran up and pulled the girl free from Ariados' string shot and responded in kind to the two girls and their Pokémon, giving them a one-way ticket to Pikachu's Thunderbolt. After giving the girls a shock, Ash grabbed the girl's hand and ran off with her to get her away from those two other girls with Pikachu following them. They all ran through alleyways of the city, till the girl took Ash and Pikachu back to the same park that they met, only for her to disappear when they looked away. They soon meet up with Misty and Brock and headed towards the Museum of Altimari. They met a kind old man named Lorenzo, who showed them around and showed them a powerful device. During the exploration, Ash saw the same girl on the second floor, only having a white hat. Ash and Pikachu left the museum to chase after the girl around town. When they did catch up with her, she said that she didn't know Ash or Pikachu, before she walked off, making the two best friends chase after her again. They soon saw the same girl, only she didn't have the same white hat. She then took off again, making it a chase as Ash and Pikachu chased after her to a garden. After looking around, they saw the same girl, who disappeared into the darkness. Ash and Pikachu went after her and found themselves in a beautiful garden full of Pokémon. After marveling the sight for a while and the amount of Pokémon in the area, Ash spotted the girl as she turned a corner before they followed after her. They soon found her near a lake, swinging on a wooden swing, while smiling. Ash and Pikachu started to approach her, till something invisible came at them at high speed. Pikachu tried to defend his best friend, but wasn't strong enough and got tackled. Ash ran to Pikachu's side, just as the mysterious Pokémon was about to attack again, till the same girl stood in front of Ash, protecting him as the mysterious Pokémon revealed itself to be the legendary Pokémon, Latios. However, an exact copy of the girl appeared, only having the white hat, confusing Ash and Pikachu. The girl demanded to know who Ash was, which the rainbow hero introduced himself as a Pokémon trainer, which the girl mistook him here to capture Latios and was about to sick Latios on him, till Lorenzo showed up and stopped them, saying that Ash was a friend. Then Ash found out that the girl that he saved was actually the legendary Pokémon Latias. Latias lead him here to play with him on the swing, while showing her real form. Soon Latios and Pikachu joined the playing, while Ash, Bianca and Lorenzo talked with each other. Lorenzo and Bianca even showed Ash the ancient writing and the soul dew, which was the source of the water in Altimari. Soon Ash and Pikachu had to leave, which saddened Latias since she grew fond of Ash in their short time, having liked him since he saved her from those two girls. Bianca took Ash and Pikachu to the Pokémon Center on a boat. Ash asked her about the two girls from before, confusing Bianca, which the rainbow hero figured out that it was actually Latias that they were after. When Ash and Pikachu made it back, they gave no explanation to Misty and Brock about what happened to them since they promised Bianca and Lorenzo that they would keep Latios and Latias a secret. After dinner, Ash and everyone went to sleep. Ash had a dream that brought happiness to him. He dreamed about him traveling through all the regions with Verity and Sorrel, all three of them accomplishing their dreams together, always there for each other and never separating. Then Ash's dream changed to a dream about his wedding day with Verity, where the two of them have been dating for 5 years and were now getting married, with all their friends congratulating them, with Pikachu and Piplup being happy for their partners. Soon Ash dreamed about him and Verity raising a family together, having a son and daughter, raising their children with Sorrel's children, seeing them off on their journey and how they became champions like their parents and even becoming rainbow heroes. Ash's happy dream was interrupted when Pikachu's cry woke him up, getting him to look to see Latios in her human form in the room. Ash hopped out of bed and asked what was wrong, but Latias only hugged him in response, while crying. Soon Ash explained to Misty and Brock about Latias, who showed her real form, making the two companions of Ash gasp in surprise. Latias then showed everyone her sight sharing, showing that those same girls captured Latios, Bianca and Lorenzo and even the soul dew. They then started using the defense mechanism, resurrecting an Aerodactyl and Kabutops, who went out to capture Latias. As the vision ended, it showed Latios as a prisoner and power source for the mechanism. The sight sharing ended and Latias was in tears. Ash comforted Latias, while Misty and Brock were in shock at what was happening. Soon the whole city started becoming a lockdown city, which Ash, Pikachu and Latias barely managed to avoid. They soon set out towards the museum, but found trouble along the way, namely Aerodactyl and Kabutops, but they managed themselves thanks to Brock and Misty's Pokémon helping out. When they were close to the museum, they were attacked by processed water, which almost drowned them, but Latias managed to use Psychic and free them. They soon went in the museum, which the mechanism was going crazy. Ash and Pikachu freed Bianca and Lorenzo and soon freed Latios with Latias' help. Then things went to hell as the Soul Dew died and a giant tsunami was heading towards the city with no sign of stopping. This leads to where we are now, where Latios and Latias were using their powers to stop the tsunami. They succeeded, but Latios used too much power and was now starting to die and becoming transparent, while having a bright blue glow around him. With Latios and Latias. Brother! Latias cried out in sadness as she floated in front of a transparent Latios, which humans would only hear her usual cry. Why did you do this, brother? Latias asked in concern for her older brother and only remaining family member left. Latios looked at his sister and smiled lovingly. I was already damaged from the effects of the DMA. I no longer had the power required to stop the tidal wave and Father's soul has now separated from the Soul Dew. I need to take Father's place as the new Soul Dew for Altimari, or it will not survive. Latios started explaining to his sister with a smile, knowing what he must do to save his home. Latias looked at her brother in deep shock. No. This can't be happening. She can't lose her big brother. Her only remaining family member left. She can't. Latias thought of a solution as fast as she could, till an idea popped into her head. Wait, what if we can somehow return Father's soul into the Soul Dew? Latias asked in concern, hoping that this idea could save her brother. Latios's eyes widened in shock at the idea that his sister came up with. That could work, but we'd need a human whose aura is strong enough to restore Father's soul. Latios replied to his sister, thinking that maybe this plan could work. Latias smiled at hearing what her brother said and was about to say something to Latios, till a rainbow flash appeared behind her, getting the Ian siblings to turn around and see what was the cause of that flash. Only for their eyes to widen in shock at seeing the cause was Ash, only he was holding a rainbow feather in his right hand, with the young rainbow hero looking as shocked as them. Ash! Latios and Latias called out in shock at seeing the Kanto boy, who looked up from the rainbow wing and saw Latios and Latias. Latios! Latias! You're both all right. Ash called out with a smile as he floated towards his two new friends, still holding the rainbow wing in his right hand. How are you even here? And what's that heather? Latios asked in surprise at seeing Ash appear, wondering what that feather that the rainbow hero was holding on to. I don't know. The rainbow wing just started glowing and next thing I knew, I was here. Ash replied to Latios, also confused at how the rainbow wing activated, making the two dragon-type Pokémon widen their eyes. Did you say rainbow wing? Latias asked in surprise to hear that the human that she liked was actually Hoa's rainbow hero. Ash looked at Latias and nodded to her. Yeah, I did, but we can talk about that later. What's happening to Latios? Ash asked in concern for Latios, which surprised the blue dragon a bit since Ash is acting like this when he barely knows him and they aren't that close. He's disappearing. Latias answered Ash's question, getting more worried by the second with the rainbow hero widening his eyes. Disappearing? There's gotta be something I can do. Ash cried out in concern for Latios, not wanting to lose a friend. There is something, but the chances of it failing and killing you along with me are high, like 90% out of 100%. Latios explained to Ash, knowing that the chances of this working out are very slim. I don't care. Ash shouted out with narrowed eyes, making Latios and Latias widen their eyes at the rainbow hero. You're my friend Latios. It's true that we barely know each other and just met not too long ago, but you became an important friend to me, just like Latias. No matter what happens, I'll always help or save my friends because my friends are everything to me, even if I have to risk my life. And that includes you too, Latios. Ash exclaimed with wide eyes, not caring about the risks and just wanting to save his friend. Both Latios and Latias stared at Ash in complete shock and awe. They have never met someone like Ash, who is willing to risk his life for Latios and not care about the danger. Latios was the most shocked since he thought that even if Ash seemed nice, he thought that he was never this kind of person, which amazed him at the Rainbow Hero's will to save him. Ash, thank you. Latios whispered to Ash as a smile formed on his face, completely trusting the 11-year-old. Ash smiled at Latios, while the rainbow wing was glowing even more. Save the thanks for when this whole thing is over with. Tell me what I need to do now. Ash asked Ian Dragon Pokémon, wanting to save Latios as soon as possible. Latias floated closer to Ash, while smiling brightly. You must transfer part of your aura and part of your soul into Latios for him to be able to restore the soul dew to its previous form and reseal Father's soul into the soul dew. Latias explained to Ash, who paid close attention to her. Ash nodded to Latias as his eyes showed his determination. Alright, but how do I do that exactly? Ash questioned Latias on how he'll transfers part of his soul and aura into Latios. Just place your hands over me, then Sis and I will take care of the rest from there. Latios said to Ash, making the rainbow hero look back at him before he nodded at the blue dragon. Ash looked at the rainbow wing in his right hand, before he placed it in his pocket as he held his hands out to Latios, while Latias pushed Ash to her brother. Soon Ash's hands made contact with Latios's transparent form. Latias lowered herself, but Ash remained floating in front of Latios, while Latias placed her paws on Ash's back. Then a glow emitted from Ash's hands and began to envelop Latios. Soon after a few seconds, Latios' figure started to become solid again, showing that he was turning back to normal. Latios' eyes widened as he felt life flowing through him again. Latios then began focusing on restoring the soul dew as Ash's aura and soul began to reform his own. Ash gritted his teeth as he felt his body began to ache in pain as his aura left him. Latias looked at Ash in concern and her concentration began to slip. Don't stop, Latias. Ash shouted out at Latias, making both her and Latios widen their eyes at what he said. Ash's body was starting to turn transparent, his right eye closed and had begun taking deep breaths while his left hand started hanging to his left side. We can't stop. We're so close to bringing back Latios. I won't give up, because I want Latios to live, because he's my friend. Ash shouted out as his left eye shot wide open as he held his right hand out to Latios, who also had widened eyes. Ash! Latios cried out in telepathy as he held his left paw out to Ash as well. Ash's hand reached for Latios' paw with the two desperately reaching out for each other. However, they didn't notice Ash's pocket was glowing, till the rainbow wing flew out and floated between Ash and Latios. The rainbow wing released a rainbow light between Ash and Latios, before it went back into Ash's pocket. The rainbow light started to vanish to reveal two stones, with one being small and the other being big enough to hold in someone's hand. The big stone was silver and blue in a DNA symbol, with the small one having the same symbol, only green and blue. Ash, Latios and Latias had wide eyes at seeing those stones appear, while the stones went to Ash and Latios. The big stone went to Latios, while the little stone went to Ash, which the both of them grabbed the stones with their hands or paw. Ash and Latios looked at the stones in wonder before Ash used his fingers to rub it. The stone began to glow, making Ash widen his eyes. The stone being held in Latios's left paw also started glowing as well, making the Ian Dragon widen his eyes in surprise. The two lights connected to each other, as if it connected Ash and Latios. What's going on? Ash called out in surprise as Latios's whole body was covered in energy, covering the dragon-type Pokémon from view. Then Latios's body started changing. Latios started getting bigger, his wings getting bigger as well. Even his face started changing as well and finally his wings and paws merged together. Soon the glow disappeared, revealing Latios, only completely different. He was now bigger, purple replacing blue, his paws and wings now merged and finally his whole body was different than before. The DNA symbol appeared in front of Latios, before it disappeared. Ash and Latias stared in shock at what they just witnessed. They just saw Latios somehow evolve or something, with said Ian Dragon looking shocked as well. Latios then looked back at Ash and narrowed his eyes. "Let's do this, Ash." Latios called out to Ash in telepathy, getting the rainbow hero to lose his shocked look and smirk at Latios. "You got it, Latios." Ash called out with a smirk, getting Latios to smirk back, before a bright rainbow light appeared and engulfed them all. Meanwhile with Ash's friends. Ash's friends, Misty, Brock, Bianca and Lorenzo were watching from outside the museum in deep concern. Pikachu was watching from the ground next to Bianca, while Misty held Togepi in her arms. Things started getting crazy for them since they just saw Ash vanish without warning when he pulled out a rainbow feather from his pocket. Now they were watching as a sphere of light floated in the air, while the water returned to Altimari with the city safe. Then the strangest thing happened. The sphere of light went up into the sky and created a rainbow. Everyone looked at the rainbow in awe at seeing one appear out of nowhere, before they saw something flying towards them from the sphere. Bianca and Lorenzo smiled in relief when they saw one of the flying objects was Latias, but they grew surprised at seeing Latios in his new form, with a sleeping Ash on his back. "Is that you, Latios?" Bianca asked in surprise to see Latios's new form, with everyone else looking at Latios in awe and shock as well. Latios nodded to Bianca with a smile. "Yeah, it's me, Bianca." Latios said to Bianca in telepathy, getting Misty and Brock to widen their eyes in surprise more. Latias flew to Lorenzo and held out the soul dew to him in her paws. "The soul dew. Thank goodness." Lorenzo said in relief as he took the soul dew from Latias with a smile. "What's wrong with Ash and what happened?" Misty asked in concern at seeing Ash on Latios's back, asleep as Pikachu jumped onto the Ian Dragon's back to get to his best friend. "Don't worry, he's just asleep since he used a lot of his aura to save Latios." Latias answered Misty's question with a smile as she looked at the sleeping Ash with a smile on her face, getting everyone to look at the rainbow hero in surprise. "Ash saved Latios." Bianca whispered to herself in shock that Ash saved Latios. Latios nodded to Bianca with a smile, before he looked at the sleeping Ash on his back and smiled. "A human, willing to sacrifice his life to save mine. Ash, I owe you my life for this." Latios thought to himself with a smile, grateful to Ash for risking his life to save him. Latios then looked back at Bianca, Lorenzo, Misty, and Brock. "Ash is tired, so we'll take care of him and let him rest back at the garden. We'll bring him back tomorrow once he's fully rested." Latios told everyone with a smile, wanting Ash to get some rest after what has happened. Misty and Brock looked at Latios in surprise, but before they could reply to the Ian Dragon, the dragon-type Pokémon took flight with Ash and Pikachu still on his back and flew off towards the garden. Latias giggled at her brother's actions, before she looked at Bianca and Lorenzo. "I'll put the soul dew back for you guys, you should just rest since it's been a busy day." Latias said to Bianca and Lorenzo with a smile as she took the soul dew back from Lorenzo and flew after her brother, leaving everyone standing there in shock, before they all went back to watching the rainbow. With Latios and Latias. The Ian Dragons flew into their garden home with smiles, with Latias immediately going to place the soul dew back where it belongs, while Latios went to find a place for Ash to rest. Latios went to one of the trees, before he stopped in front of it. Latios' eyes glowed, showing that he was using Psychic. Ash and Pikachu were lifted off his back and onto the soft ground. Pikachu was looking at his best friend in concern as Ash kept sleeping, before he turned around to look at Latios, who was floating in the sky. "What happened to Ash?" Pikachu cried out to Latios, wanting to know what happened to his best friend. Latios kept silent, just staring at Pikachu for a few seconds. "Did you know that Ash was Ho-Oh's chosen rainbow hero?" Latios asked Pikachu, wanting to know if the electric mouse knew that Ash was the legendary rainbow hero. Pikachu gained a surprised look on his face at hearing Latios say that. Of all the things that Pikachu was expecting, this was not one of them. Yeah, I did. Pikachu replied to Latios with a surprised look on his face. Latios then looked back at Ash's face as said trainer kept sleeping. Caring for others and willing to give up his life if needed to save a friend, such a pure heat. Ash really is the chosen rainbow hero. Latios thought to himself as he smiled, now seeing Ash was truly the legendary rainbow hero. Brother. Latias's voice was heard, getting Latios and Pikachu's attention as they looked to see the red Ian dragon flying towards them, before she stopped next to her brother. The Soul Dew is back where it belongs, and the water is safe and secured and flowing through the town again. Latias said to her brother with a smile, glad that everything is back to normal. Latios smiled back at Latias as well, before something suddenly happened that no one saw coming. Latios's body suddenly glowed purple again for a few short seconds, before the purple glow disappeared to reveal Latios back in his normal form, with no damage to his body, like the whole incident never happened. Latias and Pikachu stared at Latios in complete shock with their eyes almost popping out their heads and mouths hanging open, while the blue Ian dragon looked at himself in amazement to see himself back in his normal form, while feeling happiness at knowing that he wouldn't be trapped in his new form. However, Latios felt something in his left paw, getting him to look to see the same stone that he got earlier there. Latios looked at the stone for a few seconds, before he decided to keep it. Latios looked at Latias with a smile. After everything that has happened today, I'm gonna take a nice long rest, so please don't wake me up early tomorrow, sis. Latios requested from his sister with a smile, before he went to Ash and floated down to the ground and went to sleep, while making sure that Ash wouldn't be cold by sleeping beside him. Now that Latios mentioned it, Latias and Pikachu also yawned as they felt the events finally catch up with them. Good night Pikachu. Latias said to Pikachu as she yawned, before she floated down to the ground and went to sleep, while being sure that she was sleeping next to her brother and nuzzling Latios' face with her own. I'm coming, Ketchup Dream World. Pikachu thought to himself as he lied down on Ash's lap and went to sleep, going to his happy place. Everything was peaceful in the garden as the human and Pokémon slept together in peace. However, Ash slowly opened his eyes, groaning. Am I in the garden? Ash questioned as he looked around to see that he was in the garden that Latios and Latias live in together. Ash was still feeling weak from giving up most of his aura and life energy, so he still needed more rest. Ash turned his head to see that he was sleeping against Latios' body, Latias sleeping next to her brother and finally Pikachu sleeping on his lap, making the rainbow hero smile at seeing Pikachu, Latios and Latias safe again. Pikachu, Latios, Latias. Thank goodness that you're all safe. Ash whispered to himself as he used his right hand to rub Pikachu's back and left hand to pat Latios's head, glad that all his friends were safe. Ash then looked up above, thinking about Verity and Sorrel. Verity, Sorrel. I miss you guys, and I hope that the both of you are doing alright. Ash thought to himself as he smiled sadly to himself, missing his two best friends very much, wishing to see them again. However, as Ash was looking up, he didn't notice the rainbow wing in his pocket glowing, or the red eyes in the shadows of the tree, watching him. However, Ash heard something step on a branch, making him slowly turn his head to the right. Then, coming out of the bushes of the garden was an Eevee, who looked tired and ready to fall asleep. That's an Eevee. Ash whispered to himself in surprise to see an Eevee in the garden, while the normal type yawned cutely. The Eevee then looked at Ash with tired eyes, before it yawned again as the Pokémon walked up to Ash and lied down on his stomach, going to sleep. Ash looked down at the sleeping Eevee in surprise at how the Pokémon did this without hesitating, before he smiled to himself as he strokes Eevee's fur with his right hand, making the sleeping normal type smile in her sleep. Eevee must be tired, so maybe I should just let it sleep and make friends with it tomorrow. Ash thought to himself, smiling as he continued to slide the sleeping Eevee's fur, before he yawned. Guess I'll hit the hay for today. Ash said to himself as he closed his eyes and fell asleep, with his right hand on Eevee's head, who smiled and leaned into Ash's touch more. However, with Ash and Eevee asleep, they didn't see the Rainbow Hero's old friend Marshadao appear from the shadows on Ash's right side. Marshadao said nothing, before he put his right hand over Ash's lap and opened it with the same small stone from earlier falling onto Ash's lap. Marshadao then sunk back into the ground and left Ash and the Pokémon sleep. Chapter 2, 3 New Family Members and the Truth Comes Out. The sun shined high in the sky, bringing another day for the Pokémon world and for everyone to start another day. In Altoare's garden, where the legendary Ian Pokémon live Ash, Pikachu, Latias, Latios and Eevee all slept together in peace with nothing to disturb them. Eventually, one of them began to awaken, and that was the Rainbow Hero. Ash groaned as he opened his eyes, before he blinked 3 times, then used his hands to rub the sleep out of his eyes as he yawned, while stretching his arms in the air. Ah! That was a nice nap. Ash said to himself as he opened his eyes, bringing his arms down from the air. I agree with you. Ash heard Latios' voice in telepathy, getting the Rainbow Hero to look at Latios' face and saw that the dragon and psychic-type Pokémon was awake, who had a smile on his face. Ash smiled when he saw Latios, before he pats the dragon Pokémon's head with his left hand. You okay, Latios? Does anything still hurt from what happened last night? Ash asked in concern for Latios, worried if he was still hurt. Latios smiled at Ash's concern for him, feeling like he now had his own best friend, like how Latias has Bianca as her best friend. Don't worry. I'm a 100% better and even ready to fly around the whole city without taking a break. Latios replied to Ash in telepathy with a smile, not feeling pain anymore and feeling all his strength back. Ash sighed in relief to hear that Latios was okay, before he looked down at the sleeping Eevee and Pikachu on his lap with the Ian Dragon taking notice of the new arrival. Oh, look who's came back. Latios said with telepathy for Ash to understand, while smiling. Ash looked at Latios in surprise at him knowing this Eevee, as the Ian took flight into the sky and hovered above the Rainbow Hero. You know this Eevee? Ash asked Latios in surprise. Yeah, I do. She's a friend who comes to visit the garden very often. Latios replied to Ash in telepathy, being friends with this Eevee. Really? Well, this Eevee seems really friendly. Wait, did you say that this Eevee is a girl? Ash asked in surprise to hear that the Eevee sleeping on his lap was actually a girl. Latios chuckled at what Ash said. Yeah, she is, which she doesn't like being assumed as a boy. What, you thought that Eevee was a boy? Latios replied to Ash in telepathy with a chuckle. Ash was about to answer Latios, when a cute yawn was heard, getting them both to look down to see the Eevee starting to wake up. Eevee yawned cutely, before she stood up from lying down and looked up at Ash with cute innocent eyes. Ash smiled at Eevee brightly, which the normal type returned. Hey there Eevee, did you have a nice good night's sleep? Ash asked Eevee if she slept well, while rubbing the normal type's right ear. Eevee replied to Ash with a bright smile, before she ran up and climbed up to Ash's left shoulder, before she nuzzled her cheek against his cheek, making the Rainbow Hero laugh. Hey, come on, stop that, tickles. Ash laughed happily with his eyes closed, getting tickled from Eevee rubbing her cheek against his, with Latios watching the two with a smile. Latios then looked down at his closed left paw, before he opened it to reveal the same stone that transformed him into his new form last night. Hey Ash, do you still have your stone? Latios asked Ash in telepathy with a serious tone, getting Eevee and the Rainbow Hero's attention as they looked at the Ian Dragon, who showed the stone to them. Ash looked down at his lap and saw his stone, before he grabbed it with his right hand and held it up. Yeah, I got that weird stone right here. Ash replied to Latios in confusion as he showed the stone. Latios looked at the two stones as he tried to figure out what these two stones are. Latios's eyes then widened in shock as he figured out what the stones are. Could these stones be, a key stone and mega stone? Latios whispered to himself in shock that these two stones were actually a mega stone and key stone. Ash and Eevee gained confused looks on their faces at what Latios said. What's a keystone and mega stone? Ash asked Latios in confusion, having never heard about a keystone or mega stone before in his life. Latios looked back at Ash and could tell that he was confused. Before I tell you what a keystone and mega stone is, Ash. Do you know that some Pokémon can go through a special kind of evolution known as mega evolution? Latios asked Ash in telepathy, wanting to know if he knows about mega evolution. Ash and Eevee's eyes widen in shock at what Latios said. Wait, what? There's a different kind of evolution called mega evolution. Ash called out in surprise with widened eyes at hearing about mega evolution for the first time. Eevee. Eevee also called out in shock with her eyes widened in shock as well about hearing about mega evolution as well. Indeed. Mega evolution was a mysterious power that appeared in ancient times. For a Pokémon to mega evolve, they need three things. They must have a trainer that has a key stone, a mega stone for the Pokémon itself and finally a close bond that it has with its trainer. Latios explained to Ash and Eevee in telepathy, explaining about mega evolution and how it works. Ash's eyes sparkled with stars, with Eevee doing the same. Though, not all Pokémon can mega evolve. Latios continued to explain to Ash and Eevee, getting confused looks from the two. Only very few specific Pokémon can mega evolve, and a few of them are fully evolved Pokémon, while there are few that don't evolve, like me. Latios explained more about mega evolution to Ash and Eevee, knowing that not all Pokémon can mega evolve. Ash still had a look of amazement on his face, before he looked down at the key stone in his hand. So, that means that last night, you. Ash began to say as he looked back at Latios, now finally knowing what happened to him. Latios nodded to Ash with a smile. Yes, last night, I mega evolved. Latios replied to Ash with a smile, now knowing how he evolved last night. Ash and Eevee still had looks of amazement on their faces, but two yawns caught their attention. They all looked to see Latias and Pikachu finally beginning to wake up, with the two Pokémon yawning. Pika Pi. Pikachu called out to everyone as he stood up and began stretching. He says, "Good morning," to everyone. Latias called out in telepathy to everyone as she rubbed her eyes, before she looked at Ash and saw Eevee on his lap. "Hey, welcome back Eevee." Latias greeted her old friend with a smile as she flew around in circles around Ash, Eevee, and Pikachu. Eevee. Eevee replied to Latias with a smile and eyes closed, greeting her friend back. Pikachu. Pikachu greeted Eevee with a smile and a wave of his right hand, which the normal greeted him back with a smile. "Anyway, I hope you don't mind that you spend the night with us last night, Ash." Latios asked Ash if he was okay with spending the night with him and his sister last night. Ash gave Latios a toothy grin on his face, making him smile back at Ash. "It's alright. I liked sleeping with you and Latias last night, Latios. It was warm, comfortable and fun since it was with my friends." Ash replied to Latios with his grin still on his face, who smiled. "Alright, that decides it." Latios called out to himself as he gave a cry, getting everyone's attention, with Ash having understood him through telepathy. "What has decided it, big brother?" Latias asked in confusion at why her brother was acting like this. Latios looked at Ash with a smile on his face as he finally made his decision on what he wants to do now. "Ash, I want to join you on your adventure." Latios said in telepathy with a smile, making everyone widen their eyes at what Latios just said, with Ash the most shocked. "Brother, you want to join Ash?" Latias called out in shock at what her brother wants, knowing that Latios doesn't trust many humans, much less let them see him. Latios nodded to his sister with a smile as he looked back at Ash. "Last night, you risked your life to save me, Ash. During my whole life, I have never met anyone like you. We've just known each other for 2 days now and barely know each other, but you risked your life for me when you could have just ignored it and not risked your life. You called me your friend and you're my friend as well, Ash. That's why I want to join you on your adventure to repay you for your selflessness actions, my friend." Latios explained his reasons on why he wants to join Ash on his adventure. Ash, Latias, Pikachu and Eevee continued to look at Latios in amazement and shock at what he said, before the rainbow smiled as he stood up. If that's what you want, Latios, then you're more than welcome to join me and become a part of our family, right, Pikachu? Ash said to Latios with a smile, before he looked at Pikachu, who smiled as he climbed onto his best friend's right shoulder. Pika Pie. Pikachu called out with a bright smile on his face, also welcoming Latios to the family. Latios smiled at Ash and Pikachu, before he flew closer and nuzzled Ash's face with his own, making Ash laugh as he patted Latios's neck. Ah, that's so cute. You're such a softie, big brother. Latias called out in telepathy with a smile and her eyes closed, making Latios glare at his sister with his checks red. No, I'm not. That was, just a... Latios tried to deny what his sister claims, but couldn't come up with anything, making everyone laugh. Ash's eyes then widened as he remembered something. Wait, what about the Soul Dew then? Ash called out in alarm, remembering that Latios and Latias are the guardian Pokémon of the city and of the Soul Dew. Latios and Latias looked at Ash, with Latios looking relaxed, while Latias looked a little worried. Don't worry, that won't be a problem. Follow me. Latios said to Ash with a smile, before he took off to where the Soul Dew is, leaving Ash with Pikachu, Latias and Eevee. Latias lowered herself for Ash to climb on. Climb on, and I'll chase after my big uncontrollable brother, Ash. Latias said to Ash in telepathy with a smile, getting him to look at the red Ian dragon, before he nodded to her. Ash then jumped onto Latias's back, like he was riding on Latios with the female Ian dragon floating into the sky. However, Eevee jumped on as well, landing on Ash's lap, getting Ash and Pikachu to look surprised at her actions, while Latias took off after her brother. Eevee. Ash called out in surprise at Eevee's actions, who climbed up to his shoulder, before she nuzzled her face against his cheek, making the rainbow hero smile as he pat Eevee's head with Pikachu watching them with a smile. Soon Latias stopped in mid-air, letting Ash, Pikachu and Eevee see that they were in the area that the Soul Dew is, with Latios floating next to the pond of water that holds the Soul Dew. Ash, come here. Latios called out to Ash with a smile, getting said boy a little confused. Ash jumped off Latias's back and went over to Latios before he looked inside the pond and saw the Soul Dew, while Pikachu and Eevee stayed on his shoulders. The Soul Dew looks brand new and more amazing than last night. Ash said to himself with a smile as he noticed that the Soul Dew looked better than yesterday, noticing a little rainbow color in it. You're right about that, now watch carefully. Latios said to Ash in telepathy, getting his, Pikachu, Eevee and Latias's attention as they looked at Latios. Latios then placed his left paw in the water, before the water suddenly shocked him, making the Ian dragon let out a little hiss as he pulled his paw back. You okay, Latios? Ash called out in concern for Latios, a little shocked at what happened with everyone else feeling the same. I'm fine. It'll take more than a little shock to knock me out. Latios replied to Ash with a smirk on his face, still using telepathy. Brother, what was that? Latias asked her brother on what just happened and how he was shocked. Apparently, Ash's aura gave the Soul Dew a power boost, which now seems to be able to protect the Soul Dew and make sure that it won't get stolen again. Latios replied to his sister with a smirk, telling her what just happened. Latias's eyes widened in surprise, before she gained stars in her eyes. Does that mean, we don't have to stay in Altimari anymore and finally explore the outside world? Latias asked her brother with a delighted tone, having always wished that she could leave Altimari and adventure the outside world. Latios nodded to what her sister said with a smile, making Latias feel more happiness. Then I want to join Ash on his adventure too. Latias cried out in delight, wanting to join Ash as well for what he's done, making him, Pikachu and Eevee widen their eyes more. I am happy to know that you guys want to come with me, but are you really sure that you want to join me on my adventure? Ash asked the two Ian Pokémon if this was really what they wanted. Latios and Latias looked at Ash with a smile, glad that he wants to make sure that this was what they wanted. Ash, we're sure of our decision. Latios started to explain to Ash, using telepathy for him to understand. We've just known you for 2 days, and yet you've become an important friend to us, and we want to join you on your adventure and help you accomplish your dream. Latias finished explaining to Ash with a smile, knowing that this was what she and her brother wanted, making the rainbow hero look at the Ian dragons with his mouth hanging open, before he smiled. Alright, if that's what you guys want, you're more than welcome to join our family. Ash said to Latios and Latias with a smile as he held his right hand up, making the 2 dragon Pokémon smile at him. Eevee. Eevee cried out in joy as she jumped off Ash's shoulder and onto the ground behind the rainbow hero, making said trainer turn around with everyone looking at Eevee. Eevee. Is something wrong? Ash asked in confusion at Eevee's actions, while the normal type had a smile on her face. However, before Eevee could answer Ash's question, her ears twitched before she jumped up, dodging a water gun attack, making everyone widen their eyes at the sudden attack out of nowhere. Eevee landed on the ground, looking at her opponent that was actually Misty's Politoed, with Misty behind Politoed. Brock, Bianca and Lorenzo were behind Misty, watching her. Boanka was holding Togepi, while Brock was holding Ash's bag. Misty. Ash called out in surprise to see that Misty was the cause of the water gun attack. We'll talk later, Ash. Right now, I'm gonna catch that Eevee. Misty called out to Ash with a smirk on her face and her hands up in a fist, wanting to catch Eevee to have a Vaporeon. Misty and Politoed vs Eevee. Eevee turned her head to look at Ash. Eevee. Eevee called out to Ash with a smirk, making Ash a little confused at what she was asking. Eevee's just telling you to watch closely. Bianca said to Ash with a smile as she, Brock and Lorenzo walked up to Ash with them all smiling. You know this Eevee? Ash asked in surprise to hear that Bianca knows Eevee, while taking his bag from Brock and started searching through it. That Eevee is a wild Pokémon. She comes to the garden very often, so we see her a lot. She hardly trusts humans, so she must trust you if she wants you to watch. Lorenzo answered for his granddaughter with a smile as he and Bianca watched the match, just as Ash stood up with his hat, jacket, gloves and Pokeball on. I bet Misty just wants to catch it to evolve it into a Vaporeon. Brock exclaimed to himself as he crossed his arms with a smile as he watched the match. Yeah, maybe. Ash answered Brock without looking at him as he focused on the match. Latios and Latias floated in the sky, watching with smiles. Alright Politoed. Use swagger. Misty called out as she pointed at Eevee with her left hand, with Politoed glowing red as he glared at Eevee, who just smirked as she jumped into the sky to dodge. Eevee jumped. Misty called out in surprise, with Politoed also looking in shock. V. Eevee called out as she spun around with her tail glowing, before she unleashed a swift attack from her tail, with the swift attack hitting Politoed and sending the water type back. Politoed. Misty called out in concern for Politoed, while the water type shook his body, before it started doing his usual clapping hands. Well, that was Eevee's swift attack. Brock said to the group, watching the battle carefully. Come to think of it, this is my first time seeing Eevee battle. Bianca exclaimed to the group with a smile, having never seen Eevee battle before. Lorenzo nodded to Bianca without looking at her, while having his arms crossed. Eevee seems to battle carefully and smart to get the upper hand over her opponents. Lorenzo said to the group of spectators, noticing how Eevee battles. Eevee's awesome. Ash exclaimed to the group, while smiling as he watched Eevee battle. I agree. Eevee has an interesting battling style. Latios said to the group as he watched the battle, using telepathy. Go Eevee. Latias called out to her friend with a smile and eyes closed, using telepathy. Politoed. Use water gun. Misty called out as she held her right hand out. Polly. Politoed called out as he stopped clapping his hands and unleashed his water gun attack that headed straight towards Eevee. V. Eevee called out as she glowed white energy, before she charged, dodging the water gun attack and slamming into Politoed's stomach, making the water type cry out in pain. Eevee then back-flipped from Politoed and landed on the ground, before she unleashed a shadow ball, which sent Politoed to the ground on his back from the power of the attack. Politoed. Misty called out in concern for Politoed as the water type struggled to get back on his feet. Politoed. Politoed replied to his trainer without looking at her, his eyes narrowed at Eevee. Nice strategy. Using quick attack, then shadow ball to deal damage and get some distance. Brock exclaimed to the group, impressed with Eevee. Eevee could win this battle. Ash said with a smile as he continued to watch, hoping that Eevee wins. Politoed, we're gonna have to end this. Hyper voice. Misty called out as she ordered Politoed to use his newly learned move. Toad. Politoed called out as he SCKED in some air, before he unleashed hyper voice, but Eevee dodged again by jumping into the air. V. Eevee called out as she glowed white, before a giant card appeared in front of her, shooting it at the water type, creating an explosion that forced everyone to shield their eyes. What kind of move was that? Ash called out in surprise as he used his right arm to protect his eyes from the smoke. That was Eevee's trump card attack. Brock called out in response to Ash's question as he was also protecting his eyes from the smoke. Soon the smoke cleared, allowing everyone to see who the victor was. Politoed was on the ground on its back with swirls in its eyes, while Eevee was standing up without any damage dealt to her, with the normal type smirking. Oh no! Politoed. Misty called out in concern as she ran to her Politoed. Victor, Eevee. You were amazing, Politoed. Return. Misty said to her knocked-out Pokémon with a smile as she returned Politoed to his Pokeball with a smile. Eevee. The evolution Pokémon cheered to herself, performing a backflip before she dashed forward and jumped into Ash's arms as it snuggled against his chest. You were awesome, Eevee. I'm proud of you. Ash praised Eevee with a smile as he stroked her fur, making the normal type smile. It looks like Eevee wants to join you, Ash. Bianca said with a smile, making Ash look at her in surprise. Wow, really? Ash questioned Bianca, before he looked down at the brown fox in his arms, who was looking at him with a smile. She looks like she'd make a great addition. Latios said to Ash in telepathy, taking note of Eevee's battling skills. Plus she's just so adorable. Latias squealed to herself with her eyes closed and with a light blush on her cheeks. Well Eevee, do you want to join our team? Ash asked Eevee with a smile, receiving a nod from the fox Pokémon. Ash pulled out a Pokeball from his belt and gently tapped it on Eevee's head as she was SCKED into the ball by a red beam of light, with the ball shaking 3 times, before it signaled the capture. Alright. I caught an Eevee. Ash shouted out, holding up his new friend's ball, only for it to shake as Eevee released herself from the ball, shocking the group. Ash chuckled as Eevee looked at him with a smile. Well, it looks like Eevee doesn't like being in her Pokeball, just like you, huh buddy? Ash said to Pikachu, who nodded to his best friend with a smile. Eevee looked over to the yellow mouse Pokémon, and shot him a playful wink with her right eye, causing a blush to spread across Pikachu's cheeks. Looks like someone has a crush. Latias teased with her eyes closed happily, making Pikachu blush even more while the others laughed. Eevee walked over to Pikachu and nuzzled her cheek against his, making Pikachu blush more. As the group continued to laugh, Misty noticed something sticking out of Ash's pocket. Hey Ash, what's that in your pocket? Misty asked in confusion, confusing Ash before his eyes widened as he forgotten about the rainbow wing that was being kept in his pocket. Ash slowly pulled out the golden feather with his left hand and held it up for all to see. Beautiful. Misty and Bianca said with their hands together, entranced by its beauty. Brock and Lorenzo were also amazed by the majestic feather, but as he took it in, Lorenzo couldn't help but notice something familiar about it. Ash, may I have a look at that? Lorenzo asked the Pokémon trainer if he could get a better look at the rainbow wing. Ash was hesitant at first, but nodded as he handed the feather to the architect, who held it in his right hand. As Lorenzo began to look over the feather, his eyes began to widen in utter shock as he recognized what the feather is. I can't believe it. Lorenzo grasped to himself in shock at what he's seeing. What is it, Grandpa? Bianca asked her grandpa in confusion. All of them were curious about the feather and they had a feeling Lorenzo had the answers to their question. This is the rainbow wing, a feather of the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. Lorenzo said to the group, shocking Brock, Misty, and Bianca. I've heard rumors and legends, but I've never seen one with my own eyes. Lorenzo said in amazement as he continued to look at the rainbow wing. Ho-Oh was one of the two scared deities of the Jado region, so the tales of its feather were well known throughout the region. And for it to be in the possession of one so young was a complete shock. Ash? Where in the world did you find something like this rainbow wing? Brock asked his young friend about how he got the rainbow wing, having never seen this wing before, or Ash showing it to him or Misty. Ash suddenly became nervous at the young breeder's question. He hadn't told Brock and Misty anything about his adventures before meeting up with them in Kanto. He had kept his adventures with Verity and Sorrel and their journey to Mount Tensei a secret. A small frown formed on his lips, thinking back to his friends, the fun they had, the challenges they faced, the tears they shed. He missed them terribly, and would give anything to see them again. Pika Pi. Pikachu said with a frown, worried for his best friend. He knew how much he and Ash missed their old friends and how hard it was for them without them. Evie said in concern, seeing how troubled Ash was. I think I can answer that for you. A voice called out from nowhere, getting everyone to widen their eyes as a purple and black vortex opened up from Ash's shadow. Emerging from the vortex was a gray bipedal Pokémon. The area around its face resembles that of certain headgear such as a helmet with three horn-like protrusions on top. It has a bulb on each arm as well as a collar that wraps around its neck. Its eyes are orange with yellow pupils. Above each eye is a spot that is the same color as its pupils. It has two trails of shadows coming out from behind its legs. Marshadao. Ash. Latios, and Latias exclaimed in shock, shocked to see the Gloom Dweller Pokémon here in Jado. Pika. Pikachu called out in surprise as well. Hey Ash, long time no see. Marshadao greeted Ash with a smile, waving to the rainbow hero. He then looked over to the Ian duo. Hey Latios and Latias. It's been ages. Marshadao called out to the Ian duo with a smile, glad to see some old friends. Yeah. It's great to see you. Latias said to Marshadao with a smile, greeting her old friend. I wasn't aware you had met Marshadao before, Ash. Latios said to Ash, looking at his human friend with surprise at him knowing Marshadao. Marshadao chuckled at the Ian Pokémon. Ash has met quite a few of our brothers and sisters actually. Marshadao stated to Latios and Latias. He and the other legendary Pokémon would often speak to each other about their encounters with Ash. Lugia, Mew, Suicune, Entei, Raikou, Mutwo, Shalebi and the legendary birds all saw great potential in Ash. Wait a minute. Who is this Pokémon? I've never seen anything like it. Misty called out in surprise, looking at Marshadao with everyone doing the same. Oh, this is Marshadao. He's a Pokémon me and Pikachu met when we were traveling Kanto. Ash replied to Misty with a smile, introducing the dark legendary to everyone. I don't remember ever seeing him before. Brock said to Ash, having never seen this Pokémon before in his travels with Ash. It was before I started traveling with you guys. Ash said to Misty and Brock, rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. Yeah, it was back when he traveled with Verity and Sorrel. Marshadao said with a smile, remembering when he watched Ash, Verity and Sorrel travel together. Verity and Sorrel? Who are they? Misty asked in confusion at who Verity and Sorrel is, having never heard of them. Togepi. Togepi called out in confusion, not understanding what's going on. Ash held his head down with his hat covering his eyes. They were the first friends that I traveled with when I, Pikachu and Charizard had first begun our journey. We split up when I went off to face Brock. Ash said in a sad tone, recalling that memory of him traveling with Verity and Sorrel. Everyone saw the sadness in Ash's eyes. It must not be a good memory for him. Evie said in sadness for her new trainer. Perhaps I should shed some light on this situation. Marshadao said to the group, as his eyes released a red glow. Suddenly everyone began to see visions of three friends traveling towards a large mountain, a Charmander left out in the rain, a flock of Butterfree flying off into the distance with Ash waving goodbye with tears in his eyes. A fiery trainer, who desires only to be the strongest with lion-like Pokémon clashing against Charizard. The legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh, flying through the sky over a 10-year-old Ash and Pikachu with a feather dropping down. Ash and 10-year-old young girl sitting by a lake, talking to each other with happy smiles on their faces, with both of them have blushes on their faces. They see Ash and Pikachu clashing with Marshado's controlled army in a fierce battle with Pikachu fighting harder than they had ever seen. They watched as Marshadao controls a horde of Pokémon, commanding them to attack Ash, who pushed Pikachu aside, taking the attacks himself before falling to the ground, looking at Pikachu, rubbing his head. Ash then returned Pikachu to his Pokeball, before he was slide with many attacks, before disappearing. The two friends and their Pokémon, along with Charizard cried in sadness as Pikachu cried at the loss of his friend, before releasing the most powerful thunderbolt they had ever seen, while holding Ash's hat. The power of the rainbow feather shining brightly as the group saw Ash return to life with Pikachu glad that his friend is back. Ash raised the rainbow wing high above as the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh flew through the sky, before he battled Ash and Pikachu. The three friends soon part ways, each one going off to continue their own journey. And the vision soon faded with everyone looking shocked at what they have just witnessed. Ash, were those your memories? Lorenzo asked in shock at what he just witnessed, along with everyone else feeling the same. Yes. Ash replied to Lorenzo, lowering his head from having just seen his memories of his adventure with Verity and Sorrel, leaving everyone in shock, till Brock asked a question. Say Ash, I noticed the way you were looking at that girl, Verity. Brock said to Ash, leaning over to the younger boy with a sly smirk. Is she a special friend? Brock asked with a grin on his face, teasing Ash. Ash blushed brightly at what Brock said. Well, Ash struggled to say as a bright blush crept across his cheeks before he gave a defeated sigh. Yeah, I have a crush on Verity. Ash admitted to Brock as he looked away from everyone, rubbing his left arm with his right hand. Misty and Brock were in shock as they stared at Ash in shock. They had never thought Ash would have a crush on someone. He had always acted pretty dense when it came to girls. So finding out that he actually had feelings for one was a total surprise. So this is how you became the rainbow hero. Latios said to Ash in awe with telepathy, while everyone with the exception of Pikachu, Marshadao and his sister were confused. Lorenzo however, was in complete shock. Wait! Ash is the rainbow hero. Lorenzo exclaimed in utter disbelief, getting Misty, Brock and Bianca to look at him in concern and wonder. Grandpa? Bianca asked in confusion, wondering what he was so shocked about. The legend of the rainbow hero has been told since I was a young man. The rainbow hero is a legendary hero who is chosen by Ho himself to carry the rainbow wing, and is destined to face him one day. Lorenzo stated as he explained the legend of the rainbow hero, getting both Misty and Brock to look over at Ash with shocked expressions on their faces, never expecting their friend to be a legendary hero. But there's more to it than that. The legend also says that the chosen hero will carve out a new pathway for both human and Pokémon alike. He will join and bond with the great Pokémon of legends, forming a bond that will be the link that will allow both humans and Pokémon to truly understand each other. Lorenzo continued to speak as the others listened. The most stunned was Ash, never expecting that there was more to the rainbow hero title than he thought. Jado looked over to Latios and Latias with narrowed eyes. Oh, by the way, you two, I have a message from Ho-Oh. Jado said to Latios and Latias, shocking both legendary dragons as they looked at the dark and fighting type. He says that he's entrusting the Rainbow Hero's safety to the two of you. With that said, the mythic Pokémon vanished into the shadows, leaving everyone in the garden shocked. Latios and Latias looked at Lorenzo and Bianca, with their confidence of wanting to tell them that they want to join Ash starting to disappear, knowing that Bianca will be heartbroken. Is there something you want to say? Lorenzo asked Latios and Latias, looking at the Ian duo, getting everyone's attention. Well, Latias started to say, still feeling nervous about what she and her brother wants. Lorenzo smiled at Latios and Latias. You two wish to travel with Ash, don't you? Lorenzo said to Latios and Latias with a smile, shocking both twins and Bianca. And I think you both should go with him. You two have been confined to Altimari your whole lives. It is time you see what this world can offer you. Lorenzo said to his two old friends. In all his time, watching Latios and Latias, he knew the two of them were destined for more. Besides, I think it was fate that brought you and Ash together, and you two will help him fulfill his destiny. Lorenzo finished saying, knowing that Latios and Latias will be happy with Ash. Latios and Latias looked at Lorenzo with bright smiles. You're really okay with us going with Ash? Latias called out in joy at Lorenzo approving of her and Latios going with Ash, which the old man nodded with a smile, while using telepathy. Thank you, Lorenzo. Latios said to his old friend with a smile, glad that Lorenzo was okay with him and his sister going with Ash. Latios and Latias then looked at Bianca, who was starting to get teary-eyed about hearing that the twins want to join Ash. Bianca. Latias said in concern for her best friend, knowing that this was affecting her the most. What about the Soul Dew? Bianca called out in tears for her two friends that will leave her, making Latios and Latias frown in concern for her. The Soul Dew has become more powerful since last night with Ash's aura. It no longer needs us to protect it. Latios answered Bianca's question, using telepathy. Bianca continued to shed tears, before she hugged both Latios and Latios, who hugged their old friend back. Bianca then looked at Ash as she whipped her tears away with her hands. You better take care of them, Ash. Bianca said to Ash as she gave him a small glare, deciding to entrust Latios and Latias to her new friend. Ash nodded to Bianca with a determined look on his face, while Lorenzo gave Ash the rainbow wing back. I will, I promise, Bianca. Ash said to Bianca as he will treat Latios and Latias as members of his family. By the way, Ash, what is that in your hand? Lorenzo suddenly asked Ash, getting everyone to look at him, seeing the rainbow holding something in his right hand. Ash opened his right hand to reveal his keystone. A stone? Misty asked in confusion, with Brock and Bianca feeling the same, with only Ash, Pikachu, Eevee, Latios, Latias and Lorenzo knowing what it is. Ash, may I borrow that stone, along with your glove? Lorenzo asked Ash if he could take the keystone and glove, getting the Rainbow Hero to look at the old man in confusion. Why? Ash asked the old man in confusion at why he wants the keystone and his glove. I can help carrying that stone easier for you, by making it stick to your glove. Lorenzo replied to Ash, telling him his reasons on why he wants the stone and Ash's glove. Ash's eyes widened at what Lorenzo said. Then sure, Lorenzo. But please don't lose them. Ash said to Lorenzo with a smile as he took off his left glove, before he held his glove and keystone out to the old man. Could you please make it easier to carry this as well? Latios said as he gave Lorenzo his mega stone as well, also wanting to carry his mega stone more easily. Of course. Lorenzo replied to Latios with a smile as he took the mega stone as well. 30 minutes later, also Pikachu and Eevee were still on Ash's shoulders. Hello Ash, Oak greeted kindly to the young Rainbow Hero, talking with him through phone in the Pokémon Center. How are you doing? It's been ages since you called. Professor Oak continued to speak, having not talked to Ash for a while. "I'm doing good, Professor," Ash replied to the old professor with a smile, speaking with him through the Pokémon Center phone. "Sorry that I hadn't called in a while. I've just been pretty busy for a while, and don't even get me started on what I've been through the last couple days." Ash continued to speak. Professor Oak laughed at what Ash said. "Well, it definitely sounds like you haven't been slacking. Oh yes, I must ask, how many badges have you earned so far?" Oak asked Ash for how many badges that he has right now. "I've got 7 so far," Ash answered Oak as he showed his badges in his jacket. "I'm on my way to Blackthorn City to earn my final badge soon." Ash continued to speak to the professor that was keeping his other Pokémon safe. "Well then, I must say you have quite a bit of catching up to do," Professor Oak said to Ash, confusing the young rainbow hero. "Gary has had all 8 of his badges for a couple weeks now and is training his Pokémon for the Silver Conference." Professor Oak continued as Ash cursed Gary in his mind. "By the way, I hope you get that last badge soon, since the deadline for registration to the Silver Conference is 5 weeks away." Oak continued to speak, telling Ash that he doesn't have much time left. 5 weeks away. Ash cried out in shock that there was little time left. "I need to get to Blackthorn City and fast." Ash called out to himself as he was running out of time. Remembering why he called in the first place, Ash turned back to Professor Oak. "Oh yeah, Professor, I need to switch out 2 Pokémon now." Ash said to Oak with a smile, wanting to switch out 2 of his Pokémon. "Alright, which ones do you want back?" Professor Oak asked the rainbow hero on what Pokémon that he wants back. "None." Ash said to the professor with a smile, surprising Professor Oak. "It's in preparation for the new recruits I'm catching later today." Ash said to the old professor with a smile. "Why don't you want them to transfer back to my lab?" Professor Oak asked in confusion on why he doesn't want to send his new Pokémon to his lab. Ash merely smirked. "You'll have to wait and find out." Ash said as Professor Oak merely sighed, but relented and decided to wait until Ash caught the 2 new Pokémon, since they automatically appeared on his database computer every time a trainer in Kanto caught a new Pokémon. "Alright then, which Pokémon are you sending back?" Professor Oak asked Ash on which Pokémon that he's sending. "Totodile and Noctowl." Ash answered the professor with his smile turning into a smirk. "Alright then. Everything's ready on this end." Professor Oak said with a smile as Ash set Totodile and Noctowl's Pokeball on the transfer and sent them over to Oak's lab. "They've safely arrived, Ash." Professor Oak said with a smile as he held up Totodile and Noctowl's Pokeball. "Thanks, Professor. I've got to go now to catch up and get my last badge." Ash said to the professor with a smile. "I hope to see you do well in the Silver Conference." "Goodbye, Ash." Oak bid farewell to Ash with a wave, before the phone turned off with Ash leaving. It was now 5 o'clock with the sun starting to set for the day, with Ash, Misty, Brock, human form Latias and Bianca at the docks to catch the last ferry to Blackthorn City, with Latios in his own human form. He transformed into a version of Ash, like how Latias transformed into a version of Bianca, with the only difference being the hair being light blue and red eyes. They were all waiting for Lorenzo to show up, with Bianca saying her last goodbye to Latios and Latias. Right on time, Lorenzo came running up to them. "I'm sorry that I took so long, but here." Lorenzo said to Ash as he gave his glove back, only his keystone being on the back of the glove, now stuck so that it won't fall. "Thanks, Lorenzo." Ash thanked the old man with a smile as he checked out his new glove, while Lorenzo went to the human-formed Latios and brought out a blue scarf with Latios's mega stone on it. Like Sawyer's Sceptile's mega scarf, only light blue. "Thank you, Lorenzo, for everything you've done for me and my sister." Latios said to Lorenzo with a smile, using telepathy for him to hear. Lorenzo nodded to Latios with a smile, before he walked back to Ash, who was showing his new glove to Misty and Brock, with Pikachu and Eevee on his shoulders. "Ash, I want you to take these," Lorenzo said to Ash, getting the Rainbow Hero's attention as he looked at Lorenzo. Lorenzo then brought out 2 Master Ball from his pockets and gave them to Ash, who had widened eyes in shock at seeing the 2 Master Ball. However, before Ash could even ask how Lorenzo got these Master Ball, the fairy's horn was heard, getting Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Eevee, Latias and Latios' attention. "Oh man, the fairy!" Brock called out in shock, before he, Ash, Misty, Latios and Latias took off towards the fairy with Pikachu, Eevee and Togepi hanging on tight. Soon they made it on board and were waving goodbye to Lorenzo and Bianca. "Bye Bianca, Lorenzo." Ash called out as he waved goodbye to his 2 new friends, with Latios and Latias doing the same. "Bye Ash." "Bye Latios and Latias." Bianca called out in tears as she waved goodbye to her old friends and new friends. "Best wishes and take care of yourselves." Lorenzo called out to his old and new friends. "Pika Pi Eevee." Pikachu and Eevee called out as they waved goodbye to Lorenzo and Bianca as well, with Eevee using her paws. Soon Altimari was out of sight, with the fairy now traveling in the middle of the water. Human form Latias used her hands to whip the tears from her eyes, while human form Latios pulled his sister in for a hug. "Ash, Misty and I are gonna find our rooms for the night. Maybe you should take this chance to show Latios and Latias around," Brock said to the young rainbow hero, thinking that it was wise for Ash to show the Ian twins around. Ash nodded to Brock with a smile. "Brock's right. Come on Latios and Latias." Ash said to the Ian do with a smile, getting the 2 disguised Pokémon to nod to Ash with a smile as they all went off to explore the ship, leaving Bork and Misty alone with Togepi. Soon the sky was dark, showing that it was night time. Ash was with human-formed Latios and Latias on the deck, looking up at the moon. After their whole exploration, everyone had dinner together with Misty and Brock before Eevee and Pikachu went to bed, leaving Ash with the Ian do. Ash sighed as he continued to look up at the moon, which Latios and Latias took notice of their new friend. "Is something the matter, Ash?" Latios asked his friend on what's on his mind, using telepathy. Ash looked at Latios with a small smile. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just overwhelmed." Ash said to Latios with a smile, getting the Ian twins confused. "Overwhelmed by what?" Latias asked in confusion at what is overwhelming for Ash, using telepathy. Ash sighed again as he brought out the rainbow wing with his right hand. "The rainbow wing?" Latios asked in confusion at why Ash is bringing out the rainbow wing. "It's just that, after my battle with Ho-Oh, I thought that I was done being the rainbow hero." Ash said to Latios, feeling overwhelmed that he was still the rainbow hero and that there was more to the rainbow hero than he thought. "Ash. Once a rainbow hero is chosen, you're one for the rest of your life." Latios said to his friend with telepathy, knowing that Ash will never go back to being a simple trainer. "You won't be alone, being the rainbow hero. Me and my sister will be there all the way for you as you continue your adventure and duties as the rainbow hero, carving a new path for people and Pokémon." Latios said with a smile on his face, using telepathy for Ash to understand. Ash looked at Latios and Latias, before he smiled at them. "Thanks you guys." Ash thanked the Ian Pokémon with a smile as he put the rainbow wing back in his pocket. "Hey, why don't we fly around the area? It helps me calm down when I'm feeling overwhelmed." Latios suggested to Ash with a smile, before he revealed his true form with his blue scarf wrapped around his neck. "Great idea, big brother." Latias cried out with a smile as she revealed her true form, with both Ian Pokémon flying in front of Ash. "Sure, maybe I'll calm down from everything that's happened." Ash said with a smile at the idea that Latios has. "Great, then hop on Ash." Latios said with a smile as he lowered himself for Ash to climb onto his back. Ash then jumped onto Latios's back with a smile, before the blue Ian Pokémon descended into the sky with Latias following her brother. "Whoa!" Ash shouted out in shock at how fast Latios is, hanging on tightly. Latios and Latias flew around in the area close to the ferry so that they don't get lost. Latios then descended down, heading towards the water. At the last second, Latios pulled up and flew above the water. Ash enjoyed the ride with a wide smile on his face, before he looked down at the water to see his reflection with Latios's reflection. Ash then saw all the underwater Pokémon, who waved at Ash, who waved back at them. Latios then flew besides Latios, who smiled at his sister. Ash slowly sat up straight and spread his arms wide and felt the wind spread through his clothes. Woohoo! Ash shouted out in excitement, making Latios and Latias smile at the rainbow hero. Latios and Latias then went even faster, exciting Ash even more. Woohoo! Ash shouted out in joy again as he continued to enjoy the ride. Ash continued to say woohoo, before he decided something. Hey Latios, let's try Mega Evolution. Ash called out to Latios, getting the dragon type to smirk. It will be my pleasure. Latios called out with a smile, making Ash smirk before he held up his left hand, before he used his right hand to tap the key stone on his left hand glove. The key stone started to glow, with Latios's Mega Stone also glowing. Two lights came out of the stones and connected with each other, like they connected Ash and Latios, before Latios's body was covered in energy. Soon the energy disappeared to reveal Latios in his Mega Evolution form, with the DNA symbol appearing in front of Latios, before it disappeared. Now we're talking. Latios called out as he then went super faster, making Ash cry out in excitement, with Latias watching Ash and her brother with a smile. On the top of the ferry, watching Ash enjoy his ride with Latios and Latias was Marshadao. Marshadao watched with a smile as Ash continued to have fun with Latios and Latias. Ash, no matter what happens, I'll always be there for you as well. Marshadao thought to himself, promising to protect his friend as he sank back into the shadows, letting Ash, Latios and Latias continue to have fun. Soon Latios and Latias took Ash back to the ferry, where the rainbow jumped off of the dragon type's back and onto the deck. Latios also changed back to normal. Ash, now would be a good time to catch us since it's starting to get late. Latios said to Ash with a smile, thinking that now the rainbow hero should catch them. Ash nodded to Latios, before he brought out the two Master Ball. Ash then threw them at Latios and Latias, with the Master Ball connecting with them. Latios and Latias were then SCKED into the Master Ball by red lights, with Ash catching the Master Ball, which signed that Ash caught Latios and Latias. I caught Latios and Latias. Ash called out as he held the two Master Ball with a smile. Ash then started running towards his room, where Misty and Brock were waiting for him. Chapter 3, Blackthorn City Gym. The next morning, the ferry docked at Blackthorn City. Ash had some trouble waking up, but a quick thunderbolt from Pikachu fixed that problem. After straightening himself out from the thunderbolt and regaining control of his limbs when the paralysis wore off, they departed from the ferry. So this is Blackthorn City, huh? Ash questioned, looking around as he, Misty, Brock, Pikachu and Eevee were at the docks. I can't wait to find the gym and challenge the gym leader. Ash called out as he was about to take off running, when Misty grabbed the back of his vest with one hand and the other holding Togepi, and the amount of momentum that Ash built up was too much for him to sustain, so he fell flat on the ground on his back, making Eevee look worried for her new trainer. Quicker than a Pikachu using agility, Ash jumped up and turned around to look at Misty. What did you do that for? Ash asked Misty with a frown on his face. You don't even know which kind of Pokemon the Blackthorn gym uses and you still go and charge recklessly into a battle, Misty said to Ash in annoyance that he doesn't seem to be taking this seriously. Oh yeah. Ash said with a grin, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. Brock, Misty and Pikachu's sweat dropped at what Ash said, while Eevee giggled. Brock, what kind of Pokemon does the gym leader use here? Ash asked his old friend on what kind of Pokemon that he'll be battling. Brock pulled out his guide book and looked through it, till he found what he was searching for. It says here that the gym leader's name is Claire and that she specializes in Dragon-type Pokemon. Brock said to Ash, telling him about the gym leader. Ash grinned widely when he heard that. Dragon Pokémon always meant that there would be a challenge. Ash then held his chin with his right hand and thought carefully to himself. Dragon-type Pokémon are some of the strongest Pokémon around, so he would need to choose Pokémon effective against them. The best choice would be to use Pokémon with Ice-type moves as well as Pokémon capable of using Dragon-type moves. Ash continued to think about what kind of strategy that he should come up with as the group soon arrived at the Blackthorn City Pokémon Center, having decided to go there to check up on their Pokémon and get them healed. Hello, and welcome to our Pokémon Center. The nurse Joy greeted with her usual cheerful expression, greeting the young heroes as they walked up to her desk. Ah, my beloved Nurse Joy, your prince has arrived. How I've waited for this. GK. Brock's attempt at romance was cut short by Misty pulling his right ear with her left hand. Let's go lover boy, the princess will have to wait for another happily ever after. Misty said to Brock in irritation, pulling him aside, while holding her Togepi. Ash kept still thinking about what Pokémon to use, not paying attention to his two friends. Eevee said as she rubbed her head against Ash's right leg. Ash smiled at the evolution Pokémon as Pikachu came down and talked with Eevee, before his mind focused on his gym battle. This was the final gym and most likely this would be the strongest of the 8 gym leaders he has faced. This wouldn't be like before at Verity City. This time Ash would really need to train hard if he wanted to truly earn this 8th badge. Ash picked up the key and made his way to the room Brock and Misty rented, with Eevee and Pikachu going after their trainer. Ash then set his backpack on the bed before he began to pack. For the next week, Ash would train harder than ever before. Ash packed food, Pokémon food, his sleeping bag, water and everything into his backpack for his training trip. Alright, you guys all set? Ash asked Pikachu and Eevee as he stood up, strapping on his backpack with the 2 Pokémon in front of him. You bet we are. Pikachu and Eevee called out with enthusiasm, though it would sound like their usual Pokémon cries to humans. The trio soon heard the sound of the door being unlocked and both Brock and Misty walked in, with both of them looking surprised to see Ash pack so many things in his bag. Hey Ash, what are you all packed for? Brock asked the young rainbow hero in confusion at why Ash is packing already. Oh sorry guys, I'm just going off to train to be ready for when I challenge the gym. Ash replied to Brock with a smile, while Pikachu and Eevee climbed up to his shoulders. And you need all of that? Misty said to Ash, pointing at his stuffed backpack with her left hand. Well I'm planning on training for the whole week actually. Ash replied to Misty with a nervous smile, scratching his right cheek with his right hand. A whole week. The two shouted in shock that Ash was gonna spend the whole week training. Yeah, this is the final gym and so I wanna make sure that I win this. Ash said to Misty and Brock with a determined face, clenching his fists with strong determination. Brock and Misty were surprised by how Ash was acting, he had never shown this serious side in all the times they had been traveling with him. Except for the battle against Blaine on Cinnabar Island, there was an odd intensity in his and Charizard's eyes they had never seen. Well then Ash, I wish you good luck. Brock said to his friend with a smile, patting his friend's shoulder with his left hand. Yeah, and see you when you get back. Misty said with a smile as well to the boy that she secretly likes, with Togepi waving at Ash. Thanks you guys. Ash said with a smile, before he held his head down. Also I'm sorry for not telling you guys about the rainbow wing all this time. Ash apologized as he felt bad that he didn't tell Misty and Brock about his secret sooner. Hey it's okay, we both know it isn't an easy memory. Brock said to Ash with a smile with no sign of anger, understanding that it was hard since Ash misses his 2 best friends so much. We're not angry that you didn't tell us about the rainbow wing. We understand that it's a hard memory to remember. Misty said to Ash, carefully choosing the right words to use. Thanks guys. I'll be in the forest if something happens. Ash said to Misty and Brock with a smile, before he took off to the forest to train, with Misty and Brock waving at Ash. Soon Ash was walking around Blackthorn City with Pikachu and Eevee walking next to him, with all of them heading towards the forest. "Hey, did you hear the rumors going on about the Rainbow Hero?" A passing trainer asked another passing trainer, catching Ash's attention as he looked at the two passing trainers. "What, are you kidding? That's just some rumor." The second passing boy replied to the first passing trainer, having heard of the legend of the Rainbow Hero, but doesn't believe that someone was chosen as the hero. "No, it's true. I heard about it from my cousin over in Altimari. They said there was a trainer who used the rainbow wing." His friend replied back to the other trainer, the shock in his tone showing. "What? Are you serious?" The other trainer called out in pure shock that someone was chosen as the Rainbow Hero. Ash looked away from those two trainers, but saw three more trainers talking about the same thing. Ash was surprised that rumors from the incident in Altimari had gotten out already when it's already been just a day. "Pika Pi," Pikachu said in concern, looking up at his partner in concern, knowing how Ash feels. Eevee nuzzled her head against Ash's leg. Both of them could see that Ash was still a bit nervous after hearing about the deeper legends of the Rainbow Hero. He was still unsure if he could perform the task he was intended to do. Ash looked down and smiled at Pikachu and Eevee. "I'm alright. Just surprised to hear that people heard about what happened in Altimari so soon," Ash said to Eevee and Pikachu with a smile, but his eyes show that he was still worried about the deeper legends of the Rainbow Hero. "Anyway, let's forget about all that for now and go train," Ash suggested to Pikachu and Eevee with a smile, getting a cry of agreement from both of them. Soon Ash finally came to a stop in a small forest clearing on the edge of the city that overlooked the water, while being an open area, with Eevee hanging on his right shoulder and Pikachu walking with Ash. "Alright, this is a good spot," Ash said to himself as he held up his right fist. Pulling out two Pokeballs, Ash tossed them into the air. "Come on out," Ash called out with a smile. Out came two of Ash's Pokémon, his Cyndaquil, and Bayleaf. Cyndaquil greeted his trainer with a wave and a small squeak. Bayleaf cried out with joy as she ran over and body slammed Ash, making the Rainbow Hero laugh, while Eevee looked in shock at what just happened. "I'm glad to see you too, Bayleaf," Ash said to Bayleaf with a smile, before he stood up with the grass type giving him some space. "Well guys, the time has come to earn our 8th badge, so we're gonna be training harder than ever to make sure we're ready," Ash told his Pokémon with a smirk, holding up his fist. "Cyndaquil. Quill. Why is Ash training us right now?" Cyndaquil asked Pikachu in confusion, not noticing Eevee who was next to Ash. Pikachu. "Wait and see, it's gonna be good," Pikachu replied mysteriously with a smirk as well, making Cyndaquil look at him confused. "We've also got 3 new members to the team, and I'm gonna introduce them all to you too, and all of us are going to help them train to their full potential," Ash called out to Bayleaf and Cyndaquil. "But it won't just be them, it'll be all of you as well as we push each other to our limits to win that badge, and then win the Silver Conference." The Rainbow Hero continued as all of Ash's Pokémon gave shouts of approval. "Alright, let me introduce you guys to the new members of the team," Ash said as he pulled out his 2 Master Ball. "Okay guys, come on out," Ash called as he tossed the 2 Master Ball into the air, and out came Latios and Latias. Both Bayleaf and Cyndaquil were both shocked by the presences of the 2 legendary Pokémon. "And don't forget Eevee," Ash said with a smile as Eevee jumped onto his head and looked at Cyndaquil and Bayleaf. Eevee called out with a smile on her face and eyes closed, just as Latias nuzzled Ash's face with hers happily, making Bayleaf glare at Latias. "I'm glad to see you too, Latias," Ash said to Latias as he laughed, patting the dragon-type's head, before he looked at Latios, who looked at Bayleaf and Cyndaquil with a look of interest. "You have an interesting team, Ash," Latios said to Ash with a smile, using telepathy for him to understand. "They may not be fully evolved Pokémon, but they're really strong, Latios," Ash told the blue Ian Pokémon with a smile. plus cute. Latias added, using telepathy, making Ash and Latios smile at Latias. Anyway, introductions are needed. Latios, Latias and Eevee, this is Cyndaquil and Bayleaf. Ash said to his 3 new Pokémon with a smile, which Latios, Latias and Eevee looked at Ash's team. Cyndaquil waved nervously to the 3 new members of the team, while Bayleaf just stared at Latias. Latias hovered in front of Bayleaf for a few seconds, before she nuzzled Bayleaf with a smile, surprising Bayleaf, before she nuzzled Latias back with a smile. Latios watched his sister with a smile, before waved his paw at Cyndaquil, before he looked at Ash. Ash, you've already seen what type of moves that Eevee can do, but you don't know what moves that me and Sis know. Latios told Ash, using telepathy for Ash to understand. Ash looked at Latios with a look of understanding, while Eevee jumped down to talk to Pikachu. Oh yeah, could you tell me what moves you and Latias know? Ash asked Latios on what moves that Latios and his sister know, rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. We don't know that many moves. My sister can only use Mist Ball and Psychic, while I just know Luster Purge and Psychic as well. Latios answered Ash's question about what moves he knows, using telepathy. Ash nodded to Latios, but looked confused. I've never heard of Luster Purge or Mist Ball. Are they only moves that you and Latias can use? Ash asked Latios if the moves, Luster Purge and Mist Ball, were moves that only the Ian twins know. Yeah, they're our strongest moves that we can learn. Latios replied to Ash, using telepathy as the rainbow hero nodded in understanding. Ash then looked at everyone with a smile. Alright everyone, it's time that we start training. Ash called out to all his Pokémon, getting cries of agreement from everyone. Ash smiled at all his Pokémon, before he brought out the rainbow wing with his right hand. I'll do my best to be the rainbow hero and crave the new path for humans and Pokémon. Ash said to himself with determination in his eyes, before he looked at his Pokémon, while putting the rainbow wing away. Meanwhile in Pallet Town. Back in Pallet Town, Professor Oak had woken up a little late after staying up a little too late doing some extra research. Yawning to himself, Professor Oak went over to his personal computer that had all of the records of the trainers in Kanto. After entering his password, Professor Oak checked the recent updates on trainers. Then, he remembered his talk with Ash yesterday. Oh right, Ash told me that he would have 3 new Pokémon. Let's see what they are. Professor Oak said to himself, before he started checking his computer. He clicked on Ash's profile and a list of Ash's stats came up. Okay, let's see here. Oak muttered to himself as he started searching. Beginning update on trainer, Ash Ketchum. The computer's voice said to Professor Oak, starting the update. Update complete. Analyzing profile changes. 3 new Pokémon caught. The computer said as Professor Oak looked at the screen. Looks like Ash wasn't kidding around. Professor Oak said to himself with a smile and clicked on one of the new Pokémon. He clicked on one of it and his excitement grew. Whoa, I've never seen this Pokémon before. Professor Oak said as he stared at the picture. The Pokémon was blue and white, mostly white in the neck and a small part of the chest, the rest was a bright blue. The Pokémon had solid-looking wings, 2 small forepaws with 3 claws each, a red triangle in the chest, and a long and slender neck. On its head the Pokémon had a small white raindrop-like shape and the rest of it was blue, except for the underside of the head, which was white. It had pointy ears and bright red eyes. What is this Pokémon? I've never seen it before. Professor Oak said to himself in wonder, rubbing his chin before pulling up the second Pokémon. Now let's see the other one. Professor Oak said as an image of Eevee soon appeared on the screen. So, Ash has caught an Eevee now. It looks like a healthy one at that. The professor said to himself with a smile as he could tell that this Eevee was a healthy one. Professor Oak then brought up the picture of Latias and stared at it in amazement at how Latias looks so much like Latios. My, this one looks like that other one, only smaller and red instead of blue. Just where on earth did Ash find these two Pokémon, along with that EV? Professor Oak said to himself as he rubbed his chin with his left hand, wondering where Ash caught these new Pokémon. Then Professor Oak's lab assistant, Tracy Sketch, walked in. "Good morning, Professor Oak." Tracy greeted friendly to the professor with a smile. "Good morning, Tracy." Professor Oak greeted his assistant with a smile, looking over his right shoulder. "Come here for a second, Tracy," the professor requested, which Tracy walked over and stood beside the professor. "Tell me, do you recognize these Pokémon?" Professor Oak asked Tracy, showing the pictures of Latios and Latias. Tracy took a look at the two magnificent Pokémon on the screen. "No, I'm afraid I don't recognize these Pokémon." "Don't you know what it is, Professor?" Tracy asked Professor Oak if he knew these Pokémon, having never seen them before. "No, I don't, Tracy." Professor Oak replied to Tracy, admitting to himself that he doesn't know these two Pokémon, much to the shock of Tracy. "I've never seen a Pokémon like this before. I wonder where Ash caught it." Oak said to himself as he looked back at the screen, looking at the pictures of Latios and Latias. "Ash caught these two Pokémon, sir?" Tracy asked in surprise to hear that Ash caught these two Pokémon. "Indeed. Ash also caught this one as well." Oak replied to Tracy as he brought up the picture of EV. "Ash caught an EV. Now that's interesting," Tracy said with a smile as he looked at the picture of EV, seeing that it was healthy. "Indeed. It says here that Ash caught this EV yesterday and it's female," Oak said to Tracy with a smile, before he went back to the pictures of Latios and Latias. "Ash also captured these two yesterday as well, but I can't remember ever seeing those two before," Oak said to himself in wonder, trying to remember if he has seen Latios and Latias before. "Maybe you have some books about these two. They look like dragon and psychic types, so there's a start," Tracy suggested to the professor, also wanting to find out about these two Pokémon. "Yes, that would be a good start," Professor Oak said as he did agree about what Tracy said. Oak then got up from his chair and left to do some research about Latios and Latias, while Tracy went back to checking on the Pokémon. Back with Ash. Ash's training with his Pokémon has currently been on for 2 hours and they have made some progress. Eevee learned a new move to replace her quick attack, Cyndaquil learned 2 new moves, Pikachu learned a move to replace Thunder, Bayleaf learned 2 new moves, Latios learned Ice Beam and Latias learned Energy Ball. The training was going very well, with all of Ash's Pokémon showing signs of getting stronger. Right now, Ash was having Latios try to learn a new move at the moment, with the target being a tree with all the other Pokémon watching. "Okay, let's try this again. Latios. Use Dragon Pulse." Ash called out as he held his right hand out, with Latios floating in front of him. "Coo!" Latios called out as he held his mouth open, before a purse of light purple energy came out that took shape as a dragon, before it slammed into the tree doing damage. "Alright Latios, you've learned Dragon Pulse." Ash called out in joy with his fists held up, which Latios turned around to look at Ash with a smile. "It was thanks to you, Ash," Latios said to Ash with a smile, using telepathy for him to understand. Ash's other Pokémon all cried out in joy, but then everyone heard a bang next to the tree that Latios just blasted, getting everyone's attention. Everyone looked to the bushes next to the tree that Latios just blasted, just as a Sizer got up and looked at them. "It's a Sizer." Ash called out in surprise to see a Sizer, while the Bug and Steel type looked at Ash and all his Pokémon, before he stopped at seeing Cyndaquil. "Sizer." Sizer called out as his claws turned to metal, before he flew toward Cyndaquil, making everyone widen their eyes. "Cyndaquil. Quickly, use Smoke Screen." Ash called out to his Fire-type Pokémon. "Cyndaquil." Cyndaquil called out as he breathed out a smokescreen attack that covered himself, along with Bayleaf, Latias, Pikachu and Eevee. Sizer flew into the smoke with its right claw out, but hit nothing, causing the smoke to clear to show Ash's Pokémon not there anymore and next to Ash. What you do that for? Ash questioned Sizer with narrowed eyes and holding his right fist up. Pika Pika. Pikachu called out to the wild Sizer, his eyes narrowed as well. Eevee called out as well with her eyes narrowed. Sizer. Zor. Sizer cried out in response with its claws back to normal. Sizer's saying that he wants to battle Cyndaquil. His goal is to defeat all fire types in the world, and if you win, he'll become your Pokémon. Latios told Ash on what Sizer said, using telepathy for Ash to understand. If it's a battle you want, then you'll get one. Go Cyndaquil. Ash called out as he pointed at Sizer with his left hand's index finger with Cyndaquil charging at Sizer. Ash's Cyndaquil vs Sizer. Let's start with one of your new moves, Cyndaquil. Double kick, go. Ash called out as he told Cyndaquil to use one of his new moves, which the fire type gave out a cry as he jumped into the air, holding his left leg out to Sizer, who turned into doubles of himself, with Cyndaquil going through one. Cyndaquil questioned in shock as he looked around to see the doubles of Sizer surrounding him in a circle. That's Sizer's double team. Ash called out in surprise, with Bayleaf, Pikachu, Latias and Eevee watching in shock. Well, looks like this Sizer has a strong defense strategy for fire types. Latios said to the group as he watched the battle carefully, using telepathy for Ash to understand. Then all the doubles of Sizer disappeared, leaving only the one behind Cyndaquil, who flew towards Cyndaquil with its arms glowing, before he hit Cyndaquil from behind in an X-shaped slash, which the fire type cried out in pain. Cyndaquil. Ash called out in concern, with all his Pokémon watching in worry as Cyndaquil landed on the ground on his stomach. That was X-Scissor. Latios cried out in surprise and widened eyes, using telepathy. Sizer. Sizer cried out as he used double team again to surround Cyndaquil, who was still on the ground in pain. Cyndaquil. You gotta get up to dodge. Ash called out to his fire type to stand, but Cyndaquil wouldn't stand up, having taken so much damage from just one attack. Cyndaquil, please. I believe in you, so don't give up. Ash called out to his fire type with narrowed eyes with all his Pokémon calling out to Cyndaquil to stand up, getting Cyndaquil to stand up, before he gave out a cry as he started glowing white. Everyone gasped in surprise as Cyndaquil grew bigger and longer, before the glow disappeared to reveal Cyndaquil's evolved form, Kalava. Kalava. Kalava said as he opened his red eyes and stood up. Wow, Cyndaquil evolved into Kalava. Ash exclaimed in surprise as all his Pokémon also had surprised looks on their faces, with Sizer having the same look. Kalava. Kalava called out as he got on all four and his flame came to life, before the flame went up into the sky, before the flame rained down on all the Sizers, striking them all and hitting the real one. Sizer. Sizer called out in pain as he was sent to the ground on his back, taking massive damage. That move, it was Eruption. Latios called out in surprise and had wide eyes, using telepathy for Ash to understand with all of Ash's Pokémon cheering for Kalava. Sizer stood up from the ground, facing Kalava with many injuries on his body, before he held his claws out as energy started to be absorbed, before a black energy ball started to appear in Sizer's claws. Heads up, because here comes a hyper beam. Latios cried out, using telepathy for Ash to understand what he's saying, right as Sizer unleashed his black hyper beam attack that was heading towards Kalava. Kalava, quickly use Protect. Ash called out with narrowed eyes as he held his left hand out. Kalava. Kalava called out as a green energy shield appeared around him, shielding him from hyper beam. Pika Pie. Pikachu called out in joy at seeing that Kalava protected himself using Protect. He did it. Latias called out in joy at seeing Kalava use Protect. Now's his chance to end this battle, since Sizer can't move because of hyper beams after effects. Latios cried out for everyone to hear, now seeing this chance to end the battle. Latios was right as Sizer was taking deep breaths from using hyper beam. Alright Kalava, use flamethrower at full power. Ash called out as he held his right hand out. Quilava. Quilava called out as his flame came back to life as Quilava unleashed his flamethrower from his mouth, hitting Caesar head-on and sending the bug and steel flying, till Caesar's back hit against a tree. Caesar slid down to the ground, with swirls in its eyes showing that Caesar can't battle anymore. Ash now. Use one of your new Pokeball. Latios told his friend to capture Caesar. Ash nodded to Latios as he brought out an Ultra Ball from his belt with his right hand. Go Ultra Ball. Ash called out as he threw the Ultra Ball at Caesar, which made contact as Caesar was absorbed into the ball by a red beam. The Ultra Ball started shaking with everyone watching, till the ball stopped with 3 stars appearing above it, before the stars disappeared. Alright, we did it. Ash called out with a smile as he ran towards the Ultra Ball, before he held it up with his right hand. We caught Caesar. Ash called out with a smile, holding his new capture out. Quilava. Quilava called out in joy as he jumped into the air next to his trainer. Bayleaf Pika v Cool. Bayleaf, Pikachu, Eevee and Latias called out in joy as they ran over and congratulate Quilava for his victory, which Quilava thanked them, while rubbing the back of his head with his right hand. Latios floated next to Ash, who looked at his new capture, before the Ultra Ball teleported away, surprising Latios. What just happened? Latios asked in surprise at seeing the Ultra Ball disappear. A trainer can only hold 6 Pokémon at a time, so when they capture a new Pokémon, they get sent to whoever is watching the rest of their Pokémon. Caesar is probably back in Pallet Town in Professor Oak's lap. He'll be safe. Ash explained to Latios with a smile as he looked at Latios. Latios nodded in understanding since it would be unfair if there was no limit to how many Pokémon that a trainer can have. Ash then looked at Quilava, who walked up to him on all 4. You were awesome out there, Cyndaquil. I mean Quilava. Ash said to his new evolved Pokémon with a smile as he knelt down to pat Quilava on the head, making Quilava smile in joy. Ash then looked at all his Pokémon with a smirk. Alright everyone, we're gonna keep on training so Quilava won't outshine you guys, right? Ash called out to all his Pokémon, getting cries of agreement from his Pokémon, making Ash smile. 1 week later. A week has passed since Ash left to train in the forest for his last gym battle, but has went back to the town for supplies, food, and to swap out Quilava and Bayleaf and sometimes, Eevee to train his other Pokémon. During his training, Ash met the gym leader, Claire, and helped her out in 2 situations. Helping her protect a little Dratini and help it evolve when Team Rocket tried to catch it and help calm down Claire's Dragonite when it went on a rampage from Team Rocket being idiots again. When Dragonite went on her rampage, Ash used Latios to help out, but didn't use Mega Evolution. Claire thanked Ash on both situations and looked forward to battling Ash soon and left him to his training. Ash has also captured some new Pokémon as well. He captured a male Nidoran that soon evolved into Nidorino. Also a Hitmonlee that was wild after its trainer abandoned it. Earning Hitmonlee's trust was hard, but Ash succeeded. Ash also trained Pikachu, Eevee, Latios and Latias very hard and soft as well, with the 3 Pokémon getting stronger as well. Back in Pallet Town, Professor Oak has pretty much stayed up the whole week doing research on Latios and Latias, while Tracy took care of the Pokémon. The Kanto professor only found out that Latios and Latias knew special moves that only they can learn called Luster Purge and Mist Ball, but couldn't find anything else. Right now, he was sitting at his table, doing research on Latios and Latias on his computer before he finally gave in. Oh, I give up. Professor Oak called out as he held his arms in the air, before he lied down on his desk with his head on his table. No matter how much research I do on these 2 mysterious Pokémon, I can't find out anything about them. It's like they're not from Kanto or Jado. Professor Oak whispered to himself as he tried so hard, but couldn't find out anything. Professor Oak then leaned back on his chair. That's it. I'm calling Professor Elm and see what he knows. Oak said to himself as he started typing on his computer to call his old friend and see what he knows. Soon the screen on his computer showed Professor Elm in his research lab, looking at Professor Oak with a smile. "Oh, hello, Professor Oak." Professor Elm greeted his college with a smile on his face. "Hello to you too, Professor Elm. How goes your research?" Professor Oak replied to Professor Elm with a smile. "My research is going great. I've found reason to believe that there is another type for Pokémon called fairy types." Professor Elm replied to Oak, telling him about his research so far. "Oh, now that is something amazing." Professor Oak said to Professor Elm with a smile, interested in fairy types. "Indeed, I've found out that a Jigglypuff and even Clefairy are fairy-type Pokémon." Professor Elm replied to Professor Oak with a smile, telling him what he knows so far. "Oh, Jigglypuff and Clefairy are fairy types. Now that's a rare find," Professor Oak said with an impressed look on his face. "Anyway, Elm, I need your help with something. Would you mind lending a hand?" Oak asked his college for some help that he needs. Professor Elm looked at Oak with a confused look. "What is it, Professor Oak?" Professor Elm asked his college on what he needs help with. "Recently one of my trainers has caught some very interesting Pokémon and I've searched every single archive in the Kanto region and yet, I can't find any details on these Pokémon." Professor Oak explained to Elm, cutting straight to the point. Something the legendary Professor Oak can't figure out. Professor Elm said in mock shock as he showed a shocked face. "I should record this for future generation." Elm snickered to himself with his eyes closed, earning a glare from Professor Oak. "All joking aside, I'll see if I can help you out. Send me a copy of them and I'll see what I can do," Professor Elm said to Oak as he stopped snickering. "Okay." Professor Oak nodded to Elm and began typing on his computer. "Okay, upload complete and you should be getting the file now," Professor Oak said to Elm as he finished the upload. "Yeah, I got it," Professor Elm said to Oak and began going through the files, before his eyes got steadily wider and wider until they threatened to spill over his glasses. "Professor," Elm said in disbelief as he looked back at Oak. "Do you not realize who these two are?" Elm asked in a shocked voice. "I'm sure if I did, I wouldn't have troubled you," Professor Oak replied to Elm, even though he looked surprised at Elm's reaction. "These two Pokémon are legendary Pokémon," Professor Elm said to the now shocked Professor Oak. "They're known as the two Ian dragons Latios and Latias. The red one is Latias and the blue one is Latios. They're extremely rare Pokémon. The only one I know of who has ever set eyes on these two is Professor Birch, since these two are mostly native to Hoenn, and even then they are so rare that it is nearly impossible to find them." Elm explained about Latios and Latias to Professor Oak. "And yet somehow Ash managed to catch both of them." Professor Oak said in awe that Ash caught two legendary Pokémon. "Someone managed to catch these two?" Professor Elm asked in shock at finding out that somehow someone captured these two legendary Pokémon. "A young trainer of mine named Ash Ketchum," Professor Oak said to Elm, who remembered the young trainer. "Last I heard from him, he just left the city of Altimari in the Jado region. Now I hear that he's on his way to Blackthorn City to earn his final badge for the Jado League Silver Conference." Professor Oak explained to Elm about Ash's progress. "I see," Professor Elm said to himself as he held his chin with his left hand. "Excuse me, Professor, but I need to go and cancel some appointments," Elm said to Oak, getting a confused look from Oak. "Whatever for?" Professor Oak asked his college about why he needs to cancel some appointments. "If what you say is true, then Ash is going to be competing in the Silver Conference for sure, and there is no way I'm going to miss a legendary Pokémon in action," Professor Elm replied to Professor Oak, before he disappeared off the screen, leaving Ash's profile still on the screen. Professor Oak stared for a few seconds in silence. "Tracy," Professor Oak called out to his assistant. "Yes, Professor," Tracy called back, running into the room. "Cancel all my appointments for next month," Professor Oak said to Tracy as he started packing for the Silver Conference. "I have something special to be attending next month." Oak told Tracy, before he left the room. Okay, sir. Tracy replied to the professor, going off to cancel a lot of appointments. Back in Blackthorn City gym. In Blackthorn City, Misty and Brock were waiting outside the Blackthorn City gym, with both of them having their bags on and Misty holding Togepi. Ash had called them earlier today, saying he would meet them there today since his whole training week has come to an end. Where do you think Ash is? He's taking a while. Misty asked the Pokémon breeder on where their young friend is, having missed him. Don't worry, Misty, I'm sure Ash will be here. Brock said to Misty with a smile, having faith in Ash to come as he said. Hey guys, over here. A familiar voice called out, making them both looked over to see Ash running towards them from the forest with Pikachu and Eevee riding on his shoulders, but Ash was wearing a complete different outfit. It is the same outfit from the 21 movie. Both were surprised to see Ash had changed his outfit so much, with the rainbow hero looking happy and has gotten a little taller, now the same height as Misty. Hey Ash. Welcome back. Misty called out to the rainbow hero, waving her right hand in the air. What's with the new clothes? Brock asked Ash about his new outfit, just as he stopped in front of them. Just felt like having a change. Ash said to Misty and Brock, looking over his new clothes, once again holding a secret from his two friends. Ash has kept this outfit since his adventure in Fura City and has finally felt like wearing it again. Not bad at all. Misty said with a slight blush on her face, finding Ash's new look handsome and cute. How was your training? Brock asked Ash about his training with his Pokémon. It was great. We all got a whole lot stronger and learned new moves as well. Right, you 2-foot. Ash replied to Brock with a smirk, before he looked at Pikachu and Eevee on his shoulders. Pika V. Both Pikachu and Eevee called out with a smile, having become a whole lot stronger. Well, we'll see how strong you guys have gotten. Misty said to Ash with a smile, which Ash nodded to her, before he started walking into the gym with Brock and Misty following him, but caught sight of Ash's keystone on his left glove. Ash then knocked on the door 2 times, before the same old man that Ash met before opened the door. Ah, Ash. Right on time, Claire has been waiting for you. Please come in. The old man said as he opened the door fully and led everyone to the battlefield, where Claire was waiting. Claire is wearing her outfit from the show in Master Quest. Claire smiled when she saw Ash on the other half of the battlefield, while Misty and Brock watched from the sidelines. Well Ash, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Claire said to Ash with a smirk on her face. That makes 2 of us. Ash said with a smirk on his face. Guess they must have met before. Misty said to Brock, having taken notice of Ash and Claire's talk. Why does Ash always get the beautiful girl's attention? Brock called out as he started shedding tears of sadness, making Misty sigh as she held on to Togepi. This will be a 3-3 battle. Whoever defeats all 3 trainers' Pokémon wins the battle and only the challenger can substitute his Pokémon. The old man explained as he held a red and green flag in his hands, being the referee for this battle. Ash then looked down at the battlefield and saw square-shaped water in the middle of the land battlefield. Battle began. The old man called out as he held his flags up. Kingdra. You're up. Claire called out as she threw a Pokeball that released a Kingdra in the water, who gave out a cry. Kingdra, huh? Ash questioned as he looked at Claire's Kingdra, already telling that it was powerful. Eevee called out as she was on Ash's left side, glare at Kingdra, getting Ash's attention. Alright then, you're up Eevee. Ash called out as he held his right hand out, pointing at Kingdra with his index finger as Eevee ran to the battlefield. Ash and Eevee, plus 2 more Pokémon versus Claire and Kingdra, plus 2 more Pokémon. So you're gonna use Eevee, huh? Well, let us see how she does. Kingdra. Use Hydro Pump. Claire called out as she gave Kingdra a command, who fired a Hydro Pump from its mouth. Dodge Eevee, then use Shadow Ball. Ash called out as he gave Eevee a command. EEV. Evie called out as she jumped into the air to dodge Hydro Pump, before she charged and fired a shadow ball from her mouth, which hit Kingdra, who had his eyes closed in pain. Kingdra. Don't give in and use Twister. Claire called out as she gave Kingdra a new command, who used his ears to create a twister, which trapped Evie inside, who fought hard to not get blown away from the ground. Evie. Brock and Misty called out in deep concern for Evie, while Ash kept his cool. You gotta break through that, Evie. Ash called out to Evie with narrowed eyes, which the normal type heard as she fought hard to keep still. Soon Evie started to glow white, making everyone gasp as they saw Evie glow. However, the twister then glowed blue, before it went towards Kingdra, striking the water and dragon type, sending him back. Kingdra. Claire called out in concern as Kingdra shook off the damage and stayed in the water. Everyone then looked back at Evie, just as the glowing disappeared to reveal an Espion in Evie's place. Espion. Espion called out with a smile as she stood up. Evie evolved into Espion. Ash called out in joy at seeing Evie evolve. Pika Pie. Pikachu called out in joy at seeing Espion all right. Now things have started going Ash's way. Misty said with a smile at seeing Evie evolve into Espion. Yeah, and not only that, Espion even learned Psychic. Brock said with a smile and arms crossed. That won't stop us. Kingdra, use Swift. Claire called out as she held her right hand out as Kingdra unleashed his swift attack from his mouth. Counter that with your Swift, then use Trump card. Ash called out as he held his right hand out, just as Espion unleashed her own swift attack from her mouth. Both swift attacks collided and caused a huge explosion that covered Ash's side of the field. Oh no. Now I can't see. Claire whispered to herself, not being able to see Ash. However, a trump card attack came from the smoke and collided with Kingdra, sending the evolved Pokémon back. Kingdra, no. Claire called out with widened eyes as Kingdra started taking deep breaths. Soon the smoke cleared to show Espion, who hasn't taken any damage from Swift. Esp. Espion said with a smile as she readied herself, with Ash smirking. Claire gave a low growl, before she held her right hand out. Kingdra, get in close with agility. Claire called out as she gave her next command, with Kingdra charging towards Espion, who didn't show any panic. Ash smirked as Kingdra started getting closer. Now, attract. Ash called out to Espion, who smirked before she winked her left eye as hearts came out and started surrounding the now confused Kingdra, before they got absorbed with Kingdra now having hearts in his eyes. Kingdra. Claire called out in shock at what just happened, with Kingdra not responding. Good move, now Kingdra's too much in love to attack. Brock said with a smile on his face at seeing this move. Ash is doing better than I thought. Misty said to herself with a smile in amazement at seeing how Ash is doing. Now Espion, Psychic at full power. Ash called out as he held his right hand out as Espion's eyes glowed blue, before the water below Kingdra formed into a tornado with the water and dragon type inside. My Kingdra. Claire called out with wide eyes as the tornado disappeared to show Kingdra floating in the water on his back, with swirls in its eyes. Kingdra is unable to battle. Espion wins. The old man called out as he held out the green flag to Ash, who held his right fist up in triumph, while Espion cried out in joy as she did a backflip. Claire's Kingdra defeated, leaving 2 Pokémon left. Alright, Espion did it. Misty called out with a smile at seeing Espion win the battle. Ash just needs to defeat Claire's last 2 Pokémon, then he'll win the whole thing. Brock said with a smile at seeing Ash do so well. Toj. Togepi said with a smile as she enjoyed the battle. Claire looked at her Pokeball in her left hand that she used to return Kingdra. Kingdra. You did your best out there, for that I'm grateful. Claire said to the Pokeball with a smile, before she put it away in her cap, before she brought out another Pokeball. Go Gyarados. Claire called out as she threw the Pokeball that released her Gyarados, who roared as it appeared in the water, making Espeon flinch. Battle began. The old man called out as he held the flags up again. Battle, Espeon vs Gyarados. Gyarados, use Bite Attack. Claire called out as she gave her command, with Gyarados charging towards Espeon to bite the Psychic type. Jump to dodge at the last second. Then use Trump card. Ash called out to Espeon, telling her what move to use. Espeon looked back at Ash and nodded to him, before she looked back at Gyarados that was charging towards her. At the last second, Espeon jumped into the air right as Gyarados was about to hit her with Bite. Yes, Peon. Espeon called out as she released her trump card attack that made contact and sent Gyarados back into the water. Don't give in, Gyarados. Use Hydro Pump. Claire called out to her Gyarados on what attack to use, which Gyarados raised up from the water, before she unleashed her Hydro Pump attack. Send it back with Psychic. Ash called out as he told Espeon what move to use. Espeon's eyes glowed blue as the Hydro Pump glowed blue as well, before it was sent back at Gyarados, striking Gyarados hard. Now use Swift. Ash called out with a smirk on his face as Espeon opened her mouth and fired her Swift attack, hitting Gyarados in the head and dealing damage and more damage as Swift continued to hit Gyarados. Alright, go Espeon. Misty called out for the Psychic-type Pokemon with a smile, with Togepi cheering as well. Pika Pie. Pikachu also called out to Espeon, encouraging her to do her best. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Claire shouted out. With narrowed eyes and held her left hand out as Gyarados' eyes shot open, before she charged a Hyper Beam in her mouth, before she fired it at Espeon, who couldn't dodge in time and took the attack. Espeon was sent crashing into the wall behind Ash. Espeon. Ash called out in concern for the Physic type, who didn't get up and had swirls in her eyes. Espeon is unable to battle. Gyarados wins. The old man called out as he held the red flag to Claire's side, which Gyarados gave out a roar of victory. Good work, Gyarados. Claire said to Gyarados with a smile and her right hand on her hip. Victor, Gyarados. Ash ran over to Espeon and picked her up in his arms. You were awesome, Espeon. Ash said to his new Psychic type with a smile, with Espeon looking up at Ash with a smile. Espeon. Espeon said to Ash with a smile, which Ash smiled back, before it brought out an oran berry and held it in front of Espeon, which Espeon started eating to regain her strength. Pika Pie. Pikachu said to Espeon with a smile, which Espeon returned with a wink, making Pikachu blush. Ash then put Espeon back on the ground, before he went back to his side of the field. Pikachu, show them what you're made of. Ash called out with a smirk as he held his left fist out. Pika. Pikachu called out with a smirk as he jumped into the field, facing Gyarados, who roared at Pikachu, who didn't flinch. Battle began. The old man called out as he held the flags up. Pikachu vs Gyarados. Pikachu, let's start off with Iron Tail. Ash called out with a smirk as he held his right hand out. Pika. Pikachu called out as his tail turned into iron, before he disappeared from sight, making Gyarados' eyes widen before the eclectic mouse reappeared above the water and flying type and slammed his tail on Gyarados' head, sending it to the water and dealing damage. What speed! Claire called out with widened eyes at seeing how fast Pikachu is. Pikachu was nowhere near as fast as he is now than a week ago. Misty called out in shock at seeing how fast Pikachu is, while the electric type stood on all four in front of Ash, with Espeon watching on the Rainbow Hero's right side. Guess Ash's training week really paid off. Brock said with a smile at seeing more results of Ash's training. Gyarados. Hydro Pump. Claire shouted out as she gave her command, which Gyarados unleashed her Hydro Pump from her mouth that was heading towards Pikachu, who didn't bother trying to dodge as the Hydro Pump was getting closer. Ash watched as the Hydro Pump was getting closer to Pikachu, before he smirked. Pikachu. Charge into that Hydro Pump with Volt Tackle. Ash called out with a smirk, before he held his right fist out to the sky, making everyone widen their eyes at what he said. Pika 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 Pikachu. Pikachu called out as he started running towards the hydro pump, before he was covered in yellow electricity, charging into the hydro pump and going in. Pikachu ran inside the hydro pump, before he jumped straight at Gyarados' head, causing a powerful explosion that forced everyone to cover their eyes, while Ash just held his cap with his right hand, not bothered by the attack. Soon the smoke disappeared to reveal Gyarados floating in the water with swirls in her eyes, while Pikachu was in the water, smirking before he jumped out and back onto the land side of the field. Gyarados is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner. The old man called out as he raised the green flag to Ash and Pikachu's side, announcing their victory. Victor, Pikachu. You were awesome, Pikachu. Ash called out with a smirk on his face, which Pikachu gave his best friend the thumbs up and a wink to Espeon, making Espeon blush. Amazing, of all the things that I was expecting, Volt Tackle was not one of them. Brock said in amazement at seeing Pikachu use Volt Tackle. I don't know how Pikachu learned that move, but it was amazing. Misty said with a smile at seeing how Ash and Pikachu are doing. Togepi. Togepi called out with a smile on her face. Claire returned her Gyarados to her Pokeball with a smile and looked at it. You were magnificent, Gyarados. I'm proud of you. Claire said to the Pokeball with a smile, before she put the Pokeball away and brought out another one. Dragonair, the time has come. Claire cried out as she threw the Pokeball that released her Dragonair, which appeared in the water. Air. Dragonair called out as she sparkled. This will be a tough 1 foot. Brock said to Misty as he could tell that Dragonair is powerful. Dragonair is a dragon type and electric type moves aren't very effective. Misty said in worry for Ash, knowing that this was not a good matchup. Even Togepi looked worried for Ash and Pikachu. Ash on the other hand, looked excited, with Pikachu feeling the same. Battle began. The old man called out as he raised both flags, signaling the battle. Pikachu vs Dragonair. Dragonair, use Hyper Beam. Claire called out as she held her left hand out, which Dragonair unleashed a Hyper Beam attack from her horn. Use Quick Attack to dodge and get in close. When you're in close, use Iron Tail. Ash called out to Pikachu on what move to use. Pikachu glowed white, before he charged in, dogging the Hyper Beam and getting in close. Dodge by hiding in the water. Claire called out as she gave her command, which Dragonair dived into the water. Pikachu, conduct electricity in your tail and use Iron Tail on the water. Ash called out to Pikachu, holding his left fist out. Pikachu. Pikachu cried out as his tail turned into metal with electricity surrounding the tail, before he slammed his tail into the water, sending electricity through the whole water, making Dragonair come out of the water, crying out in pain. Dragonair. Claire called out in concern for her dragon type. Quickly, use Volt Tackle. Ash called out as he held his right hand out with Pikachu charging up another Volt Tackle and slammed into Dragonair's chest, dealing more damage. Iron Tail, before Pikachu gets away. Claire shouted out, giving her command as Dragonair opened her eyes, before her tail turned to metal and slammed it into Pikachu, making the electric mouse Pokémon cry out in pain as he was sent to the land side of the field on his back. Pikachu. Ash called out for his best friend with widened eyes. Espeon. Espeon called out in concern for Pikachu as well. Finish this with Hyper Beam. Claire cried out as Dragonair charged up another Hyper Beam, before she unleashed it, making contact with Pikachu and causing an explosion. The explosion cleared to show Pikachu on his back with swirls in his eyes. Pikachu. Ash shouted out as he ran to Pikachu with Espeon running with him. And Pikachu was so close. Misty said in sadness at seeing Pikachu close to victory, but lost. But Ash has done well, weakening Dragonair by this much. Now Ash has a good chance at winning. Brock said with a smile, seeing how well Ash has been doing so far. Pikachu is unable to battle. Dragonair wins. The old man called out as he raised the red flag to Claire. Victor, Dragonair. Ash placed Pikachu on the ground next to him, with Ash, Espeon and Pikachu on Ash's trainer's side of the field. You did great, Pikachu, I'm proud of you. Ash said to his best friend with a smile as he stood up, which Pikachu gave a thumbs up, with Espeon liking Pikachu's check, making the electric mouse smile and blush. Ash then looked back at Claire and Dragonair, with the gym leader smirking. I'll admit that this battle has been a very enjoyable battle, Ash, but it's time that we end this. Claire called out to Ash, smiling in enjoyment from her battle with the Rainbow Hero. Yup, with me walking away with that gym badge. Ash called out to Claire with a smirk, before he brought out one of his Master Ball in his right hand. Go, Latios. Ash called out as he held his right hand back, before he threw the Master Ball, which released Latios, who gave out a cry and floated in the sky with his scarf blowing in the breeze, glaring at Dragonair. Finally, my turn. Latios thought to himself as he smirked, feeling excitement at finally battling Claire and her Dragonair. So you finally brought out Latios. Dragonair and I are gonna enjoy this. Claire called out with a smile, which Dragonair gave out a cry. So are we, Claire. Latios and I are gonna win this, right, Latios? Ash called out with a smile as he held up his right fist, which Latios gave out a cry. Final battle began. The old man called out as he raised both flags up. Latios versus Dragonair. Dragonair. Twister, let's go. Claire called out as she held her right hand out, which Dragonair's orb glowed, before a twister appeared in front of Dragonair that was starting to head towards Latios. Ash looked at the twister, before he looked at Latios, who looked at Ash over his left shoulder. Let's do this, Ash. Latios called out to Ash with a smirk, using telepathy for Ash to hear. Ash nodded back to Latios with a smirk, before he looked at the twister. Pokémon Heroes of Hoenn music play. Use Ice Beam, Latios. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, which Latios opened his mouth with a light blue orb appearing, before Latios unleashed the Ice Beam attack that went towards the twister, easily overpowering it and hitting Dragonair in the chest, making the dragon-type cry out in pain. Dragonair. Claire called out in concern for her dragon-type, who was struggling to stay conscious. Ash and Latios smirked at seeing Dragonair struggle to stay conscious. Latios, use Luster Purge at full power. Ash called out with a smirk as he held his left fist out as Latios started to gather light purple energy in his mouth. Quickly, use Hyper Beam. Claire called out in concern as Dragonair unleashed her Hyper Beam from her horn, right as Latios fired his Luster Purge attack, with both attacks slamming into each other and struggling to overpower each other. We're gonna reach the top together and nothing's gonna stop us, right, Latios? Ash called out with a smirk, which Latios smirked back. Right, Ash? Nothing will keep us from the top. Latios shouted out, which everyone heard as his using cry, but Ash understood as he held his left fist up into the sky, with Ash's keystone sparkling. Full power, Latios. Ash cried out with a smile as Latios's eyes widened as he put more power into it as his Luster Purge attack got bigger and started overpowering Dragonair's Hyper Beam attack, before Luster Purge made contact and caused a powerful explosion. Dragonair. Claire shouted out in worry as everyone waited for the smoke to clear. Soon after a few seconds, the smoke cleared to reveal Dragonair floating in the water with swirls in her eyes. Dragonair is unable to battle. The winner is Latios, so Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town wins. The old man called out as he raised the green flag to Ash and Latios. Theme music end. Victor, Ash and Latios. Alright, we did it. Ash called out in joy as he jumped into the air, before he ran over to Latios and hugged him around the neck, making Latios smile, with Pikachu and Espeon jumping on Latios's back. You were awesome, Latios. Ash said to Latios with a bright smile on his face. Pika. Espeon. Pikachu and Espeon said to Latios with happy smiles as well. Thanks guys. Though I wish that I had more of a chance to battle. Latios said to Ash, Pikachu and Espeon with a smile, using telepathy for them to understand. Brock and Misty ran up to Ash and his Pokémon, with both companions smiling at their young friend. Ash, that was incredible. Misty said in amazement at how well Ash has done in his last gym battle, thinking that Ash would have had more trouble doing it. Your training has really paid off. Brock said to Ash with a smile, amazed at how he battles now. Ash, Latios, Pikachu and Espeon smiled at their friends, before they turned to see Claire and the old man walked up to them. Ash, that battle was one of the greatest battles that I've ever experienced. For that, I thank you. It's my honor to present to you, the Rising Badge. Claire said to Ash with a smile as she held her right hand out to Ash, with the Rising Badge in her hand. Ash picked up his Rising Badge with his right hand's index and thumb with a smile. Alright, we just got the Rising Badge. Ash called out in joy as he held up his new badge in joy. Pika Pi Espeon. Coo! Pikachu, Espeon and Latios called out in joy as well at finally winning their last gym battle. Ash opened the right side of his jacket, where his other badges were and placed the Rising Badge in his jacket. That makes all 8 gym badges. Brock said to Ash with a smile. That means that you can enter the Jado League Silver Conference. Claire said to Ash with a smile, getting the Rainbow Hero's attention. The Jado League Silver Conference is being held at Silver Town in 1 month. The old man told Ash with a smile, getting him to nod in thanks. Soon our heroes were outside the Blackthorn City gym, with Ash looking at all his badges with Latios, Pikachu and Espeon still out. Finally, all 8 badges. Ash whispered to himself in joy, with all 3 Pokémon smiling at their trainer. Brock and Misty were smiling at Ash as well, with Togepi asleep. Hey Ash, maybe you should head to Silver Town on Latios before us. Brock suggested to the Rainbow Hero, getting everyone's attention. Are you okay with that? I mean, I've already spent a week away training from you guys. Ash replied to Brock, not sure if he should leave Misty and Brock behind to fly over to Silver Town on Latios. We'll be alright Ash. Besides, a week of training seemed to mature you a bit, so maybe a month away from us could help you mature more. Misty joked with a smile, getting everyone to chuckle. Okay, but you guys better be there in a month. Ash said to Misty and Brock with a smile, which they nodded to Ash with a smile. Brock then gave Ash a map and guild book. These should help you during your time away from us and help you get to Silver Town. Brock said to Ash with a smile, with Ash taking the book and map. Ash and Brock shook hands, while Ash gave Misty a hug, which she blushed at, but returned the hug. Soon Ash hopped on Latios's back, with Pikachu and Espeon on his shoulders. Bye guys. See you in a month. Ash said to Misty and Brock with a smile, waving at them with Brock and Misty waving back at Ash. Soon Latios took off into the sky, heading towards Silver Town with Ash, Pikachu and Espeon holding on, with Misty and Brock watching their young rainbow hero fly away, hoping that he'll be alright on his own. Chapter 4, The Silver Conference. It has been a whole month since Ash separated from Misty and Brock to sign up for the Silver Conference and Ash has been busy. During the whole month of training for the Silver Conference, Ash has kept traveling around in Jado and sometimes back to Kanto. Ash has even done a favor for Professor Elm by picking up 2 Pokémon eggs for him in New Bark Town and even seeing his Lapras again. Lapras came to New Bark Town with his family to visit. Lapras had fun with Ash during their time together and decided to rejoin Ash in his journey again. Lapras's mother agreed to let Lapras travel with Ash again because she trusts Ash to take care of her child, with both Ash and Lapras happy to be together again. Ash took the 2 Pokémon eggs to deliver them to Professor Elm, but during his trip there, both eggs hatched into 2 Larvatars. One was a happy and energetic type, while the other seemed like it gave up on life. It took time, but Ash, Pikachu, Espeon, Latias and the other Larvitar got Larvitar to give life a chance, with the interference of Team Losers, Team Rocket. Professor Elm asked Ash to take the 2 Larvitars to their homeland Mount Silver. Ash agreed and took the two Larvatars to Mount Silver, while have adventures with them as well. When they got to Mount Silver, they met the quiet Larvatar's mother and got her trust, even though she tried to blast them with Hyper Beam. Ash, with the help of Pikachu, Espeon and the fun Larvitar took care of the poachers that tried to catch Tyranitar and Larvitar and sent them to jail. In the end, the quiet Larvitar decided to stay with his mother, while the fun Larvitar decided to stay with Ash, making Ash happy that the fun Larvitar decided to stay. During his time in Kanto, Ash found his Pidgeot again and Pidgeot joined Ash again, making Ash super happy to have his old friend back. Ash even went to see Primeape again. The fighting type was doing great with Primeape joining Ash again, with Ash happy to have his friend back. Ash trained all his Pokémon in his travels, while catching a few new ones. Ash revived a Kabuto that evolved into Kabutops, a Ponyta that evolved into Rapidash, and a shiny Magnemite that evolved into Magneton, an Ampharos, Skarmory, and an Ursaring. When Ash was traveling through the seas, he found an island full of Dratini, Dragonair and Dragonite. All of them were good Pokémon, and Ash met a sad Dragonair that couldn't fly. Ash decided to help the Dragonair to learn how to fly. First he watched how other Dragonair learned how to fly by learning Dragon Dance, so he helped taught the sad Dragonair to learn Dragon Dance. It took a while, but Dragonair mastered Dragon Dance and could fly now. Ash was happy for the Dragonair and stayed for a while. When Ash was about to leave, Dragonair followed him, wanting to join him on his adventures. Ash was more than glad to catch Dragonair, happy to have a new family member. During a visit in Vermilion City, Ash found an abandoned house. Curious, Ash went inside and found that a Gengar was the source, who scared people off for fun. Wanting to know why, Ash stayed for a while to hear Gengar's tale. The Ghost type's trainer told him to wait here for him to come back, but it has been a long time now. Ash, after hearing Gengar's tale, left to find the Ghost type's trainer, bringing the Ghost and Poison type with him. They managed to find him and learned the truth that Gengar's old trainer never had the intention to return for his Pokémon. Disgusted, Ash told him to leave and never come near Gengar again. Heartbroken at how his trainer abandoned him, Gengar disappeared. Ash searched for the Ghost and Poison type and found him at the docks. Ash, feeling sad for Gengar, stayed with him for a while, before he asked Gengar if he wanted to join him. At first Gengar didn't trust Ash, but Team Loser showed up and tried to capture the fully evolved Pokémon, but Ash and Pikachu prevented them. Pikachu and Gengar tag-teamed and blasted Team Rocket off. After the battle, Gengar saw how Ash was different than his old trainer and asked to be a part of his team. Ash accepted and promised Gengar that he'll never abandon him like his last trainer. A few of Ash's old Pokémon have evolved as well. Ash's Phanpy evolved into Donphan, Totodile evolved into Croconaw, Bayleaf evolved into Meganium, even Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur. Ash's new Larvitar evolved into Pupitar as well, and Ash found a moon stone for his Nidorino to evolve into Nidoking. During Ash's travels, he's found more Mega Stones as well for his Pokémon as well. Ash found a Mega Stone for a Venusaur, a Mega Stone for Blastoise, a Charizard Mega Stone for his Charizard, one for Heracross, another stone for a Tyranitar, finally a Mega Stone for Pidgeot. Ash even met up with Kazi when she was trying to catch an Elekid. Ash has done a lot in the month leading to the Silver Conference and made lots of time to train all of his Pokémon. Ash did ask his Ivysaur on why he evolved, which Ivysaur explained that he wants to get as strong as he can for Ash since Ash decided to change, so he decided to evolve for his trainer as well. Ash accepted Ivysaur's reason and kept training it. Ash even went to the Cherasific Valley to pick up Charizard to train with his old friend, which Charizard happily agreed to, and they made huge progress. Ash trained Latios and Latias as much as he can as well, which both EN Pokémon became Ash's strongest Pokémon, with Latios holding the title of strongest ever. Even Pikachu and Espeon got stronger as well, with Espeon making lots of flirting moves on Pikachu, even on a practice battle, making Pikachu lose focus and blush. Now the time for the Johto League Silver Conference has arrived and Ash was ready for it, training as hard as he could. Ash has been living in the forest since he arrived at Silver Town a week ago and only went to town for food, water and to swap out his Pokémon when he needed to. During Ash's time, he has missed Misty and Brock, feeling like it was the same thing that he went through when he separated from Verity and Sorrel. Right now, Ash was walking around Silver Town in his new outfit, since the Silver Conference starts tonight, so Ash had the rest of the day to himself before the big event tonight and battles for 48 of the 200 to enter. Ash was currently walked around the town, eating a cheeseburger in his right hand, with Pikachu and Espeon on his shoulders, with Espeon on his right and Pikachu on his left shoulder. Latios and Latias are currently exploring the town, while staying invisible for no one to see them. Tonight, the Silver Conference starts, and there's no way I'm gonna lose, but I have to be one of the 48 out of 200 trainers to enter first. Ash thought to himself as he finished his cheeseburger. However, Ash looked ahead of him to see his old friend Mr. Goodshow giving out balloons to children, making Ash widen his eyes in surprise. "Hey, it's Mr. Goodshow." Ash called out in surprise at seeing the director of the Pokémon League. Pika. Pikachu also called out in surprise at seeing Mr. Goodshow as well. Espeon. Espeon said in confusion as she tilted her head in confusion at who this old man is. Pika Pie. Pikachu. Pikachu said to Espeon with a smile, telling her that he'll tell her about Mr. Goodshow later. "Hey, Mr. Goodshow, it's me Ash." Ash called out with his left arm in the air, getting Mr. Goodshow's attention, who smiled at Ash. Well, if it isn't my old friend Ash." Mr. Goodshow said with a smile as Ash walked up to him. "I'm surprised to see you out here, giving out balloons." Ash said to Mr. Goodshow with a smile, happy to see an old friend. "Well, I thought that I should do something else than just staying in my office, so I decided to give out balloons." Mr. Goodshow said to Ash with a smile, telling him why he's out here. Mr. Goodshow then took notice of Ash's Espeon. "My, that's a healthy-looking Espeon that you got on your shoulder, Ash." Mr. Goodshow said to Ash with a smile, knowing that Ash's Espeon looks very healthy. "Thanks Mr. Goodshow, I've known Espeon ever since she was an EV." Ash replied to Mr. Goodshow with a smile, telling him about Espeon, while rubbing Espeon's head with his right hand, making the psychic-type smile. Mr. Goodshow gave a gentle laugh. "I look forward to see your Espeon in action in the Silver Conference. Good luck out there, Ash." Mr. Goodshow said to Ash with a smile, before he went off to give out more balloons, leaving Ash smiling as he watched Mr. Goodshow give out balloons. Espeon. "He's a nice man." Espeon said to Ash with a smile, with Ash understanding her words since he can now understand Pokémon from his training. "He is, Espeon. Let's head back to the Pokémon Center and get ready for the Silver Conference." Ash said to Espeon and Pikachu with a smile, getting cries of agreement from Pikachu and Espeon. Ash then started walking back to the Pokémon Center and to his room, which he got 3 days ago, which was quite nice. However, as Ash continued walking back to the Pokémon Center, Ash heard Misty's voice calling out, "Ash," getting Ash, Pikachu and Espeon to turn around to see Misty and Brock running up to him, with Togepi in Misty's hands. Misty. Brock. Pika Pie. Esp. Ash, Pikachu and Espeon called out in joy as Ash ran towards Misty and Brock, with Misty and Brock doing the same. Soon, Ash, Misty and Brock got together and hugged each other. "It's so great to see you too." Ash called out in joy as he hugged Misty and Brock, happy to see his friends again. "Same to you, it's been too quiet without you." Misty said to Ash with a smile and her checks read a little. "It's been a long month since we split up. We've got a lot to tell you." Brock said to Ash with a smile, while Ash held his right hand's index finger to Togepi, which the baby Pokémon laughing as she held Ash's finger. "I've got a few things to tell you too as well, but maybe later because I have a match to get to." Ash said to Misty and Brock with a smile, before he started walking away, getting Misty and Brock confused as they followed Ash. It turns out that only 48 trainers out of the 200 are allowed to enter, so they have to face 3 different opponents to enter the main tournament. They mostly have to win as much of their matches are possible, so I gotta win my matches, which the first one is starting in 15 minutes. Ash explained to Misty and Brock without looking at them, having his hands in his jacket's pockets, but brought out the guidebook and threw it over his shoulder to Brock, which Brock quickly cashed it. Brock and Misty quickly read through the guidebook and saw that Ash was telling the truth. Ash, Misty, Brock, Espeon and Pikachu made it to the battlefields, where many trainers were battling. Misty and Brock looked around in amazement at all the powerful trainers, while Ash kept focused with Espeon and Pikachu doing the same as their trainer. Soon they made it to the field C when it was announced that it was Ash's turn, where his opponent was waiting for him, being a young man that was the same age as Ash, with blue pants, yellow shirt and spiky midnight hair, light skin and shoes. Ash and his opponent took their sides of the field, with the referee taking his place between the two. This is a 1-1 battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Salvador from Cherrygrove City. The referee called out as he held both flags in his hands. The machine here will determine who will go first by which color it lands. On. The referee called out as Ash and Salvador looked up at the machine, which had pictures of them, with a wheel starting to spin. Ah, that's impressive. It determines who will go first by which color it lands on, so it really all depends on luck. The one who sends out his Pokémon out first will have a disadvantage if the one who goes second sends out a Pokémon that has type advantage. Brock said to Misty without looking at her, telling her how the machine works with both him and Misty seating on a bench. As soon as Brock finished saying his sentence, the color stopped on Ash's color, making Misty and Brock gasp, while Ash just narrowed his eyes. Ash Ketchum will go first. The referee called out as he looked at Ash, who crossed his arms. Pika. Pikachu called out to Ash with a smirk, while raising his left fist up, getting Ash to chuckle as he looked at Pikachu. Alright Pikachu, go show 'em what you're made of. Ash called out confidently with a smirk as he held his left hand out, which Pikachu gave a cry as he ran off Ash's hand and jumped into the battlefield. I'm gonna win this with my most trusted Pokémon. Furret, let's go. Salvador called out with a smirk as he threw his Pokeball out, which released his Furret, who gave a cry. Misty and Brock started getting worried since this was a bad advantage for Ash and Pikachu, but Ash and Pikachu didn't panic, with Espeon jumping down from Ash's shoulder and to Ash's right side to watch the battle. Battle began. The referee called out as he raised both flags to begin the battle. Pikachu vs Furret. Let's start off with an Earth-type move. Furret, use Dig. Salvador called out as he held his right hand out, which Furret gave a cry as the female Furret started digging into the ground. Oh no! Now Ash and Pikachu can't tell where Furret will come out from. Brock said in concern for his rainbow hero friend, while Ash didn't look bothered. I hope Ash can figure out a way to win. Misty said in concern for her crush, with Togepi also looking worried. Ash and Pikachu kept silent as their eyes looked left and right to see any kind of movement in the ground. However, that was then that the ground behind Pikachu started to shake, making Ash smirk. Pikachu. Use Iron Tail. Ash called out to Pikachu on what move to use, making Pikachu smirk right as Furret came out of the ground behind Pikachu, but Pikachu's tail turned to metal as Pikachu back jumped over Furret, before Pikachu slammed his tail into the back of Furret's head, dealing damage and sending Furret to the ground. Furret. Salvador called out in concern for his partner Pokémon, while Pikachu landed in front of Ash. Furret. Furret said to her trainer with a smile, before she turned around to glare at Pikachu. We're gonna have to go all out right now to win. Furret, use Giga Impact at full power. Salvador called out as he held his left hand out, which Furret gave out a cry as she started charging at Pikachu with purple energy surrounding her, before it surrounded her. Ash smirked in excitement at seeing Salvador and Furret not giving up, before he held his right fist out. Pikachu. Fight back that Giga Impact with your Focus Punch attack. Ash called out with a smirk as Pikachu stood up on 2 feet, before he held up his right hand to the sky as energy started gathering in Pikachu's hand, before it formed a yellow glow around Pikachu's hand. Pikachu waited for the Giga Impact to get close, before he held his right fist out as Pikachu's Focus Punch and Furret's Giga Impact made contact, before both the attacks caused an explosion, forcing everyone to use their hands to cover their eyes. Soon after 10 seconds, the shockwave died down and allowed everyone to see Furret standing in front of Pikachu with Pikachu's right fist in Furret's stomach. Furret then fell to the ground on her back with swirls in her eyes. Furret! Salvador called out in concern at seeing Furret knocked out. Furret is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner, so the victor is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field. All right. Ash called out in victory, while Espion cried out in joy, with Pikachu running into Ash's arms. Victor, Pikachu. That was amazing. Misty called out in amazement as she shot up from her seat, holding Togepi in her arms up in the sky, with the baby Pokémon calling out in joy as well. That was incredible. Ash won the battle without taking damage and Pikachu even knows Focus Punch. Brock called out in amazement as well, amazed at Ash winning his first round battle so easily. Ash, Pikachu and Espion walked up Salvador and Furret, with Furret awake and Salvador rubbing the back of his Pokémon. Is Furret alright? Ash asked in concern for Furret, worried that he might have hurt Furret. Salvador looked at Ash and smiled. Don't worry, she's alright. She just needs a rest and she'll be alright. Salvador said with a smile as he stood up and faced Ash. Your Pikachu was awesome, knowing where Furret was and taking Furret's Giga Impact with Focus Punch alone. Your Pikachu is probably the strongest Pikachu that I've ever seen. Salvador said to Ash with a smile, amazed at Pikachu's skills. Well Ash, congratulations and good luck in the Silver Conference. Salvador said to Ash as he held his right hand for a handshake, which Ash accepted and shook his hand. Good luck to you too, Salvador. Ash said to Salvador with a smile, with Pikachu and Espion wishing luck to Furret as well. Ash's second round match. Espion. Use Psychic. Ash called out with a smile, as Espion's eyes glowed blue, before the ground in front of her turned into a sandstorm that went and slammed into a Marchamp, sending it to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Marchamp is unable battle. Espion wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field. Pikachu. Pikachu called out as he jumped into the air, next to Brock and Misty. Ash is doing very well, isn't he Misty? Brock said to Misty without looking at her, crossing his arms with a smile. A little too good, because now I'm doubting that I can beat him. Misty said to Brock with a smile, glad that Ash is doing so well. Ash's third round. An Exeggutor was stomping towards Quilva, who didn't flinch at the approaching Exeggutor. Quilva. Flamethrower. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, as Quilva gave a cry as his flames on his head and back came to life, before Quilva unleashed a flamethrower from his mouth, striking Exeggutor and sending it to ground on its back with swirls in its eyes. Exeggutor is unable to battle. Quilva wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field. Alright, 3 wins out of 3 matches. Ash called out in joy, smiling in joy, with Pikachu and Espion on his shoulders, also crying out in joy with Quilva doing the same. Behind Ash, Misty and Brock watched their young rainbow hero friend with smiles. He's gone a very long way in very short time. Brock said to Misty with a smile, proud of Ash. We gotta make sure that we don't fall behind. Misty said to Brock with a smile, also proud of Ash right now. In the afternoon in the next day, Ash was walking around the town on his own without Pikachu and Espion. The start of the Silver Conference is in an hour, so Ash wanted some time alone to himself before the tournament begins. After Ash's last battle yesterday, he, Misty, Brock, Pikachu and Espeon went back to the Pokémon Center to see who managed to enter the tournament, with Ash making it, along with his rival Gary and a new friend called Harrison that Ash met when a wild Sneasel was causing trouble with the touch. Right now Ash was walking around town, looking around as parents showed their children around the place, with all the kids having excited looks on their faces. Everyone sure is excited for the Silver Conference. Ash said to himself with a smile and his hands behind his head as he continued looking around. It's the Silver Conference, where the best of the best is competing against each other, so it's natural for them to be excited. A familiar voice said from behind Ash, making Ash widen his eyes in shock at the voice that he just heard. No way. Ash thought to himself in shock as he turned around to see who said that. And the person that said those words was, Cross. There, standing a few feet away from Ash was his first rival Cross, who was looking at Ash with a smile and holding his bag over his right shoulder, with his trusted Lycanroc next to him. Cross! Ash called out in surprise at seeing Cross, who continued to smile at Ash as he walked up to him, with Midnight Lycanroc following his master. Long time no see, Ash. Cross said to Ash as he held up his left fist for a fist pump, which Ash returned. Yeah, long time no see. How's things been, Cross? Ash said to Cross with a smile, glad to see a familiar face again. Great, Lycanroc, Incineroar and I have been training hard for the chance to battle you and Charizard again. Cross replied to Ash with a smile, telling him how he's been doing. Ash smirked at Cross as he raised his right fist. Charizard and I are ready to battle you and Incineroar anytime and anywhere. Ash said to Cross with a smirk, feeling a deep fire to battle Cross again. Cross smirked at Ash, also feeling the same kind of fire to battle Ash again. We'll save it for the Silver Conference. Just don't lose to anyone till you face me. Cross said to Ash as he closed his eyes, before he began walking off with his Lycanroc following him, leaving Ash to stare at his rival with a smirk. You got it, Cross, and this time we're gonna give it our all. Ash whispered to himself with a smirk, before he looked down at his keystone, which sparkled as Ash looked at it, making Ash smile, before Ash started heading towards the stadium. The next day. After his encounter with Cross, Ash ran into Gary, who helped him stop Team Rocket from stealing Pikachu again, only also trying to steal Espeon, but failed. However, they caused the Touch Runner to spray his leg, causing him to not run anymore, so Ash took the touch and light up the flames instead. After that, Good Show gave a speech for all the trainers there, with Ash looking up at the flames of Ho-Oh the whole time. He would have brought out the Rainbow Wing, but knew that that would cause unwanted attention, so he kept it in his pocket. Today, after seeing which group that he was in, Ash was heading to the Pokémon Center with Misty and Brock, with Pikachu and Espeon on his shoulders. Turns out, Ash was in the H group of the semi-finals with a girl named Macy and a boy named Jackson. The only way to win in his group and to advance to the victory tournament was for Ash to get 4 points or more by winning or getting a draw in either of his rounds, one way or another, so Ash couldn't afford to lose. In his first round, he was facing that girl Macy, so he was heading back to his room to check the data on her. You sure that you're gonna be alright, Ash? Misty asked the young rainbow hero with concern in her voice, with Togepi also turned his head right to look at Misty and smiled. Don't worry, Misty. I'll be alright because I'll have my partners with me. Ash replied to Misty with a smile, making both Misty and Brock smile at Ash. Hold it, right there. A female voice was heard, getting Ash, Misty and Brock's attention as they looked up ahead. Standing a few feet away from them was Ash's first-round opponent, Macy with a Vulpix next to her. Macy was around the same age as Ash, but a little smaller than him. She had reddish-brown hair in 2 pigtails, a yellow shirt, red skirt, long light black tights and red shoes. I know you, you're Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, right? Macy said to Ash with a smirk on her face. That's right, and you're Macy from Mahogany Town, right? Ash replied to Macy with narrowed eyes, wondering why she's here. Well, looks like someone did their homework. Anyway, the battle begins when 2 trainers make eye contact. Macy called out with a smirk as she pointed at Ash with her right hand's index finger. You mean like learning about your opponent? Brock said to Macy, wondering if that was what she meant. Bingo. I want to see what I'm gonna be up against. What you're made of. Macy replied to the group with a smirk, looking at Ash, which Ash gave a smirk back. You wanna know about me? I'm from Pallet Town and I'm gonna win the Silver Conference, and become a Pokémon Master one day. Ash called out with a smirk with his fist up, telling Macy about his goals and where he's from, not noticing his keystone shinning a little bit. Pika. Esp. Pikachu and Espion cried out as well, wanting to be the best with their trainer and best friend. Now you're talking. Now I'm gonna show you what you're up against. Macy called out with a smile as she held her right hand up. Vulpix, let's go. Macy called out as she took a few steps back, before she pointed her right hand out, which her. Vulpix gave a cry as it stood in front of his trainer, looking at Ash, Pikachu and Espion. Wait a second. We can't battle right now, let's just save it for our battle later. Ash called out in concern, holding his hands up in peace for Macy to not battle him. Pikachu Pika. Pikachu cried out as he jumped off Ash's shoulder and onto the ground in front of Vulpix, standing on all four and trying to calm down the situation. Suddenly, without warning, a mechanical hand reached out and snatched Pikachu, Espion, and Vulpix up into the air. What the? Ash exclaimed in surprise as he watched the Pokémon taken, only to hear a familiar laugh. Oh no! Ash said to himself, face palming with Misty and Brock doing the same as they looked to see Team Loser on their balloon in the sky, with all of them holding a device that was controlling the metal hands. Prepare for. Jessie began to say the motto, only to be cut off rudely by Ash. Yeah, we know already, make it double, protect the world from, blah, blah, blah devastation, speed of light, fight that whatever we've heard that DMN motto for over a year now. It's getting really old. Ash shouted out at Team Rocket in annoyance, causing the criminal trio to cringe up a bit as he sent them a heated glare as his eyes flashed blue for a split second. Why you? How dare you interrupt the sacred and timeless Team Rocket motto? Jessie cried out in outrage while Ash just rolled his eyes. I've so had enough of this, Pikachu, cut yourselves free with Iron Tail. Ash said to Pikachu, while pinching the bridge of his nose. Pika. The electric type nodded to Ash as his tail gained a metallic glow before slicing the arm, freeing himself, Espion and Vulpix. Espion used her psychic to carefully set her down on the ground while keeping Pikachu and Vulpix in the air as she glared up at the troublesome trio. Now Espion, blow them away with dazzling gleam. Ash called out with a smirk as he held his right hand out. Espie. The psychic type cried out as her gem glowed, before a bright flash of energy shot out at the balloon, causing it to explode from the impact as the trio soared off into the distance crying out the familiar phrase. We're blasting off again. Team Rocket called out as they disappeared in the sky, with a star appearing where they were last seen. Ash then looked up to see Vulpix and Pikachu slowly floating to the ground, before he gently caught Vulpix in his arms. The fox Pokémon felt comfort in the warmth of Ash's arms and rubbed its head against Ash, who smiled as he scratched behind Vulpix's ears. Ash. Misty called out as she Brock, and Macy ran over to the Pallet Town trainer, who turned to look at them. Good job. Brock said to the Rainbow Hero with a smile, as Espion and Pikachu walked up to Ash's left and right side to look at everyone. Vulpix. Macy said with relief as Ash handed her back her Pokémon, which Macy held her fox Pokémon in her arms. My sweet little Vulpix. Macy said, happy for her Pokémon being unharmed. Macy then looked over to Ash, who was smiling as he petted both Pikachu and Espion for a job well done, as a blush crept on her cheeks. So brave and courageous, and so caring. Macy said with shimmering eyes and a love-struck smile, getting Misty's attention. You totally risked your life for my Vulpix, Ash, how can I ever thank you? Macy said as she stood up, while Vulpix went to her left shoulder, confusing the Pallet Town trainer and his Pokémon. Ash, I owe you my life. Macy exclaimed happily, taking Ash's hands in her own, her face inching closer to his, causing Ash to blush from the closeness. I just love the quietly, heroic and passionate type. Say, how about some lunch? Macy said with a smile as she started pulling Ash. Excuse me, Ash is booked. Misty said to Macy with narrowed eyes, getting between her friend and Macy, getting Macy to look at her. And who says? Macy asked Misty with a frown. I do. And I'm the famous water Pokémon trainer from Cerulean City. Misty is the name. The orange-haired girl said to Macy, striking a pose with Togepi being happy. Misty, and you say you train water Pokémon full-time? Macy asked Misty, giving her a smile glare. What of it? Misty replied to Macy, clenching one of her fists. Nothing. Macy said nonchalantly as she turned away from Misty. And what's wrong with water Pokémon? Misty replied to Macy, wanting to know what her problem is. Hey, what's right with them? Macy said with a smug grin on her face. Give me the heat and the passion of a fire Pokémon any day. By the way, are you Ash's girlfriend or what? Macy asked with a raised eye, causing both Ash and Misty to blush. No, I'm his coach. Misty said to Macy, trying to hide her blushing face. Then I would thank you to stay out of his personal business. Macy argued to Misty, before cupping her cheeks with pink blush. You see, Ash and I have to talk about our future together. Macy said with a dreamy tone about her and Ash. Say what future? Misty exclaimed in surprise at Macy's words, but Macy ignored her and turned to Ash. Don't we, Ash? Macy said in a love-struck tone as she felt deeply in love with Ash. Ash was blushing madly at the fire trainer, as steam burst from his ears. That I gotta go get ready for the battle. Ash said to Macy, as he and Pikachu and Espion made their way to the center. Bye. Macy called out, waving at Ash before called. Hey Ash. If I win, you get to take me on a date K. She shouted to the rainbow hero, causing Ash light up like a massive red-hot poker as steam burst out of his ears once again before he ran faster. Later at the Pokémon Center. Ash was in his room, looking up the data about Macy and her Pokémon that she uses, while Espion and Pikachu were on his shoulders. After that whole thing, Ash, Misty, and Brock went back to the Pokémon Center for Ash to get ready and for all his Pokémon to be transferred to the Pokémon Center for him to use later in the tournament. Misty and Brock at the moment were outside, looking at all of Ash's Pokémon, so Ash was thinking up his team alone, but Ash was fine since his team changed a lot since a month ago. Macy wasn't kidding when she said she loved fire types. Ash said to himself as he saw on the computer that most of Macy's Pokémon were fire types, with the only exceptions are an Electabuzz and Starmie. Sometimes, humans just prefer one type other the other type. Ash heard Latios' telepathy voice from behind him, getting Ash to turn around to see Latios in his version form of Ash, sitting on the couch with a sleeping human form of Latias next to him. Well, at least she has an electric type and water type. Ash replied to Latios with a small smirk as he went back to looking at Macy's data, while Pikachu and Espion jumped off his shoulders and went to the sleeping Latias. Latios got up from the couch and walked over to Ash and stood on his left side. I've noticed that you seem more excited than last month. Latios asked Ash, having noticed of Ash being more excited, while crossing his arms. The reason why is because Cross is in the Silver Conference as well. Ash replied to Latios with a smirk, without looking at him. Latios raised an eyebrow at what Ash said. I assume that this Cross is a rival of yours. Latios said to Ash, wanting to know the relationship between Ash and Cross. Look through my mind and you'll find out. Ash said to Latios without looking at him, selecting his team on the computer. Latios's eyes glowed blue as he looked through Ash's mind and saw how Ash met Cross and what they've been through. Once he was done, Latios's eyes stopped glowing. I admit that he made mistakes in the past, but he now seems like a kind trainer now. Latios said to Ash, now knowing how Ash knows cross, while using telepathy. Ash nodded to Latios as he looked over his shoulder, before he looked back at the computer, selecting his team. All done. Now I just need to wait for a special guest. Ash said with a smile as he got up from his chair, making Latios smile in amusement. I assume that you're gonna keep this special guest a secret. Latios asked Ash, using telepathy for Ash to understand, which Ash replied with a nod, making Latios sigh with a smile. The next day. In the H Group Natural Battlefield, the stadium was packed with people as Ash and Macy's battle was about to begin, with Ash on the right side and Macy on the left side, with Misty, Brock, Pikachu and Espion watching from the stands part of the stadium. Now we're into the H block. On the green corner, we have Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and from the red corner, we have Macy from Mahogany Town. The announcer called out to all the people watching, with all the people excited. This will be a full 3-on-3 battle, and the first trainer to lose all 3 Pokémon will lose. Now we shall determine which trainer will send out their Pokémon first. The announcer called out as the screen started flashing through the colors until it stopped on the red color. And Macy will go first. The announcer called out as everyone cheered for both trainers. Heads up Ash, I'm not going easy. Macy called out to Ash with a smirk, getting a smirk back from Ash. Good to know, because it wouldn't be called a victory if you held back. Ash called out to Macy with a smirk, preferring to battle when his opponent goes all out. Alright then, go Slugma. Macy called out as she threw her Pokeball and out came a Slugma. Slugma. The fire type cried out as he was released. And Macy's first Pokemon is Slugma. Now, which Pokemon will Ash counter with? The announcer called out as everyone waited for Ash's choice. Ash gave out a smirk, before he brought out a Pokeball. Alright, battle time. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball into the air that opened and released the Pokemon inside. The Pokemon that came out and was now standing across from Slugma was, a Wartortle. Wartortle. Ash's Wartortle called out with a smirk, before he brought out black sunglasses and put them on, making Misty and Brock gasp in surprise that they recognized this Wartortle. No way, is that Ash's, Squirtle? Misty called out in surprise, with Togepi also looking surprised. It is. I recognize those glasses anyway, but Squirtle's a Wartortle now. Brock replied to Misty, but kept his eyes on the battlefield. Pika. Esp. Pikachu and Espion called out as they cheered for Ash and Wartortle. And Ash's first Pokemon is Wartortle. The announcer called out as everyone was excited, while the screen showed a picture of Ash and Macy with 3 dark slots next to them, before 2 of the 6 slots showed a picture of Slugma and Wartortle. Let the battle begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags in the air for the battle to start. Ash and Wartortle, plus 2 more versus Macy and Slugma, plus 2 more. Slugma. Flamethrower. Macy called out what move that her Slugma should do, which Slugma gave a cry, before he fired a flamethrower from his mouth that went towards Wartortle. Oh yeah, give M Dragon Pulse. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, which Wartortle gave a cry, before an energy Dragon Pulse came out of his mouth that slammed into Flamethrower, before overpowering it and slamming into Slugma, making the fire type cry out in pain. Slugma, don't give in. Use double team. Macy called out to her fire type, which Slugma landed on the ground, before making 2 doubles of himself to confuse Wartortle. Like that'll stop us. Wartortle, show them your Aura Sphere. Ash called out as he held his left hand out to the side. War. Wartortle cried out as he held his hands in front of him, before an Aura Sphere appeared between his hands and Wartortle launched it, with the Aura Sphere going to the left Slugma, striking Slugma in the stomach with the fire type crying out in pain, while the doubles disappeared. But, how? Macy gasped to herself in shock at seeing double team not working to confuse Ash and Wartortle. Now finish it up with Ice Punch. Ash called out to Wartortle, making the water type smirk as he held up his right fist as it glowed light blue, before Wartortle charged very fast and punches Slugma in the cheek, making Slugma cry out in pain. Slugma, no. Macy called out to her fire type in worry. Slugma landed on his back with swirls in his eyes. Slugma is unable to battle. Wartortle wins. The referee called out as he held up the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while the picture of Slugma on the screen went dark. Unbelievable. Wartortle defeated Slugma without taking a hit. Ash's Wartortle is very strong. The announcer called out in excitement, with the crowd cheering. Victory, Wartortle. Brock, what's Aura Sphere? Misty asked Brock in confusion, never hearing about Aura Sphere before. Truth to be told, I don't know. Brock answered Misty honestly, not knowing about Aura Sphere. Pikachu Pika. Espion Esp. Pikachu and Espion cheered out to Ash and Wartortle with smiles, encouraging them to do their best. Macy returned her Slugma with a smile as she looked at the Pokeball. Slugma, you did your best. I'm proud of you. Macy said to the Pokeball with a smile, before she put it away and brought out another Pokeball. Okay Electabuzz, you're up. Macy called out as she threw her second Pokeball, which released her electric type as Electabuzz gave out a cry, making Ash and Wartortle smirk in excitement. And Macy's second Pokemon is Electabuzz. The announcer called out to the stadium as Macy's second dark slot showed a picture of Electabuzz. Let the match begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags up. Wartortle vs Electabuzz. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Macy called out as Electabuzz gave a cry as he unleashed his Thunderbolt attack at Wartortle, who kept still as the electric attack was getting close. Dodge and use Ice Punch. Ash called out to Wartortle, making the water-type smirk, before he jumped to the left, before he charged at Electabuzz with his right fist glowing light blue, while dogging the Thunderbolt. Show them a real attack by using Thunder Punch. Macy called out as she held her right hand out, which Electabuzz countered Wartortle's Ice Punch with his own Thunder Punch, with both Pokémon struggling to overpower each other. You made a mistake by letting Wartortle get close and here's why, use Dragon Pulse. Ash called out to Wartortle, who smirked as he fired a Dragon Pulse attack from his mouth, hitting Electabuzz in the face, sending the electric type lose focus, before he was hit with Ice Punch. Electabuzz was sent to his back on the ground from the two attacks, making Macy look worried for the electric type. Electabuzz, no. Macy called out in concern for her Electabuzz. Now, Aura Sphere while Electabuzz is down. Ash called out to Wartortle, which the water type jumped into the air, before he fired an Aura Sphere from his hands, striking Electabuzz in the stomach and making a small explosion. Soon the smoke from the explosion disappeared to reveal Electabuzz on the ground with swirls in his eyes, miming out his name in pain. Electabuzz is unable to battle. Wartortle wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Electabuzz's picture turning dark. Talk about a quick finish. First Slugma and now Electabuzz without taking a hit. Wartortle is defiantly strong. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd went wild. Victor, Wartortle. Great job out there, Wartortle. Ash said to Wartortle with a smile. Wartortle. Wartortle called out as he did a muscle pose, before he started glowing white, making everyone gasp in surprise. Wartortle started getting bigger with two cannons appearing on his shoulder, while the sunglasses stayed on his face. Soon the glow disappeared to reveal a Blastoise. Blastoise. Blastoise called out with a smirk. Wartortle, you've evolved into Blastoise. Ash called out with a smile as the crowd cheered for Blastoise. What an unexpected turn of events. After winning 2 matches, Wartortle has evolved into Blastoise. The announcer called out in excitement as Wartortle's picture was replaced by a picture of Blastoise. Talk about lucky. Misty said in surprise to Brock, while Togepi, Pikachu and Espion kept cheering for Blastoise and Ash. Yeah, Blastoise is one of the most powerful water types and Electabuzz was Macy's best shot, now she only has one Pokémon left. Brock replied to Misty without looking at her, arms crossed and watching with a smile. Macy returned her knocked-out Electabuzz to his Pokeball, saying thanks to it before she brought out her last Pokeball. "It's all up to you, Kalava, I choose you," Macy called out as she threw her last Pokeball, releasing her evolved starter. "Quilva." Macy's Kalava called out as she landed on all four, glaring at Blastoise. "And Macy's last Pokemon is Kalava. Will Kalava be able to pull out a miracle and win, or is this it?" The announcer called out to the stadium, with Ash smirking at Macy. "That's the spirit. Don't give up, keep battling to the very end." Ash called out to Macy with a smirk, which she returned. "If Quilva and I are going down, then we're going down with style." Macy replied to Ash with a smirk. Let the match begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags. Blastoise vs Kalava. Kalava, use Swift. Macy called out to her fire type on what move to use. Kalava. Kalava called out as she fired her swift attack from her mouth at Blastoise and hitting. However, Blastoise looked unaffected as he didn't even flinch, even though Macy and Quilva can't see because of the sunglasses. It's a hit, but Blastoise doesn't seem affected by Swift. The announcer called out to the stadium, as Blastoise gave the hand sign to bring it. Alright then. Quilva use quick attack. Macy called out to her fire type, as Quilva ran very fast and head-butted Blastoise in the stomach, but like before, the attack didn't seem to sew anything. Ice Punch. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, which Blastoise raised his right fist as it glowed light blue, before he punched Quilva, sending the fire type back. Kalava. Macy called out in concern as Quilva landed in front of her, before Quilva got back on all 4 feet, glaring at Blastoise, who crossed his arms with a smirk. We have no choice. Quilva, give that Blastoise a full-powered flame wheel. Macy called out to Quilva, which Quilva gave a cry as she was surrounded by fire, before he started charging at Blastoise. Big mistake, Macy. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Ash called out to Blastoise, making Macy widen her eyes in concern. Blastoise. Blastoise called out as his Hydro Cannons came out, before he fired Hydro Pump from them, hitting the charging Quilva and causing steam to cover Quilva from view. Kalava. Macy called out in concern for her starter as the steam cleared to show Kalava on her stomach with swirls in her eyes. Kalava said to herself as she couldn't battle anymore. Kalava is unable to battle. Blastoise wins and the victory is Ash Ketchum. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Ash's picture taking the whole screen with the words, "Winner," below the picture. Victory, Ash and Blastoise. Amazing. Ash Ketchum has achieved a perfect victory with using only his Blastoise. The announcer called out in excitement as everyone cheered for Ash, who walked up to his new evolved Blastoise and pat him on the head. Blastoise, you were awesome out there. Ash said to his evolved Blastoise with a smile. Blastoise. Blastoise replied to Ash with a smile, before both he and Ash walked up to Macy, who returned Quilva to her Pokeball with a smile. Macy, thanks for the battle. Ash said to Macy with a smile and holding his right hand out for a handshake, which Macy accepted with a smile. You're welcome, Ash, but next time I'm gonna win. Macy said to Ash with a smile, making Ash smirk at Macy. Then train hard, because I look forward to our next match. Ash said to Macy with a smirk, which made Macy blush and look at Ash with a dreamy look. The next day. After Ash's battle, he took time to train his Pokémon before taking a break, but Macy did come to him to show her newly evolved Magcargo to him, which surprised Ash. The next day, Ash watched Macy's battle against his next round opponent, Jackson, who was a little strang having that cap and triping on it every time he tried to call out an attack, which resulted him losing the match against Macy. Later, Ash met Jackson when he was calling Professor Elm. The two hit it off quite easily, but they heard a commotion about Jackson's Azumarill and Meganium picking a fight with Ash's Ivysaur and Blastoise, but no one was hurt thanks to Harrison. Soon it was time for Ash's battle against Jackson, but Ash wished that it was on another time because Cross's second match was going on around the same time, so Ash was in a hurry. Ladies and gentlemen, the final battle between the H group is about to begin. It's a battle between Ask Ketchum from Pallet Town and Jackson from New Bark Town is about to begin. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, with Ash and Jackson facing each other with Ash on the right side of the field and Jackson on the right side of the field. Both trainers will use 3 Pokémon and the first one that loses all 3 Pokémon will lose. The announcer called out as the screen turned on with pictures of Ash and Jackson on it with 3 dark slots. Now do decide which trainer should go first. The announcer called out as the screen started flashing through the colors until it stopped on the red color. And Jackson will go first. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered for both trainers, with Brock, Misty, Pikachu and Espion watching from the couch seats behind Ash. Alright Jackson, let's go. Ash called out to Jackson with a smirk on his face, feeling a little excited. You got it, Ash. Just don't expect me to go easy. Jackson said with determination to Ash, before he turned his gaze to the camera. Hey there Mom. I'm on T.V. Jackson cheered, giving a peace sign as Ash sweat dropped at Jackson. Begin. The ref called out, raising his hands that held the flags. I choose Azumarill. Jackson called out, throwing his Pokeball, sending out his first Pokémon. Azumarill. Azumarill called out as she landed on the field, with Azumarill taking the first dark slot that Jackson had. I've gotta win this battle fast if I want to catch Cross's battle. Ash thought to himself, wanting to see Cross's battle, before pulling out his Pokeball. Alright old friend. Time to show them what you've got. Come out Ivysaur. Ash shouted out tossing his Pokeball, which released his evolved Grass-type starter. Ivysaur. Ash's Grass-type cried out looking over to Ash with a smile. And Ash's choice is Ivysaur. The announcer called out as Ivysaur's picture took Ash's first dark slot. It's great to have you fighting alongside me again, Ivysaur, Ash said with a warm smile which Ivysaur returned with his own, before he faced Jackson's Azumarill. No way, Bulbasaur evolved too. Misty said in shock as was Brock, recalling how the grass starter had originally refused to do so before. Both Pikachu and Espion were on the edge calling out and cheering for their friend. Meanwhile Macy sat in the stands excited to watch Ash battle again. Ash and Ivysaur, plus 2 more versus Jackson and Azumarill, plus 2 more. Azumarill, let's get an early victory with Ice Wind. Jackson called out as he held his right hand out, which Azumarill gave a cry as she released an Ice Wind attack from her mouth that was heading towards Ivysaur. If this attack hits, Ivysaur is gonna take huge amount of damage. The announcer called out as Misty, Brock and Macy looked worried, while Ash, Ivysaur, Pikachu and Espion didn't look worried. Ivysaur, repel that icy wind with Petal Dance. Ash called out as he held his right fist out. Ivy. Ivysaur called out as he fired Petal Dance from his bud on his back, with the Petal Dance easily going past the icy wind and striking Azumarill, making the water type cry out in pain. Azumarill. Jackson called out in concern for his water type as Azumarill was sent onto her back, before she got up. Alright then, use Iron Tail. Jackson called out as Azumarill charged at Ivysaur with her tail turning metal. Leech Seed. Ash called out as Ivysaur fired a seed from his bud that went to Azumarill, wrapping the water type in vines and shaping the energy out of Azumarill with the water type crying out in pain. Azumarill. Jackson called out in concern with widened eyes for his water type. Now use Sludge Bomb. Ash called out as he held his fire fist out. Ivysaur. Ivysaur called out as he fired a sludge bomb from his bud that slammed into Azumarill, sending the water type to the ground on her back with swirls in her eyes. Azumarill. Azumarill ummed out as she couldn't battle anymore. Azumarill is unable to battle. Ivysaur wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field with Azumaro's picture turning black. And once again, Ash Ketchum has done another flawless victory. The announcer called out in excitement, with the crowd cheering for Ash and Ivysaur. Victor, Ivysaur. Now Jackson is down to 2 Pokémon. The announcer called out as Jackson returned Azumarill to her Pokémon, whispering thanks to it, before he put it away and brought out another Pokeball. Magneton, show em your stuff. Jackson called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing a shiny Magneton. Magneton. Magneton called out as Jackson's second dark slot showed a picture of Magneton. And Jackson's second Pokémon is Magneton of a different color. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for both trainers. This isn't good. Grass-type moves aren't very effective against steel types. Brock said in worry about how Ash has the disadvantage, with Misty looking worried as well. Pikachu. Espeon. Pikachu and Espeon called out. Cheering for Ivysaur. Let the battle begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags up for the match to begin. Ivysaur vs Magneton. Magneton, paralyze Ivysaur with Thunder Wave. Jackson called out with a smile on his face, with Magneton firing a blue electric wave at Ivysaur, who jumped high in the sky, dogging the attack, making Jackson and the crowd gasp in surprise. Use Knock Off. Ash called out to Ivysaur, who nodded, before he unleashed his vines that he used to use for Vine Whip and smacked Magneton hard and fast, sending the steel and electric type to the ground. Magneton, don't give in. Use Tri Attack. Jackson called out to his Magneton, which Magneton floated back to the sky and fired a triangle attack at Ivysaur, who was still in the air. Use Petal Dance. Ash called out to Ivysaur on what move to use. Soar. Ivysaur called out as he fired Petal Dancer from his bud on his back, which protected him from Tri Attack and caused an explosion to happen. Petal Dance protected Ivysaur from Magneton's Tri Attack and now smoke is covering Ash's Ivysaur. The announcer called out as the smoke from the explosion was indeed protecting Ash's Ivysaur from view, while Jackson's Magneton was looking left and right in worry. Oh no! Now we can't see where that Ivysaur is gonna attack from. Jackson said to himself as he looked left and right to see where Ivysaur will attack from. Lich Seed. Ash's voice was heard, getting Jackson to look ahead as a seed came out of the smoke and attached itself to Magneton, with the vines coming out and sking away Magneton's energy, with Magneton crying out in pain. My Magneton! Jackson called out in worry for Magneton. Alright Ivysaur, finish this with Knock Off. Ash's voice was heard again, before Ivysaur's vines came out of the smoke and smacked Magneton to the ground, with the steel and electric type now having swirls in its eyes as it was slammed into the ground. Magneton is unable to battle. Ivysaur wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field as the smoke disappeared to reveal Ash and Ivysaur, while Magneton's picture went black. Victor, Ivysaur. And Jackson is now left with 1 Pokémon left. The announcer called out in excitement, with the crowd cheering in excitement as well. You were awesome, Ivysaur. Ash called out to his grass and poison type with a smile. Ivysaur. Venusaur replied to Ash with a smile and eyes closed, before he started to glow white, making everyone widen their eyes in surprise. Ivysaur started growing bigger and his bud and flower started growing as well. Soon the white glow disappeared to reveal a Venusaur in Ivysaur's place. Venusaur. Ash's newly evolved Venusaur called out to the heavens. Ivysaur, you've evolved into Venusaur. Ash called out in amazement as the crowd cheered for the now evolved Venusaur, with Ivysaur's picture being replaced by Venusaur's picture. Jackson returned his Magneton to his Pokeball with a smile. Magneton, you did well. Take a nice long rest. Jackson whispered to the Pokeball, before he put it away. It's up to you Meganium, I choose you. Jackson called out as he threw his last Pokeball, releasing his starter. Meganium. Meganium called out, before he saw Venusaur glaring at him, making Meganium take a gulp at how Karma is getting back at him. It's a battle between two fully evolved grass types. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered in excitement at seeing two fully evolved grass-type starts are going to go at it. Let the battle begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags again. Venusaur vs Meganium. Meganium, Razor Leaf. Use Petal Dance. Jackson and Ash called out on which move their Pokémon to use, which Meganium fired Razor Leaf from the flower around his neck, while Venusaur fired Petal Dance from the bud on his back, which the two moves struggled to overpower each other, before both moves caused an explosion. Whoa! It's just the begging and things are already heated up. The announcer called out in excitement as the smoke from the explosion cleared to show both Pokémon not taking any damage. Vine Whip Meganium, let's go. Jackson called out as he held his right hand out. Meganium. Meganium called out as he released his vines and set them out at Venusaur, hitting the grass and poison type, but Venusaur didn't even flinch. Vine Whip won't be effective because Venusaur is part poison, so grass type moves won't work. Use Knock Off. Ash called out and explained, which Venusaur sent out his own vines that slammed into Meganium, making the grass type cry out in pain. Meganium, we're gonna have to get in close. Use Body Slam. Jackson called out to his starter with narrowed eyes, which Meganium gave out a cry, before he jumped into the air and started falling towards Venusaur for a Body Slam attack. Use your vines to catch Meganium, then slam him to the ground. Ash called out to Venusaur, which Venusaur nodded to his trainer, before he used his vines to catch Meganium midair, making Meganium and Jackson widen their eyes. Venusaur. Venusaur cried out, before he used his vines to slam Meganium to the ground on his stomach. Meganium. Meganium called out in pain, before he stood up on his feet. Meganium, give them your most powerful solar beam. Jackson called out to his starter, which Meganium gave out a cry as he started charging up a solar beam on his flower. Venu. Venusaur said as he turned his head left to look at Ash, with Ash understanding what Venusaur means. Alright then, we'll give them a test of your new move then. Ash said to Venusaur with a smirk, which the grass and poison type returned. Meganium. Meganium called out as he fired the solar beam from his flower that went towards Venusaur, before an explosion happened, covering Venusaur from view. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear after 10 seconds, before the smoke cleared to reveal big vines from the ground, protecting Venusaur. What the? Mega. Jackson and Meganium called out in shock at what they just saw. Pokémon Advanced Battle Theme. The vines then went back to the ground to reveal Venusaur, who has no damage. Unbelievable. Venusaur somehow protected himself from harm. The announcer called out in excitement with the whole crowd cheering, also amazed at how Venusaur protected himself using an unknown move. Brock, what move was that? Misty asked Brock in confusion, with Togepi also confused. There's only one move that I know looks like that. Brock replied to Misty with a smile frown on his face. Venusaur, you've had your fun, but it's time to end this. Use Frenzy Plant. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, which Venusaur gave out a roar as he glowed green, before more giant vines came out of the ground and slid Meganium, causing a small explosion that covered Meganium from view. Meganium. Jackson called out in concern for his starter as the smoke cleared to show Meganium on his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Meganium is unable to battle. Venusaur wins and the victor is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with the screen showing Ash's picture with the words, "Winner," underneath. It's over. Ash Ketchum has won the H block with a grand total of 6 points and will be moving on to the victory tournament. The announcer called out in excitement, with the crowd cheering as well with Misty and Brock doing the same. Theme music end and victor, Venusaur. Ash walked up to Venusaur, before he pats Venusaur on the head. Great job Venusaur, I'm proud of you. Ash said to Venusaur with a smile, which Venusaur returned with his own smile. Ash and Venusaur then looked up to see Jackson and Meganium walking up to them. Jackson, thanks for the match. Ash said to Jackson with a smile, glad to have had a fun battle with Jackson. No problem, Ash. Besides, I learned a lot in our battle as well. You know, you remind me of my old friend Jimmy. Maybe you two could have a battle. Jackson said to Ash with a smile on his face, noticing how Ash seems to be like his friend Jimmy. I look forward to meeting this Jimmy and having a battle with him. Ash replied to Jackson with a smile, before he held his right hand out for a handshake, which Jackson accepted with Venusaur and Meganium having their own handshake, using their vines with the crowd still cheering for the show of good sportsmanship. Later on that day, Ash, Brock and Misty were seating around a table outside of the Pokémon Center with Espeon and Pikachu eating Pokémon food for them on the ground next to Ash. You've got a lot of explaining to do, Ash. Misty said to Ash with narrowed eyes, while rocking Togepi to sleep. Alright, I guess you guys deserve an explanation. Ash replied to Misty, while taking a deep sigh at how he forgot about Cross's match, being too distracted by his battle with Jackson. Still, you got 6 points and now in the victory tournament and now in the top. Let's just hope that your Pokémon don't get sick again. Brock said to Ash with a smile, glad at how well Ash has been doing. Ash smiled at Brock as he was about to finish his ice cream, till it floated out of his hand, before it started getting eaten by an invisible creature. Ash sighed at seeing this, while Pikachu and Espeon laughed. Really, Latias, you could have asked. Ash said to the invisible creature, receiving a coo in replay, making Ash sigh. Latios and Latias went out to explore the town when Ash had his battle against Jackson, while staying invisible for no one to see them, but they would turn into their human forms to walk around and see more humans. Sorry Ash, but Latias is an ice cream eating machine. Ash heard Latios's voice in his head, getting another sigh from Ash. Anyway Ash, how did you train Venusaur and Blastoise so much in 1 month for them to get so strong? Brock asked Ash about how he trained Venusaur and Blastoise to be so strong in 1 month. I would like to know that as well. A familiar voice was heard, getting Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Espeon and the invisible dragon due to turn to see Professor Oak, Elm and Ash's mother behind Ash, with all 3 adults smiling. Chapter 5, Ash vs. Gary. Mom! Professor Oak and Professor Elm. Ash exclaimed in surprise at seeing his own mother, along with the 2 Pokémon researchers here in Silver Town, with Brock, Misty, Pikachu, Espeon and the invisible Ian duo also looking surprised to see them. During Ash's month of training and looking after the 2 Larvatars, he meet up with Professor Elm, Oak and his mum that came to visit, but Latios and Latias didn't reveal themselves to the 3, still a little nervous around new people. Ash didn't even show his key stone to the 3 yet, wanting to keep it a surprise till his match against a powerful trainer. Ash then got up from his seat and walked over to Professor Elm, Oak and his mum, while giving his mum a hello hug, which she returned. What are you all doing here in Silver Town? Ash asked Elm, Oak and his mother on why they're here. We came to see you battle in the championship tournament of course. Delia said to her son with a smile. We saw yours and Gary's matches on TV and we came to watch your battles. Delia continued to say to her son, explaining to Ash about their reasons. According to Tracy. Professor Oak began to explain to Ash with a smile, while Misty, Brock, Pikachu and Espeon walked up next to Ash to listen. You and Gary are the talk of the town back home. Everyone is looking forward to watching the 2 of you battle. Speaking of battle, we should probably head to the main area as the matchups are sure to come up soon. Professor Oak explained to Ash and his friends, reminding them that the matchups are gonna be decided soon. Yeah, you're right, Ash said to Oak with a smile, before he pulled out his 2 Master Ball. Sorry guys, but I promise that when we're back in our rooms, I'll let you out, Latios and Latias return. Ash called out as he held the 2 Master Ball out as 2 red beams shot out and connected with the 2 invisible Ian dragons, returning them to the Master Ball with Ash putting them in his jacket. So my computer wasn't fooling me. Professor Oak said, slightly awed as he had only caught a glimpse of the two Pokémon that Ash just recalled. Beside him, Professor Elm was a little wide-eyed. You do have the legendary Latios and Latias. Oak said in amazement at how Ash captured two legendary Pokémon. Ash nodded to both professors as a smirk formed on his face. Yep, and with them on my side I'm gonna win. I haven't used them yet in battle because I'm planning to save them for the victory tournament. Ash said to both professors with a smirk on his face, feeling excited that he'll soon see the results of Latios and Latias' training. Well, I can't wait to see them in battle, Professor Elm said, excited about seeing the two dragon-type Pokémon in battle. It's every Pokémon professor's dream to see a legendary in battle. Elm continued to speak, his excitement showing on his face. Well, I promise not to disappoint you. Ash said to Elm with a smile, before the wind blew past him, which made his jacket blow in the breeze. As Ash's jacket blew in the breeze, Professor Elm also took notice of the golden feather in Ash's inner jacket pocket. Could it be? Professor Elm exclaimed in shock. It is the rainbow wing. Professor Elm called out in awe at seeing the legendary rainbow ring, making Ash sigh as he brought out the rainbow wing with his left hand and held it up for them to see. Professor Oak and Delia looked at the rainbow wing in awe, before they gave the Jado scientist a look of confusion, which Professor Elm noticed and started to explain. That's a legendary feather said to belong to the legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh. He explained to the two, shocking both Professor Oak and Delia. Ash, where in the world did you find it? Elm asked Ash on how he got the rainbow wing, making Ash gain a nervous look on his face, while keeping the rainbow wing close to him. Professor, I know that a feather belonging to a legendary Pokémon is a rare find, but I still don't see how this rainbow wing is so important. Delia asked in confusion at what's so important about the rainbow wing. Professor Elm then began to explain the legend of the Rainbow Hero and its great importance in the future of the Pokémon world. And to say that the two Pallet Town natives were shocked was beyond an understatement as they looked at Ash in complete shock that he was the chosen hero to accomplish the impossible. Ash, how in the world did you get mixed up in something like this? Professor Oak asked with disbelief in his voice at how Ash was chosen to become the legendary Rainbow Hero. Ash rubbed the back of his head with his right hand and sighed. I'll explain it to you guys, but after my battle, all right? Ash replied with a nervous tone as Pikachu jumped to his shoulder. Pika Pie. Pikachu said to his best friend as he rubbed the back of Ash's head with his left paw, trying to help Ash calm down. They all nodded to Ash as they understood what Ash means, while Espion walked up to Ash's mother and rubbed head against her knee, liking Delia right away. Oh, aren't you a cutie? Delia said to Espion with a smile as she picked up Espion and hugging her, causing the psychic Pokémon to purr in enjoyment. Ash smiled at seeing Espion get along with his mother. Soon everyone was inside the Pokémon Center to see the top 16 trainer that made it. Ash had his eyes on the screen to see who he wanted to battle against. Professor Oak and Elm went off to speak with Mr. Goodshow to see if they can help with anything, while Delia stayed close, while still holding Espion in her hands happily, with the psychic type enjoying her time in Delia's arms, while Pikachu stayed on Ash's shoulder. Soon the screen showed all the trainers that made it through the Robin Round matchups. Hey look, Harrison made it to the victory tournament. Brock called out as he pointed at one of the pictures that had Harrison's picture. Ash smiled at seeing Harrison had made it as well, before he looked at the other pictures and saw that Gary, himself and Cross had made it as well. Awesome, everyone that I want to face made it. Ash said to himself in excitement at the chance of battling Harrison, Gary and Cross. Hey Ashy boy. Gary greeted with a wave as he walked up to Ash, getting Ash's attention. Hey Gary. Ash said in a dry voice at his once best friend, but now second best rival. Gary merely chuckled quietly at Ash's dry voice and turned to the screen to wait for the matchups to be posted. After a few moments of waiting, Mr. Goodshow stepped up and began speaking to all the trainers. Attention all remaining trainers of the Silver Conference. Congratulations to all of the 16 of you who have made it past the Athlete Division and Robin Round Division. Now the championship tournament begins. Mr. Goodshow announced to everyone and most of the trainers let out a whoops of joy. The tournament is a full 6-on-6 elimination match. The first trainer to lose all 6 Pokémon will be knocked out of the competition and the winner will move on to the next round. The matches will be played on either a grass, ice, rock or water field. When one trainer loses 3 of their Pokémon, there will be a 5-minute break for the trainers to rest and think up strategies. Now without further ado, the computer will now mix up the remaining trainers and randomly select which trainer you will battle and in what round the battle will take place. Mr. Goodshow announced and explained to all the trainers. With his little speech done, Mr. Goodshow turned to the big screen that everyone in the room could see and pressed a button. The screen went dark for a second before it lit back up and the pictures began flashing around until it stopped and revealed the final matches. "Look, Harrison's in the first match," Misty called out as she pointed at Harrison's picture, who is facing a random trainer. Ash looked and indeed saw Harrison was in the first round. He's going to win his match, Ash said to himself before he saw Cross's picture, where he was gonna battle in the last match. Cross will defiantly win his match, I'm sure of it. Now where am I? Ash said as he scanned all the matches, before his blood went cold and his eyes widened. Ash was in the second match and it was against Gary. Professor Oak and Delia's eyes widened at this. Misty and Brock looked worriedly between Ash and Gary. Ash turned to look at Gary, just as Gary turned to look at Ash. Ash could have sworn that he saw a flicker of surprise in Gary's eyes, but he dismissed it. Ash chuckled slightly at Gary. "Well Gary, looks like you're leaving the tournament so soon. I gotta say I feel a little bad for you," Ash said to Gary with a smirk, feeling confident that he can beat Gary and advanced so that he could face Cross soon. "In your dream, Ashy boy," Gary replied to Ash calmly, while the two stared at each other. Mr. Goodshow's voice sounded out and probably stopped Ash and Gary from going at each other's throats. The first 2 matches will take place in 2 days, Harrison of Little Root Town vs Austin of Blackthorn City, and the second match is Gary from Pallet Town vs Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. The first match will take place at 12 o'clock in 2 days and the second battle will take place afterwards. Good luck to all of you in your upcoming matches, Mr. Goodshow called out to all the trainers with a smile. "Well Ashy boy," Gary began to say to Ash, getting the Rainbow Hero's attention as he looked at Gary. "I've got to go and prepare my team for our battle. I hope that you'll at least make me break a sweat, but I won't hold my breath," Gary said to Ash with a smirk, before he turned around and began to walk away. "Careful what you wish for, it might come true. And who knows, maybe you'll get more than you bargained for," Ash said through his granted teeth, while growling slightly. Gary stopped walking and turned around to look at Ash. "By the way, Ash, you remember this?" Gary asked as he pulled out a top half of a Pokeball from his pocket. It was all rusted and beaten up and looked really old. Ash looked surprised at seeing what Gary was holding. "You still have that?" Ash said in surprise that Gary kept that old rusted Pokeball. "Of course I still have it," Gary replied to Ash with narrowed eyes. "It was my first defeat." Gary continued to speak, closing his hand that was holding the old Pokeball. "We tied for it and you know it," Ash countered back at Gary with narrowed eyes. "Neither one of us won." Ash continued to speak, remembering the day before his journey. "Well to me, trying with you is almost worse than losing," Gary said in a bored voice. He put his half of the Pokeball back in his pocket and began walking away. "See you in our match Ashy boy," Gary said to Ash as he waved his hand over his shoulder. As Gary walked away, Delia looked at her son in confusion. "Ash, honey, what was that Pokeball thing?" Delia asked her son in confusion, never remembering Ash and Gary have an argument about a Pokeball. "It's a fight me and Gary had on the day before we left on our journeys," Ash answered his mother, looking down. Espion jumped out of Delia's hands and onto Ash's shoulder, rubbing her right cheek against Ash's left cheek, making Ash laugh lightly. "Thanks for cheering me up, Espion." Ash thanked his psychic type with a smile as he rubbed Espion's left cheek with his left hand. Esp. Espion purred to herself, glad to cheer up Ash. Ash then looked down at his left-hand glove to look at his keystone. "I guess my battle against Gary would be a good time to use Mega Evolution, but who should Mega Evolve in my battle against Gary?" Ash thought to himself, not noticing someone walking by him. However, a letter fell down on the ground in front of Ash, which he noticed, before he picked it up and read it. "I don't know what your history is with that guy Gary, but don't let that distract you from battling your hardest against him. You're not the type to just let someone walk all over you, so do what you did to me and down that guy down. I'll be waiting for you. From Cross." Ash whispered to himself as he read the letter, before he looked over his right shoulder, but didn't see Cross. Ash then looked back at the letter and smiled at it. "Thanks, Cross." Ash whispered to himself, thanking his number one rival, with Pikachu and Espion smiling at seeing Ash back to being himself and not distracted now. 2 days later, Ash and Gary's battle. "Hello Pokémon fans." The announcer called out as the stadium was packed with people, who has come to watch the battle between Ash and Gary, having watched Harrison's match and how he won with a flawless victory. Ash and Gary walked onto the field with determined looks on both of their young faces. Now the second match of the Johto League Silver Conference Victory Tournament. For those of you who didn't see it, the first match was won by Harrison of Little Root Town. The winner of this round will face him in the quarterfinals. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered for both trainers. After Ash's letter from Cross, he spent the rest of that day with his mom, before they all went to bed to rest. The next day, Ash signed up his team for his battle against Gary on the computer, before he had breakfast at the Pokémon Center with Brock, Misty, his mom and the Pokémon professors. After he was done eating, Ash left to train his whole team for his battle against Gary in the forest so that nobody would see him. However, fate had different plans as someone was in the forest and saw Ash train his team and even bring out the Rainbow Wing. Ash trained his team of Pokémon for the whole day, before they stopped at 5 p.m. to rest for the rest of the day. Ash looked up data on Gary on his remaining time, before he went to bed with Espion and Pikachu sleeping with him. Soon the day has come, with Ash getting ready early for his big battle. Ash had a healthy breakfast and gave his team a good breakfast as well for them to be ready. Soon Ash, Misty, and Brock headed to the stadium to prepare for Ash's battle, while Delia, Oak and Elm went to the audience stand of the stadium. Ash had left Pikachu with Misty since he wasn't planning to use him in his battle, but kept Espion with him. During Harrison's battle, Ash watched so that he could learn Harrison's battling style and was really impressed with how Harrison battles. Now the time has come for his battle against Gary. Meanwhile, behind Ash were Misty, Brock, human form Latias, Pikachu, Politoed, Psyduck and Togepi in the couch stands, with Pikachu, Psyduck, Politoed and Togepi waving white flags with red Pokeballs on them. "You think Ash will be okay? I mean, he picked his own team without our help," Misty said in concern for Ash, worried that things might go bad for Ash since he selected his team himself. "Let's have faith in Ash. He's done well on his own so far, so let's have faith in him like we did before." Brock replied to Misty without looking at her, while having his arms said nothing, but held her hands together and prayed for Ash to win. Pika Pi Poli Sai Togepi. The 4 cheering Pokémon called out, waving the flags for Ash and his team, which Espion looked at, before she winked at Pikachu with her left eye, making Pikachu blush. Also across on Gary's couch stands was his cheerleading girl squad, cheering for Gary. In the audience stands, Delia, Professor Oak and Elm were watching as well, with Delia having a red camera to take pictures of. "If your grandson does well enough, we might get a chance to see either Latios and Latias," Elm said to Oak without looking at him, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. "Who knows, but Ash might surprise us since he's won all his past matches with only one Pokémon so far." Oak replied to his college with a smile and arms crossed. Delia also kept her eyes on the battlefield with her camera ready to take photos at any time. Also, away from the stadium, watching from a high mountain was Marshadao, with Nti, Reiku and Suicune, with all 4 legendary Pokémon watching Ash's battles in the championship only. Are you sure that the Chosen One is ready for his destiny? Nti asked Marshadao without looking at him, keeping his eyes on the stadium, even though it was at a distance away. I'm sure. I've been watching him during the month leading to this and is on a great start for his destiny. Marshadao replied to Nti without looking at him, having faith in Ash to accomplish his destiny as the Rainbow Hero. Suicune kept silent as she watched the human that she's encountered a few times in the past now, before she turned her head right to look at Reiku, who looked very excited for Ash's battle. You seem very excited for our chosen Rainbow Heroes match, Reiku. Suicune said to the electric Pokémon with a smile, getting Reiku's attention. When I first met Ash, I saw great potential in him. Potential that would carve out a new path for humans and Pokémon. That is why, after this tournament, I wish to join him on his journey. Reiku replied to Suicune as he looked back at the stadium, with everyone doing the same. Both trainers in this battle are from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. The announcer called out to the stadium. Both of these trainers are unique in their own way. Both of them are the same age and have made reputations for themselves. On the red side is Gary Oak, the grandson of the Pokémon expert Professor Oak. The announcer called out as the camera showed Professor Oak, who freaked out a bit, with Delia giving the peace sign to the camera. On the green side we have Ash Ketchum, who has made it all the way to the top 16 in the Indigo League. Both of these trainers have promising futures, but which one of them will emerge victories? The announcer called out to the stadium, and also to the legendary Pokémon watching. Everyone's attention was now drawn to the screen where Ash and Gary's pictures took up the slots. Below their pictures were 6 empty slots for their Pokémon. Then in between their name, there was a circle divided into 4 segments. One of them had a rock in the middle, one shaped like grass, one the shape of ice and the last one shaped like a water droplet. Then it began flashing through the sour segments before stopping on the one shaped like a rock. And it looks like the battle will take place on a rock battlefield. The announcer called out as the natural field was replaced by a rock battlefield. Then another circle appeared where the previous one was. Only this one was divided into 8 parts, with 4 slots green and the other slots red. And now it's time to see which trainer will send out their Pokémon first. The announcer called out as the circle started flashing between colors for a few seconds and everyone waited with their breaths held. Then it stopped on a red segment. And Gary Oak will go first. The announcer called out to the stadium, while Gary brought out a Pokeball. Nidoqueen, let's go. Gary called out as he threw his Pokeball that released his Nidoqueen. Nido. Nidoqueen called out as she landed on the rock battlefield, facing Ash. And Gary's first choice is Nidoqueen. What Pokémon will Ash counter with? The announcer called out as Ash brought out a great ball in his right hand. I'll counter Pure Power with Pure Power. Nidoking, you're up. Ash called out as he threw his great ball out, which released his Nidoking. Nido. Nidoking called out as he landed on the rock battlefield, glaring at Nidoqueen. And Ash sends out a Nidoking. It's a battle between a Nidoqueen and Nidoking. The announcer called out in excitement with the crowd cheering in excitement as well. I wasn't expecting Ash to have a Nidoking. Misty said in surprise at seeing Ash having a Nidoking. So was I, but this is a great way to counter Nidoqueen. Brock replied to Misty, keeping his eyes on the match, while all the Pokémon cheered for Nidoking, with human form Latias now waving a flag herself. Let the match begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags with a smile. Ash and Nidoking, +5 more versus Gary and Nidoqueen, +5 more. Nidoqueen, use Rock Smash. Gary called out as he held his right fist out to the left side. Nido. Nidoqueen called out as her right fist glowed, before she punched the ground, causing cracks to form on the ground and started heading towards Nidoking. Use your tail to jump and dodge. Ash called out to Nidoking on what to do. Nidoking nodded to his trainer, before he slammed his tail into the ground, making him jump high in the air to dodge Rock Smash. What the? Gary called out in surprise at seeing Ash's Nidoking jump. My stars! Professor Oak said in surprise, while Delia took a picture. Now use Drill Run. Ash called out to Nidoking as he held his right fist out. Nido! Nidoking called out as he started diving down towards Nidoqueen, spinning with his horn glowing. Nidoqueen, shield yourself with the rocks. Gary called out to his Pokémon on what to do. Nidoqueen quickly jumped behind a rock to protect herself, but Nidoking easily smashed through that rock and slammed into her, making Nidoqueen cry out in pain as she was sent back, but still kept on her feet, while Nidoking landed on his feet. Hyper Beam. Ice Beam. Gary and Ash called out at the same time as both Pokémon charged up their attacks and fired at the same time, with both attacks slamming into each other, causing an explosion. What a fierce battle. Both Pokémon aren't giving an inch, and after a power struggle, Nidoking and Nidoqueen are still battling hard. The announcer called out as the shock waves of the explosion made everyone cover their eyes with their arms, before the smoke from the explosion died down to show both Nidoking and Nidoqueen hasn't taken any damage from either Hyper Beam or Ice Beam. Return Nidoqueen. Gary called out as he returned his Nidoqueen to his Pokeball. Gary has decided to switch out his Nidoqueen. The announcer called out as Nidoqueen's picture stopped glowing, showing that it was still in the battle and not defeated. Golem, I choose you. Gary called out as he threw another Pokeball, releasing a Golem this time. And Gary's second Pokémon is Golem. The announcer called out as Gary's second dark slot showed a picture of Golem. Nidoqueen vs Golem. Golem, use Magnitude. Gary called out to his rock and ground type, holding his right hand to the left side. Golem. Golem called out as he jumped up, before he stomped on the ground, making the ground start shaking, making Nidoking close his eyes in pain since he's weak against ground-type moves. Don't give up, Nidoking. Use Iron Tail. Ash called out as he held his right hand out, which Nidoking snapped open his eyes, before he charged at Golem and spun around, hitting Golem in the face with his now metal tail. And both Pokémon land super effective hits. The announcer called out to the stadium, with Delia taking a picture of Nidoking hitting Golem. Grab the tail and hold on to it. Gary called out to his Golem on what to do. Golem eyes shot open as he quickly cached Nidoking's tail in his arms. What? Ash called out in surprise at seeing Golem catch Nidoking's tail. Nido. Nidoking called out as he tried to pull his tail free. Spin him around, then send him flying. Gary called out to his Golem, which Golem used incredible strength as he lifted Nidoking off the ground and started spinning around, holding onto Nidoking's tail, before he let go with Nidoking sent into the air. Nidoking. Ash called out in concern as Nidoking landed on the rock battlefield on his back, with swirls in his eyes since the fall was very powerful. Nidoking is unable to battle. Golem wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to Gary's side of the field, with Nidoking's icon going black. And Ash has lost his first Pokémon, with Gary now in the lead. The announcer called out as everyone in the stadium cheered for Gary, with Gary's cheerleading squad cheering for him as well. Victor, Golem. Not good. Ash already lost his Nidoking and down a Pokémon already. Misty said in concern for Ash, worried that he'll lose. It's still early, Misty. I'm sure Ash has a plan. Brock replied to Misty with a smile, having faith in Ash. The Pokémon kept cheering, while waving the flags with human form Latias doing the same. Ash returned Nidoking to his Great Ball, before he looked at the Great Ball. Nidoking. I'm proud of you for giving it your all. Take a good rest. Ash said to the Great Ball, before he put it away and brought out a Pokeball in his right hand. Kabutops, you're up. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the water and rock type, Kabutops. Kabutops. Kabutops called out as he swings his blades, showing that they were shape and in good condition. And Ash's second Pokémon is Kabutops. The announcer called out as Kabutops' icon took Ash's second dark slot on the screen. This will be interesting. Both Pokémon have the disadvantage against each other. Brock exclaimed to himself, knowing that Kabutops and Golem have the disadvantage against each other. I hope Ash knows what he's doing. Misty whispered to herself in concern. Let the match begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags in the air. Kabutops vs Golem. Golem, use Thunder Punch. Gary called out to his rock and ground type Pokémon. Golem. Golem called out as his right fist glowed yellow with electricity, before he began charging at Kabutops. Kabutops, counter with superpower. Ash called out to Kabutops on what move to use. Kabutops. Kabutops called out as a red glow covered him, before he charged at Golem. Kabutops and Golem were getting close, before they were in close contact. Golem swung his Thunder Punch to hit Kabutops in the face, but Kabutops ducked to dodge, before he head-butted Golem, sending the rock and ground type back. Both Kabutops and Golem were close in contact, but Kabutops landed a hit, while Golem missed. The announcer called out as Kabutops jumped back, while Golem slid back. Golem, use Rollout. Gary called out to Golem, who gave out a cry as he ducked into his shell and began rolling towards Kabutops. Hydro Pump. Ash called out to Kabutops, who gave a nod as he held his claws out as an orb of water appeared between his claws. Then a Hydro Pump came out of the orb of water, hitting Golem and sending him back as he smashed into a rock, before he fell to his stomach. Golem. Gary called out in concern for his rock type, as Golem had swirls in his eyes. Golem is unable to battle. Kabutops wins. The referee called out as Golem's icon went black, showing that Golem is out. Victory, Kabutops. Gary's Golem is down, with both sides now having 5 Pokémon left. The announcer called out in excitement as Gary returned Golem to his Pokeball. Well Ash, you've gotten a little smarter. Gary called out to Ash with a smirk, which Ash returned with his own smirk, with Espion looking at her trainer with a smile. But let's how you deal with this, Ashy boy. Gary said as he brought out another Pokeball, before he kissed it. I chose you, Blastoise. Gary called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing his evolved starter. Blastoise. Blastoise called out as he landed on the rock battlefield against Kabutops, making Ash narrow his eyes. And Gary's third Pokémon is Blastoise. The announcer called out as Gary's third dark icon showed Blastoise. Brock, is that? Misty whispered to Brock with widened eyes. Yeah, the same Squirtle that Gary got from his grandfather. Brock replied to Misty without looking at her, with human form Latias looking worried for Ash, while Pikachu, Politoed Psyduck and Togepi also stared at Blastoise in surprise. Blastoise is Gary's most powerful Pokémon, so Ash will have a hard time defeating it. Professor Oak said in the stands, with Delia and Professor Elm next to him. I believe in Ash. Delia said to Oak, having faith in her son. Kabutops vs Blastoise. Kabutops, use Night Slash. Ash called out as he held his right fist out. Kaboo. Kabutops called out as his claws glowed black, before he charged at Blastoise. Bad move Ashy boy. Use Hydro Pump. Gary called out with a smirk which Blastoise summoned out his Hydro Cannons, before he fired at the approaching Kabutops. Kabutops used his claws to cut the Hydro Pump in half, before he kept charging. What? Gary called out in surprise at seeing Kabutops cut the Hydro Pump in half, while Kabutops slashed Blastoise in an X shape at the stomach, sending Blastoise back a little. Good work, now superpower. Ash called out to Kabutops, which the rock and water type gained a red glow again, before he charged at Blastoise. Use Bite to catch Kabutops' claws to stop him. Gary called out as he held his left hand out to the right side, with Blastoise catching Kabutops' right claw with his mouth, making Kabutops widen his eyes. What? Ash exclaimed in surprise at seeing Blastoise catch Kabutops' attack. Now send him flying. Gary shouted to his starter as Blastoise lifted Kabutops off the ground and threw him into the air. Now Hydro Pump. Gary called out to Blastoise as Blastoise fired another Hydro Pump, hitting Kabutops this time and covering him in blue smoke from the Hydro Pump. Kabutops. Ash called out in concern as Kabutops landed in front of him with the smoke clearing. Kabutops had landed on his back with swirls in his eyes. Kabutops is unable to battle. Blastoise wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to Gary's side of the field, with Kabutops' icon going black. Well done Blastoise. Gary said to his starter with a smile. Blastoise. Blastoise called out with a smile, while Ash returned Kabutops to his Pokeball. Victor, Blastoise. Kabutops, you take a nice long rest. Ash whispered to the Pokeball with a smile, before he put it away and pulled out an Ultra Ball. Your turn now, Hitmonlee. Ash called out as he threw the Ultra Ball, releasing the Kicking Fiend Pokémon, who had his arms crossed as he appeared on the rock battlefield. Ash's next choice is the fighting type, Hitmonlee. The announcer called out as Ash's third dark icon showed Hitmonlee. Return Blastoise. Gary called out as he held Blastoise's Pokeball in his right hand, returning the water type to the Pokeball, while Blastoise's icon went dark, but kept the color. Go, Scizor. Gary called out as he threw another Pokeball, releasing a Scizor. Scizor. Gary's Scizor said as he glared at Hitmonlee, who returned the glare. Gary switched out his Blastoise for his Scizor. The announcer called out as Gary's fourth dark icon showed Scizor. Hitmonlee vs Scizor. Scizor, use quick attack. Gary called out to his steel and bug type, who turned into a red blur as it charged at Hitmonlee very fast. Oh no you don't Gary, use Blaze Kick. Ash called out as he held his right hand out, telling Hitmonlee on what move to use. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee called out as his right foot turned into a flaming foot, before he kicked the red blur when it was close enough, with the attack hitting Scizor's face. What a surprise! Hitmonlee was quick enough to land a super effective hit on Scizor. The announcer called out in surprise at seeing Hitmonlee make a hit on Scizor. What? Gary called out in surprise at seeing his plan backfire. Alright. Misty called out in joy at seeing things starting to turn to Ash's favor. And it's super effective since Scizor is a steel and bug type. Brock exclaimed in joy at seeing Ash land a super effective hit. Human form Latias smiled at seeing Ash battle so well. Scizor, use Metal Claw. Gary called out to his Scizor, which Scizor gave a cry as he charged at Hitmonlee with his claws turning into metal. Use Double Team. Ash called out to Hitmonlee, which Hitmonlee nodded to his trainer without looking at him, before doubles of him appeared, surrounding Scizor in a circle shape, making Scizor look around in confusion. Oh no! Gary said in surprise and widened eyes at seeing Hitmonlee use Double Team. Now's your chance, Ash. Finish him off. Misty called out to the Rainbow Hero with a smile, which Ash looked over his left shoulder and nodded to her. Hitmonlee, use a combination move of Blaze Kick and High Jump Kick. Ash called out to Hitmonlee to use a combination move. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee called out from behind Scizor as his left knee glowed, while his right feet gained fire. The doubles disappeared as Hitmonlee charged at Scizor, who turned around to see Hitmonlee, before Hitmonlee used High Jump Kick to hit Scizor in the chin, before he roundhouse kicked Scizor with Blaze Kick, sending the steel, bug type to one of the rocks, and smashed into it. Scizor no. Gary called out in worry for his Pokemon as Scizor fell to his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Scizor. Scizor said, as he couldn't battle anymore. Scizor is unable to battle. Hitmonlee wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Caesar's icon turning black. Victor, Hitmonlee. Incredible, Ash's Hitmonlee used 2 moves at the same time to defeat Gary's Caesar. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for Ash and Hitmonlee. You were awesome, Hitmonlee. Ash called out to his fighting type with a smile, with Hitmonlee standing in front of him with his arms crossed. Ispi. Espion called out to Hitmonlee with a smile, glad that Hitmonlee is doing well, which Hitmonlee nodded to them without looking at them. Now Ash and Gary only have 4 Pokémon left. Misty said with a smile at seeing how things are now. Yeah, but don't forget that Gary still has his Blastoise. Brock reminded Misty about Gary's Blastoise being his most powerful Pokémon. Pika Pie. Pikachu called out as he kept waving the flag for his best friend, with his fellow Pokémon assisting him. Gary returned Caesar to his Pokeball without a word, before he brought out another Pokeball. Come on back out, Nidoqueen. Gary called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the ground and poison type. Nido. Nidoqueen called out as she landed on the ground, glaring at Hitmonlee. And Gary brings back Nidoqueen for a second round. The announcer called out as Nidoqueen's icon went back on. Hitmonlee vs Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen, use your tail to jump. Gary called out to his ground and poison type. Nido. Nidoqueen called out as she used her tail to jump as Nidoking did. What? Ash called out in surprise, with Espion and Hitmonlee doing the same. I got the idea from you, Ash. Now use double kick. Gary called out and thanked Ash, with Nidoqueen hitting Hitmonlee with both her legs, using double kick. Lee. Hitmonlee called out in pain as he was pushed back from the force of the attack. Hitmonlee. Ash called out in worry for his fighting type, who backflipped to regain control. Awesome, now use Mega Kick. Ash cried out to Hitmonlee with a smirk, which Hitmonlee gave out a cry, before he kicked Nidoqueen in the face, dealing damage and sending Nidoqueen back. Both Pokémon aren't giving an inch, trading blows to each other. The announcer called out in excitement at seeing Nidoqueen and Hitmonlee battle hard. Use Hyper Beam. Gary called out to Nidoqueen, who charged an orange Hyper Beam in her mouth, before she unleashed it. Block it. Ash called out to Hitmonlee with narrowed eyes, with Hitmonlee shielding himself with his arms in an X-shaped position. Hyper Beam slammed into Hitmonlee and pushed him back, but Hitmonlee stayed strong and released his arms, causing the Hyper Beam to disappear. Now use High Jump Kick. Ash called out as Hitmonlee charged and kneed Nidoqueen in the chin, sending Nidoqueen back. Both Nidoqueen and Hitmonlee started taking deep breaths from all the hits that they have taken, which Gary and Ash noticed. Use Rock Smash Blaze Kick. Gary and Ash called out as both Nidoqueen and Hitmonlee hit each other with a fist-powered Rock Smash and a Blazing Blaze Kick, before both Hitmonlee and Nidoqueen then fell to the ground with swirls in their eyes. Both Nidoqueen and Hitmonlee are unable to battle. The referee called out as he raised both flags, with both Hitmonlee and Nidoqueen's icons going dark. Draw. It's over. The battle between Hitmonlee and Nidoqueen ended in double knockout. This has surely shaking up to be a very intense battle, as to be expected of the victory tournament. The announcer exclaimed as the crowd cheered for both trainers as they returned their Pokémon, saying thanks. We will now cut to a 5-minute break since both trainers have lost 3 Pokémon. The announcer called out, as it was time for the 5-minute break. Ash and Gary both made their way over to the rest area to rest for a small bit. Ash sat down, breathing heavily as Pikachu stood by his side with Espion next to him, while human form Latias gave her trainer a hug. You're doing great, Ash. You've still got your last 3 Pokémon hidden to Gary's 3, with one of them being his Blastoise. Misty said with a smile to Ash, proud of how he's doing. Ash sighed at Misty before he drank from a water bottle, getting both Misty and Brock's attention. Yeah, but those last 3 aren't gonna be easy to beat. He still has his Blastios and who knows what else, with Blastoise being his oldest and strongest Pokémon. Ash replied to Misty, before he looked over at his left hand with the keystone in the center and clenched his fist tightly. This is where the real battle starts. Are you ready? Ash thought to himself as he pulled out a Pokeball with a red flame on the top with his right hand. Attention trainers, your 5-minute break is over. Please return to the battlefield. The announcer called out as 5 minutes passed by and both Ash and Gary returned to their sides of the battlefield, with Espeon on Ash's right side. Alright, we'll now begin the second half of the battle. Since Gary went first on the first round, Ash will send out his Pokémon first this time. The announcer called out as Ash looked down at Espeon, who looked at her trainer with a smile. You ready, Espeon? Ash said to his psychic type with a smile. Espe. Espeon replied to Ash with a smile, ready for some action. Alright then, you're up Espeon. Ash called out with a smile as he pointed at the battlefield with his right hand's index finger. Espe. Espeon called out as she ran into the rock battlefield, glaring at Gary. And Ash's fourth Pokémon is Espeon. Which Pokémon will Gary use against Ash's Espeon? The announcer called out as Gary smirked, before he brought out a Pokeball. Go, Umbreon. Gary called out as he threw his Pokeball, releasing his Dark-type evolution of EV. Umber. Umbreon called out as he glared at Espeon, who glared back. And it's a battle of two different evolutions of EV, but Umbreon has the advantage since Psychic types have the disadvantage against Dark types. The announcer called out as Ash's fourth Dark slot showed Espeon, while Gary's fifth Dark slot showed Umbreon. Let the battle begin. The referee called out as he raised both flags for the battle to begin. Espeon vs Umbreon. Use Swift. Both Ash and Gary called out to their Pokémon, which both Espeon and Umbreon fired Swift from their mouths. Both Swifts slammed into each other, before both attacks caused an explosion. It's the start of the second round and there's already an explosion. The announcer called out to the stadium, with Delia still taking pictures of the whole battle. Soon the smoke from the explosion cleared to show neither Espeon or Umbreon took any damage. Dark Pulse, Umbreon. Go. Gary called out to his Dark type, holding his right fist to the left side. Umbreon. Umbreon called out as he gathered dark energy in his mouth, before he fired it at Espeon. Espeon, use Psychic. Ash called out to his Psychic type, whose eyes glowed blue, before the big rocks was lifted off the ground and in front of her, protecting her from Dark Pulse. Fine then, Rapid Fire Shadow Ball. Gary called out to his Umbreon, who started rapid firing Shadow Ball at Espeon, who started running around the field to dodge all the Shadow Ball. Keep dodging till you find an opening. Ash ordered, which Espeon kept dogging, before one of the Shadow Balls slammed into her left side, making her cry out in pain as she slammed into a rock. Espeon. Brock and Misty called out in concern for Espeon. Pika. Pikachu called out in concern for Espeon. Psyduck said in confusion, still being clueless. Polly. Politoed called out as he kept clapping his hands. Togepi. Togepi said in concern for Espeon. Human form Latias kept her hands together in pray for her trainer's victory. Now Umbreon, finish this with Iron Tail. Gary called out with a smirk as he pointed at Espeon with his left hand's index finger. Umbreon called out as he started charging at the fallen Espeon with his tail turning into metal. If Espeon doesn't do something soon, this could be it. The announcer called out as everyone held his or her breaths at what will happen. Espeon, use Attract. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, making Gary widen his eyes in surprise. Espeon looked at the approaching Umbreon, before she winked with her right eye with hearts appearing from her eyes, before the hearts went out and surrounded the confused Espeon, before they got absorbed into Umbreon, making Umbreon's eyes turn into hearts as he looked at Espeon, who stood back up on her feet. Oh no! Gary cried out in surprise, not expecting Ash's Espeon to use Attract. What a surprise! Right when Umbreon was about to finish it with Iron Tail, Espeon made a surprising move by using Attract. The announcer called out in excitement, with everyone surprised at Espeon's move. Another picture. Delia said as she took a picture of Espeon. Ash is lucky that Attract worked on Gary's Umbreon. Professor Elm said to his college, surprised at what move Espeon used as a last resort. Indeed, if Umbreon was a female then Attract wouldn't have worked. Professor Oak said with a smile of excitement at how exciting the battle is. Now Espeon, use Dazzling Gleam. Ash shouted out to Espeon, holding his left hand out to the side. Espeon called out as her gem on her forehead glowed, before a bright flash of energy came out and blasted Umbreon, dealing super effective damage to the dark type, who landed on his stomach with his eyes still in heart shape. And Espeon's Dazzling Gleam hits. The announcer called out to the stadium. Return Umbreon. Gary called out as he brought out Umbreon's Pokeball in his right hand, returning the dark type. And Gary switches out his Umbreon. The announcer called as Umbreon's icon went dark, but kept the color, showing that Umbreon was not defeated. Now which Pokemon will Gary send out next? The announcer called out to the stadium as Gary brought out a Pokeball in his right hand. Go Skarmory, I choose you. Gary called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the Steel and Flying type Pokemon in the sky. Skarmory called out as it flew in the air, glaring at Espeon. And Gary's sixth Pokemon is Skarmory. The announcer called out as Gary's last dark slot showed Skarmory. This could be a problem. Misty said in worry for Ash. Yeah, all of Espeon's moves aren't very effective against a steel type like Skarmory. Brock exclaimed, as he knew that this would be tough. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu called out as he kept waving the flag, cheering hard for Espeon, with the others helping him with human form Latias also waving a flag. Espeon vs Umbreon switched to Skarmory. Skarmory, use Air Cutter. Gary commanded his Skarmory on what move to use. Skarmory called out as his wings glowed blue, before he unleashed Air Cutter at Espeon. Espeon, use Psychic to send Air Cutter back at Skarmory. Ash ordered his Psychic type to use her best move. Espeon's eyes glowed blue as the Air Cutters stopped in mid-air, before they went back at Skarmory, hitting the Steel and Flying type, who cried out in pain. And Espeon's Psychic sends Air Cutter back at Skarmory. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered for Espeon. Flash Cannon. Gary ordered as Skarmory glow a metal-like color, before Skarmory unleashed Flash Cannon from its mouth, hitting Espeon and sending her back. Skimmery's fast, but we're faster. Espeon, use Swift. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, which Espeon fired swift from her mouth, hitting Skarmory in the air, but didn't do much damage. Trap Espeon with Rock Slide. Gary called out as he held his left hand out to the right side. Skarmory called out as giant rocks starting appearing out of nowhere in the sky next to Skarmory, heading towards Espeon. Espeon, run for it. Don't stay in one place. Ash called out to Espeon so she wouldn't be trapped. Espeon called out as she started running as fast as she could to dodge Rock Slide. Espeon managed to dodge a few rock slides by jumping across the rock battlefield, but soon Rock started trapping her in one spot, keeping her from escaping. Espeon, try to get out of there. Ash called out to Espeon in concern, which Espeon tried hard to escape, but could not find a way out. End this with Giga Impact. Gary called out as Skarmory surrounded itself in purple energy, before it charged at the trap Espeon and boulders, causing an explosion to happen. Espeon. Ash called out in concern as Espeon slammed into the ground in front of him, while having swirls in her eyes. Espeon is unable to battle. Skarmory wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to Gary's side of the field, while Espeon's icon went black, while Gary's Skarmory flew back into the air. Victor, Skarmory. And Ash is down to just 2 Pokémon now. The announcer called out as Ash picked up Espeon in his arms and walked back to his trainer's side of the field, while placing Espeon on the ground behind him. You did your best, Espeon. I'll take care of the rest. Ash said to Espeon with a smile as he placed an orang berry in front of Espeon. Espeon said to her trainer with a small smile, before she began eating the berry. Ash then looked back at Gary, who had his arms crossed. Gary's strong, that's for sure. But I can't lose, not until I battle Cross again. I've come so far and trained so hard, so there's no way I'm gonna lose. I don't know if I can crave a new path for people and Pokemon like the legends say, but I'm gonna be the best rainbow hero that I can be, because I'm not alone. Ash thought to himself in determination to not lose and to battle Cross again, before he brought out the same Pokeball with the red flame on it. I'm counting on you, Charizard. Ash shouted out as he threw the Pokeball, which released his old friend, Charizard, who unleashed a powerful flamethrower into the sky. Rah! Charizard shouted out as he spread his wings and roared, before he finished his flamethrower. However, around Charizard's left upper arm was a red scarf with a Charizardite X, and Ash's 5 Pokemon is Charizard. The announcer called out as Ash's 5th dark slot showed Charizard, with Gary looking surprised to see Charizard so soon. Charizard already. Gary called out in surprise to see the fire and flying type as Ash's 5th Pokemon and not 6th. Let's do this, Charizard. Let's beat Gary together. Ash called out to his old friend, who nodded to his trainer with a smirk. You got it. Ash heard Charizard's voice, but only he could understand Charizard. Charizard vs Skarmory. Skarmory, use Rock Slide. Gary called out as he held his left hand out to the right side. Skarmory called out as giant rocks starting appearing out of nowhere in the sky next to Skarmory, heading towards Charizard, who looked up at the falling rocks. Use Dragon Claw. Ash called out as he held his right hand out in a claw style. Same way that Alan does it when he orders his Charizard to use Dragon Claw. Rah! Charizard called out as his claws were covered in green energy that took the shape of claws. Charizard then 2-flight towards Skarmory, easily cutting through all the falling rocks with easy. Soon Charizard was in front of Skarmory, making Skarmory and Gary gasp in surprise. Now use Flamethrower. Ash called out as Charizard opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful flamethrower, easily covering Skarmory's whole body in it and dealing huge damage. Skarmory. Gary called out in concern as Skarmory fell to the ground from the flamethrower, landing on his back with swirls in his eyes. Skarmory is unable to battle. Charizard wins. The referee called out as he held the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Skarmory's icon going black. Victor, Charizard. Charizard took down Skarmory in one blast. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for Charizard, while Delia was disappointed that she didn't get a picture of Charizard slicing a rock in half, with Charizard landing back on the ground with the green energy around his claws disappearing. Now Gary's down to 2 Pokemon, just like Ash. The announcer continued as Gary returned Skarmory to his Pokeball, before he put it away. Come on back out, Umbreon. Gary called out as he threw Umbreon's Pokeball, releasing the dark type, who glared at Charizard. And Gary sends out Umbreon to face Charizard. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered, while Umbreon's icon light back up. Charizard vs Umbreon. Umbreon, use Shadow Ball. Gary called out, which Umbreon gave out a cry as he fired a Shadow Ball at Charizard. Use Dragon Claws. Ash called out with his right arm out to the right side. Rah! Charizard called out as his claws regained the green energy that took shape of Dragon Claws, before he sliced the Shadow Ball into 5 pieces that went past him and into the ground behind Charizard, who roared. Whoa! Charizard used Dragon Claw to defend himself. The announcer called out in awe as the crowd was impressed. Fine then. Use Iron Tail. Gary called out as he held his left hand out. Umbreon called out as he charged at Charizard with his tail turning into metal. Counter that with Thunder Punch. Ash called out to Charizard with narrowed eyes. What? Gary called out in surprise at what Ash said. The green energy disappeared from Charizard's arms, before his right fist was covered in electricity, which Charizard used to counter against Umbreon's iron tail, easily sending the dark type back, who growled. Try using Dark Pulse. Gary ordered his Umbreon to use his best attack, which Umbreon fired at Charizard. Block it. Ash called out to Charizard, who held his claws out, catching the Dark Pulse, before he pushed the Dark Pulse into the sky. What the? Gary called out in surprise at what he just witnessed. Now end this with Flamethrower. Ash called out to his Charizard to use his favorite move. Rah-rah. Charizard called out as he unleashed Flamethrower from his mouth, engulfing Umbreon in it. Umbreon. Gary called out in concern for his dark type as Charizard stopped using Flamethrower to show Umbreon on his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Umbreon is unable to battle. Charizard wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while Umbreon's icon went black. Victory, Charizard. Charizard has defeated Umbreon, leaving Gary with only his Blastoise. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while Misty and Brock looked surprised. How did Ash teach Charizard Thunder Punch? Misty asked in surprise at seeing Charizard using Thunder Punch. I don't know, but Thunder Punch will help against Blastoise. Brock replied to Misty, keeping his eyes on the field, while the Pokémon cheered with Espeon lying down on human form Latias' lap, who smiled at Espeon. Gary returned Umbreon to his Pokémon, before he looked at Ash. Well Ash, I'll admit that I'm impressed. Gary called out to Ash with a smirk, which Ash returned. You haven't seen anything yet. Ash replied to Gary with a smirk, ready to unleash his secret weapon. I've seen enough to know that your Charizard isn't strong enough to beat my Blastoise. Let's go. Gary called out as he threw Blastoise's Pokeball, releasing the water type, who glared at Charizard. And now it's a battle between Charizard and Blastoise. While Blastoise may be Gary's last Pokémon, Charizard is Ash's second last one, so even if Blastoise wins, Ash will have one last Pokémon. The announcer called out to the stadium as the crowd cheered for both sides. It's time to end this, Ashy boy. Gary called out to Ash, who kept silent, before he closed his eyes. Charizard vs Blastoise. Ash took a deep breath, before he looked up at Charizard. It's time Charizard. You ready? Ash said through the link they shared, wanting to know if Charizard is ready for their secret to be revealed. I was born ready, let's show them our true power. Charizard replied to Ash, growling in agreement with his trainer, his crimson-red scarf around his left arm waving in the wind. In the stands, Cross was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking down at the battlefield. Alright Ash, show them what you've got. Show them your true power. Cross said to himself with a smirk on his face, knowing that Ash is ready to go all out. Ash looked at his left gloved hand, where in the center area was his keystone, before an image appeared in his mind of a man that looked like an adult version of him smiling up at him. Flashback. A 5-year Ash, wearing a black shirt and blue shorts stood outside, looking up at the sky, before he felt a gentle hand ruffling his hair. Ash, no matter what, never give up until the very end and always believe in yourself and your Pokémon. The man said to Ash with a smile as Ash looked up at the man, whose face was covered in the shadows. When the time comes, I know that you'll be a Pokémon trainer that can defeat me. The man said to Ash with a smile as Ash smiled at the man. Another flashback. Ash and Verity were standing against each other next to a lake, with the sky black and full of stars. Verity smiled as Ash finished saying something to her, before she walked up to Ash and kissed his cheek, which was close to his lips, causing him to blush. Remember what you said to me Ash, never give up to the very end. She said with a warm smile to Ash, which Ash returned with a warm smile with both friends blushing at each other. Flashback end. Ash's eyes shot open as a flaming multicolored aura engulfed his body, which only his Pokémon were able to see. He slowly opens his eyes to reveal they had changed to burning blue as he held up his left-hand glove, with the keystone shining. Shining majestic keystone. Unleash the true power of our bond and unleash the dragon from within. Charizard, Mega. Evolve. Ash chanted out as he pressed the keystone with his right hand's index and middle fingers, with the stone released a multicolored glow. Charizard unleashed a mighty roar that shook the arena as the mega stone on his scarf began to shine as it lit up like a blazing trail of flames with intense shock waves forcing some of the spectators to cover their eyes. Then two lights came out of both stones, before they connected, as if it was connecting Ash and Charizard, before the lights disappeared. A dragon of pure blue flames shot up into the sky, surrounding Charizard as his eyes began to change into blood red before he was engulfed in an explosion of blue flames. Charizard then dived down back to the arena. Soon the flames disappeared to show Charizard kneeling on the rock battlefield on his right knee, while his right claw was against the ground. Everyone looked down in shock at Charizard's sudden transformation. Its body and legs appear more physically fit, though its arms remain thin. Its skin turns black with a sky blue underside extending from the lower jaw to the tip of the tail. Two spikes with blue tips curve upward from the front and back of each shoulder, while the tips of its horns sharpen, turn blue, and curve slightly upward. Its brow and claws are larger, its snout is shorter, and its eyes are now red with white pupils. It has two small, fin-like spikes under each horn and two more down its lower neck. The lower trims of its wings are divided into large, rounded points and each third joint is adorned with a claw-like spike. Charizard was breathing blue flames out the sides of its mouth, and the flame on its tail now burns blue with increased heat. Charizard then stood up from the ground and unleashed a powerful roar that caused a powerful shockwave, while the DNA symbol appeared in front of him, before it disappeared. What is this? Gary questioned in shock, taken aback at what just happened. This is the power of the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon, Mega Evolution. Ash stated to Gary, holding out his left hand that had his keystone as Charizard roared again, making Gary's Blastoise take a few steps back in fear. Ash's friends up in the stands and couch stands were in complete shock at what they had just witnessed, having never seen something like this before. Delia however had a proud smile on her face. Meanwhile at the Cherisific Valley, where all the Charizards were watching their brother-in-arms in a huge movie T.V outside, Lisa and Charla were watching the battle with all the Charizards, with a look of disbelief on every Charizard's faces. Charla had hearts in her eyes seeing her boyfriend in his mega form. Wow! I had no idea Ash had something like this up his sleeve. Now I really want battle him and his Charizard. Lisa said in excitement, while Charla and the other Charizards roared, cheering for Ash and their brother Firestarter. Back in the stands, and play advanced battle song. BB Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Gary called out as he tried to keep battling, which Blastoise fired his Hydro Pump from his Hydro Cannons. Dragon Claw. Ash called out to his Charizard to use Dragon Claw. Rah-rah. Charizard called out as his claws were covered in green energy that took shape of dragon claws, before he sliced the Hydro Pump on half with the water attack hitting the ground behind him. What? Gary called out in shock at what he just witnessed, while Ash smirked, before he looked at Charizard's back. Charizard, you've grown so much since the day we met. Ash thought to himself with a smile as he thought back to the day that he met Charizard when he was just an innocent little Charmander. Let's end this with lighting Dragon Claw. Ash shouted out, holding out his left fist as Charizard's claws became surrounded by green draconic energy and electrical energy as Charizard smashed his right fist into Blastoise's face, sending Gary's Blastoise crashing onto the stadium wall behind Gary. Blastoise. Gary called out as he turned around to look at Blastoise, who fell to his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Blastoise is unable to battle. Charizard wins, so the victor is Ask Ketchum. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Ash's picture taking the full scene with the words, "Winner," under it. Victor, Ash and Charizard. Song end. The crowd started cheering Ash for a magnificent victory, with Misty, Brock, human form Latias, Pikachu, Espeon, Poliatoad, Psyduck and Togepi smiling in happiness for their friend. Alright. We won. Ash cheered with his fist raised in victory as Charizard roared in victory, before he was engulfed in small glow before reverting to his original form, making everyone look in shock again. Charizard changed back, but how? Professor Elm asked in shock at how Charizard changed back. Mega Evolution isn't the same as normal evolution, it only lasts until the end of the battle, and then the Pokémon turns back to normal. Delia explained to Professor Elm with a smile. Amazing. Simply amazing. Professor Elm exclaimed with stars in his eyes at finding something amazing when his original interest was seeing Latios and Latias battle. Well Delia, you seem to know a bit about this Mega Evolution. Professor Oak said to Delia with a smile, who blushed as she remembered how she first saw Mega Evolution. Oh, I know a few things. Delia said bashfully, rubbing her head with her right hand, while looking down at her son. Darling, you'd be so proud of Ash. He's becoming more and more like you every day. Delia thought to herself with a smile, thinking about her husband. Up in the mountains, the legendary Pokémon smiled at seeing Ash obtain victory. I take back what I said. He is ready for his destiny. Entei said to Reiku, Marshadao and Suicune with a look of proud at how Ash is ready to be the rainbow hero. He is, and he'll have my help as my chosen one to fulfill the destiny of the rainbow hero. Reiku roared out to his comrades, finally making his decision of joining Ash. Suicune looked at Reiku and smiled. Then I believe that it is time for us to join our chosen ones as well. Suicune said to Entei and Reiku with a smile, before she left to find her chosen trainer. Entei nodded in agreement as he soon left as well to find his chosen trainer, leaving Reiku with Marshadao. You're planning to join him as well, aren't you? Reiku asked his old friend, Marshadao as he looked at the fighting and ghost type, who chuckled without looking at Reiku. You are. Correct. Truth be told, I've wanted to join Ash since his battle against Ho-Oh, but have decided to wait. Let's wait till this tournament is over, and then we'll join him. Marshadao said and explained to Reiku as he kept looking at the battlefield, which Reiku nodded in agreement as he looked back at the stadium. Back at the field, Gary returned Blastoise without a world, before he left the field. Charizard, you were awesome out there. Ash called out as he ran towards Charizard and gave him a hug, which he returned. Pika-esp. Pikachu and Espeon called out with smiles as they went up to Charizard, congratulating him on mastering Mega Evolution. Rah-rah. Charizard said to all his friends, thanking them, just as Misty and Brock came up to Ash with human form Latias, asking questions. Later. Ash, Pikachu and Espeon were making their way to the Pokémon Center to heal up all of Ash's Pokémon that battled as hard as they could and to take a nice long rest. Misty and Brock weren't with them because Ash asked them to bring his mom, Professor Elm and Oak to his room because he wants to tell them something, with Gary being there to hear it as well. However, they noticed a massive crowd standing outside the arena. Ah-oh. Ash said with wide eyes as he soon found himself surrounded by dozens of fans, many of whom were young girls, begging for his autograph. Pika-esp. Pikachu and Espeon said with sweet drops at what is happening right now. Meanwhile, off in the Sinnoh region, a certain young brown-haired girl in the forest suddenly felt herself full of unyielding rage, making her crush the firewood that she was carrying, making her partner Pokémon stare at her in shock at her sudden rage. Piplup. The little penguin Pokémon, known as Piplup, called out in shock at her partner's sudden rage. Why do I feel so angry right now, like someone is trying to take something away from me? Did Mom took my picture again because she wants to see my friends, or is it something else? The young girl thought to herself in rage as the sky's light showed her face, revealing Ash's friend and crush, Verity Awadetsu. Verity then brought out her phone in her left hand, before she started going through pictures with her partner Pokémon Piplup jumping onto her right shoulder, just as Verity stopped searching pictures when she stopped at the one she wanted. The picture showed Verity with Ash, her right arm wrapped around Ash's left arm, Verity winking at the camera with Ash looking startled, with both friends having blushes on their faces. Verity started shedding tears at the photo, before she looked up at the sky. Ash. Verity thought to herself, thinking about the boy who stole her heart. Rewrite Chapter 6, Ash v.S. Harrison. Ash sighed as he, Pikachu and Espion walked through the forest outside of Silver Town. Just a few minutes ago, he was surrounded by hordes of fans who wanted his autograph, a picture with him or, in girls' cases, a date. It was a new experience and Ash really didn't like it. He managed to get away just a few minutes ago and wanted some time alone. That was different. The Rainbow Hero stated, receiving a cry of agreement from Espion and Pikachu. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu questioned his partner, walking on the ground beside Ash and Espion. Don't worry Pikachu, I sent Latios to go tell the others where I'd be. Ash reassured his starter, giving the electric type a smile, before he looked forward. Right now let's just enjoy our time of peace. Ash said to his Pokémon as he, Pikachu and Espion soon arrived at a lake. Ash had found this lake a few days ago and often used it for his training, or just to relax. Ash? A familiar voice said, getting the Rainbow Hero's attention as he looked and saw Bianca was there, sitting down in front of the lake with her sketchbook on her lap and a pencil in her right hand. Oh, hey Bianca. Ash greeted his friend with a wave as Pikachu and Espion went off to play. I wasn't expecting to see you here in Silver Town. The Rainbow Hero added as he walked up next to Bianca and sat down next to her, who blushed a bit. Grandpa and I came over to see how Latios and Latias have been doing. Bianca told his friend with a smile. Really? Well, you'll get your chance to see them soon, I promise. Ash promised the girl she'll see her old friends in battle soon, making Bianca look grateful. Thank you Ash, I'm really looking forward to see them battle soon. The girl said with a happy smile on her face as she looked across the lake. I'm glad to hear. By the way, what are you doing here anyway? Ash asked the girl, wondering why she's here alone. Well, I wanted some privacy to work on my next sketch. The female said as she looked back at her sketch. Getting curious, Ash leaned over to Bianca to see her sketch, making the girl blush from the close contact. Ash saw that Bianca was making a sketch of him and Mega Charizard, impressing the Rainbow Hero. Nice work, you're really good at sketches. Ash complimented the girl, making Bianca blush even more. Thank you Ash. The blushing girl thanked the Rainbow Hero, looking away so he wouldn't see her blushing face. Ash then got up on his feet and brought out a Great Ball, 2 Pokeball and an Ultra Ball. Nidoking, Charizard, Hitmonlee and Kabutops, come out. Ash called out as he threw the 4 devices, releasing the 4 Pokémon. You guys did great today, take a break. The Rainbow Hero told his Pokémon, with the 4 letting out happy cries as they went off to enjoy themselves. Ash then sat back down next to Bianca and watched his Pokémon enjoy themselves. Kabutops and Espion took a relaxing swim, Hitmonlee started doing push-ups, Charizard and Nidoking started training together and Pikachu took a nice nap. Hey Ash. Bianca said to the Rainbow Hero, getting Ash's attention as he looked at her. What is it Bianca? Ash said to his friend, wondering what was on Bianca's mind. You used only 5 Pokémon today. I was just curious on what your 6th Pokémon was. Bianca explained to her friend, having been wondering what Ash's 6th Pokémon was, making Ash smile at her. Latios was my 6th Pokémon. I figured if things got too bad, I could count on him. The Rainbow Hero revealed as he brought out Latios Master Ball, getting Bianca to look at it. I see, by the way, where is Latios? The Altomare asked, wondering where the dragon and psychic type is. I asked him to tell my mom and the others that I'll be back soon. I just needed some time to rest from my battle. The Rainbow Hero answered her, telling Bianca where the legendary Pokémon is, receiving a look of understanding from her. Hearing footsteps, Ash and Bianca turned and saw Lorenzo and Latios approaching them. However, Latios wasn't in his normal form, he had transformed to look exactly like Ash, just like how Latias used to transform into Bianca. "Ah, there you are, Ash and Bianca," Lorenzo said with a smile at seeing Ash and Bianca, especially together. "Hey Lorenzo, how are you?" Ash greeted the old man with a smile, while Bianca was staring at the transformed Latios, who waved at her. "Long time no see, Bianca." Latios greeted his old friend, who smiled back at him. "Hey Latios." The artist greeted the legendary Pokémon, smiled at her, before he closed his eyes and transformed back into his original form. Latios floated to Bianca and nuzzled her face, making her laugh as she hugged the dragon and psychic type with her eyes closed in happiness. Suddenly, Bianca started crying, making Latios, Ash and Lorenzo frown in concern for her. "Bianca," Latios said in concern for his old friend, who gave him a sad smile. "Sorry, it's just. I've missed you and Latias," Bianca told her old friend, having missed her old friends. Ash and Latios softened their gazes on the girl, as they understood why she was crying. "How are things back in Altomare?" Ash asked the artist, wondering how life is for her back in Altomare now that Latios and Latias were gone. Bianca turned to look at Ash, while keeping her hands on Latios' cheeks. "It's not the same anymore. It's quiet, especially in the garden," Bianca told the 11-year-old boy, who felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry Bianca." Ash apologized to his friend, feeling bad that things don't feel the same for her anymore back in Altomare. Bianca shook her head at Ash, not upset with him at all. "It's not your fault Ash, I'm really grateful to you for saving Latios, remember?" The female artist reminded her friend, who smiled a bit from her words. "I remember all right. There's no way I could forget what happened that night," the rainbow hero said with a smile, thinking about what happened a month ago. "A lot of tourists have come to Altomare as well," Lorenzo said, joining the conversation, getting both Ash and Latios to look at him. "Really? Why is that?" the rainbow hero questioned, wondering why tourists have come to Altomare. "It's actually because of you Ash," the old man answered, getting Ash and Latios to slightly widen their eyes in surprise. "Because of Ash?" Latios asked in confusion, wondering how Ash was involved with people coming to Altomare. "There were rumors of the rainbow hero being sighted in our home. I believe there were a few citizens that saw what happened that night and assumed the rainbow hero was responsible," Lorenzo explained to the rainbow hero and the legendary Pokémon, telling him how Ash was involved. Ash sighed as he placed his right hand on his forehead. "Sorry guys, I didn't mean for something like that to happen." The 11-year-old boy apologized, making Bianca smile at him as she let go of Latios and walked up to him, placing the rainbow hero's shoulders. "Don't worry Ash, it can't be helped," the female artist reassured her friend, cheering him up a bit as he smiled at her. "You two look like you're getting along." Latios teased his trainer and old friend, getting Ash and Bianca to look at him, before they looked back at each other and saw how close they were. Both Ash and Bianca blushed bright red as they shot away from each other and turned around, looking away from each other. Both Lorenzo and Latios chuckled at seeing this. "I think it's clear that those two like each other, as in more than friends," Latios said to Lorenzo with a smug look on his face, making the old man chuckle even more. "Perhaps you're right, but only time will tell, Latios," the grandfather of Bianca replied to his old friend, really amused with how Ash and Bianca were acting around each other. Suddenly, a familiar cry came out of nowhere, before Latias came out of the forest, getting everyone's attention with Bianca growing a smile at seeing her best friend. "Latias!" the female artist called out in joy, getting Latias's attention as she looked and saw her best friend, making the dragon and psychic type smile in happiness. "Bianca!" Latias called out in joy as she transformed into her human form and ran to her best friend, who held her arms out to the dragon and psychic type. Soon the two best friends were hugging each other, both happy to see each other again, with Ash, Latios and Lorenzo smiling at the sight. Eventually, Bianca and Latias broke their hug and looked at each other. "I can't believe you're here." "How?" Latias asked her old friend how she's here in Silver Town. "We came to watch the Silver Conference and see how you and Latios are doing." Bianca answered her friend, telling the legendary Pokémon how she's here in Silver Town. "Although Ash hasn't shown us how much you two have grown stronger yet." The female artist added as she gave Ash a small frown, making the rainbow hero laugh nervously with a sweat drop. "Ash is just waiting for the right chance. My brother and I will have our chance to battle soon." The female dragon and psychic type told her best friend, reassuring her that she and Latios will have their chance to battle soon. "I hope so," Bianca said, as Latias looked at Ash and gave him a smile. "You were awesome out there, Ash, so were everyone else." The Red Ian Pokémon praised her friends as she looked at everyone that's battled. Charizard, Nidoking, Espeon, Hitmonlee and Kabutops all had proud looks on their faces at hearing Latias' words. "Sorry you didn't get a chance to battle, brother," Latias added, although she was still smiling and didn't sound sorry. "Why do I get the feeling that you're not really sorry?" Latios asked with an amused smile on his face. Instead of answering her brother, Latias turned to face Ash. "Ash, when will I get my chance to battle?" The Red Ian Pokémon asked the Rainbow Hero, wanting to have the chance to battle soon, making Ash chuckle. "You'll get your chance soon, I promise. Why not just take this chance to have fun with Bianca?" Ash suggested to his friend, who nodded eagerly. "You don't need to ask," the female legendary Pokémon said with an eager smile on her face, before she turned around to look at Bianca. "Before that, don't you have something for Ash, Bianca?" Lorenzo questioned his granddaughter, getting everyone's attention as they looked at Bianca. Bianca widened her eyes as she finally remembered something she wanted to give to Ash. She picked up her sketchbook from the ground, opened it and then brought out a page. "Here, Ash," Bianca said to the Rainbow Hero as she held the sheet out to him. Curious, Ash took the sheet and looked at it. It was a sketch of him, wearing his old Kanto clothes, and Pikachu on his shoulder. "Awesome, thanks Bianca." The Rainbow Hero thanked his friend, who blushed as she looked away, avoiding eye contact with him. It's no problem," Bianca replied to the Rainbow Hero, who tilted his head. Lorenzo, Pikachu, Espeon, Latios and Latias all had knowing grins on their faces at seeing this. Ash, Latios, Latias and the other Pokémon spent the next hour and a half with Bianca and Lorenzo, with the Ian duo taking the chance to catch up with their old friends. Eventually it started to get late, and Ash knew his friends and family have been waiting long enough. Ash returned all his Pokémon, except for Pikachu, Espeon, Latias and Latios. Currently, they were in front of Bianca and Lorenzo, saying goodbye for now. "It's been fun, but we've gotta return to the hotel. Misty, Brock and my mom are waiting for us," Ash told Bianca and Lorenzo with Pikachu and Espeon on the ground next to him, while Latios and Latias were floating beside him. What Ash said got Bianca a bit nervous, while Lorenzo was curious. "Your mother is here. Does that mean your father is here as well?" The old man asked the Rainbow Hero, getting Espeon, Latios and Latias' attention. Ash had a nervous smile on his face after hearing Lorenzo's question. "Actually, I don't know where my dad is," the Rainbow Hero revealed, much to the surprise of everyone, even Pikachu. "My dad is actually on his own journey. He left when I was 5 years old and I haven't seen him since. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care about us, he sends us messages all the time," Ash said as his nervous smile changed to a gentle one, getting Latios curious. "You sound like you really admire him," the Blue Ian Dragon commented, getting Ash to look at him. "I really do. He's the reason why I wanted to become a Pokémon trainer." The Rainbow Hero told his friend, slightly surprising him and everyone else. Out of curiosity, what does your dad look like? Latias asked her trainer, wondering what Ash's father and Delia's husband looked like, making the Rainbow Hero have a nervous smile. He actually looks like an older version of me. Ash answered with a nervous smile, much to everyone's curiosity as they tried to imagine an older Ash. Well, I'll see you later, Bianca and Lorenzo. Ash waved goodbye to the two as he turned around and began walking away, getting Pikachu, Espion, Latios and Latias' attention as they followed after the Rainbow Hero. Farewell for now, Ash. Lorenzo called out as he and his granddaughter waved to the Rainbow Hero. Good luck in your match tomorrow. Bianca wished her friend good luck, making Ash smile as he gave them a thumbs up with his right hand. A few minutes later, Ash, Pikachu and Espion were walking down the forest, heading back to the hotel with Latios and Latias floating beside them. However, that was when Ash noticed Gary standing next to a river, looking at the water. Gary? Ash said with wide eyes, getting his Pokemon's attention as they looked and saw the Rainbow Hero's childhood friend standing by the river. Why is he doing over there? Latias questioned, wondering what Ash's old childhood friend was doing out this late. Don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Head back to the hotel and tell everyone I'll be there soon. Ash replied to the Red Ian Dragon, his eyes focused on his old childhood friend, before he looked down at Pikachu and Espion. Pikachu, Espion, go with them. The Rainbow Hero told his two trusted Pokemon, much to their surprise. Pikachu. Pikachu exclaimed in surprise, wondering why his best friend wanted him and Espion to go with the Ian duo. This is something I need to do alone, please understand. The Rainbow Hero replied to his starter, feeling like he needed to have this conversation with Gary alone. Latios looked at his friend and could see the feelings in Ash's eyes, and how important this was to him. Very well, Ash, we'll head on ahead. The Blue Ian Dragon said to his family member, getting Latias, Pikachu and Espion to look at him in surprise. But brother. Latias began, only to stop when her brother looked at her with a soft gaze. This is something personal that doesn't involve us. Let us respect Ash's wishes. The older one of the Ian duo told his sister in a soft voice. Latias still looked a bit worried, but nodded to her brother. I understand. Latias said to her brother, understanding the situation, even though she wished she could stay with Ash. Thank you. Ash thanked the legendary Pokemon, really grateful to them for understanding his feelings. You're welcome, Ash. Latios said to his trainer as he picked up Pikachu, while Latias picked Espion up. We'll see you soon. Latias told her trainer, before she and her brother took off towards the hotel, leaving Ash alone. Seeing his Pokemon gone for the moment, Ash turned around and began walking up to his old childhood friend. Gary? Ash said to his rival, getting Gary's attention as he looked to see the Rainbow Hero walking up to him. Hey Ash, what's up? Gary greeted his rival, who was slightly surprised that he didn't tease him by calling him Ashy Boy. I was wondering what you were doing out here this late. Is something wrong? The Rainbow Hero asked his friend, wondering if something happened to Gary. I was just thinking about us. The grandson of Professor Oak answered his rival as he looked back at the lake, making Ash tilt his head. Us? Ash questioned, not really understanding Gary's words. Back in our childhood, we used to be great friends, right? Gary questioned his childhood friend, who smiled sadly as he remembered his childhood, where he and Gary were great friends. Yeah, we did everything together. Ash answered with a smile on his face, thinking back to his childhood, before he frowned. Then it all changed. The Rainbow Hero said as he looked down at the ground, making Gary frown as he also looked down at the ground. Yeah. I became so obsessed with becoming the greatest Pokemon master that I forgot about our friendship. Gary said with his voice full of regret, making Ash turn to look at him. The Rainbow Hero gave a small smile as he placed his left hand on Gary's right shoulder, getting the grandson of Professor Oak to look at him. You. We're following your dream of becoming a Pokémon master, I don't blame you. Everyone follows their dreams in their own way, I don't blame you for that. Ash told his friend, giving him a forgiving smile, making Gary feel touched by his childhood friend's words, before he returned the smile. Thanks Ash, but I did a few things that I shouldn't have done. Gary told his friend, feeling guilty about how he treated Ash all those years ago. No life is perfect, there's gonna be a few mistakes in your life, but what matters is how you lived with them. I don't hate you for how you treated me. You're my childhood friend and nothing is gonna change that, Gary. Ash told his old friend, making Gary slightly widen his eyes, before he let out a gentle smile. Thanks Ash, that really means a lot to me. The grandson of Professor Oak thanked his old friend as he turned around to face the rainbow hero, who retracted his arm. Gary placed his right hand into his pocket, before he brought out his half of the broken Pokeball and held it out to Ash. Here, I want you to have it. Gary told his friend, getting Ash to look down at the piece of the broken Pokeball that he and Gary fought over on the day before their journey started. Ash stared at the piece for a few seconds, before he gently pushed it back to Gary. I can't take this Gary, it's yours. We may have not known it, but these pieces of the Pokeball are what connect us to one another. This is your piece, and it belongs to you. Ash explained to his friend, telling him that the broken pieces of the Pokeball are what connected them. Gary had wide eyes at hearing Ash's words, before he smiled. Thanks Ash, that means a lot. Gary thanked his old friend as he returned his piece of the broken Pokeball back to his pocket. Ash smiled at his old friend, before he frowned as he thought about his secret that he was gonna reveal soon. Gary took notice of Ash's frown and got worried. Is something wrong Ash? The grandson of Professor Oak questioned his childhood friend in concern, who looked at him as he made his decision. Gary, there's something I want to tell you. Something that's really important. Ash told his friend, who grew confused as he could tell from the look in his friend's eyes that it was indeed serious. What is it Ash? Gary asked, wondering what it was that Ash wanted to tell him. I'll tell you soon, but first we need to get back to my hotel room. My mom, your grandfather, and Professor Elm are waiting for me there and they deserve to know the truth. Ash replied to his friend as he took hold of Gary's left hand with his right and began dragging the grandson of Professor Oak with him back to his hotel room. Later, Ash and Gary entered his hotel room, where everyone was waiting. Delia, Misty, and human form Latias were sitting down on couches with the mother of the rainbow hero holding Espion in her hands, while Misty was holding Togepi in her arms. Human form Latios, Brock, Professor Oak and Professor Elm were all standing up with Pikachu on Latios' shoulder. Hey guys! Ash greeted everyone as he and Gary walked in, with Gary looking at human form Latios with wide eyes at how he looked exactly like Ash. Welcome back Ash. Misty greeted the rainbow hero as Pikachu jumped from Latios' shoulder to Ash's shoulder. Ah, Gary. I should have known that Ash would bring you along. Professor Oak said to his grandson with a smile, getting Gary to look at his grandfather. Grandpa, what's going on? Who is that over there? Gary questioned as he pointed at Latios with his left hand's index finger, who raised an eyebrow at him. Instead of Professor Oak answering him, it was Ash. Gary, this is Latios and that's Latias. Ash introduced Gary to the two legendaries, pointing at the Ian duo when he said their names. Gary raised an eyebrow at Ash, who turned to look at Latios and Latias and gave them a nod, telling them it's okay. Latios and Latias looked at each other for a moment, before they nodded to each other. Latias stood up from the couch, before she and Latios were covered in sparkles as they revealed their true forms to Gary, who cried out in surprise. It's okay, it's okay. Ash quickly said to Gary, taking his left hand with his right hand. They're friends, they won't hurt you. The rainbow hero assured his childhood friend as he brought Gary forward to Latios and held his hand out to the dragon and psychic type's head. Latios stared at Gary as Ash let go of his hand, with the grandson of Professor Oak still looking shocked at what he was seeing. Latios and Gary had a stare-off for a few seconds, before the dragon and psychic type leaned his head into Gary's hand and gave him a soft cry, making the 11-year-old boy smile. "It's nice to meet you, Latios." Gary greeted the legendary Pokémon with a smile, who returned it. "Likewise, Gary Oak." Latios greeted Gary, who widened his eyes in surprise, but kept his hand on Latios' head. "Who said that?" Gary questioned as he turned his head left and right, searching if there was another person in the room. That was Latios' voice. Ash answered his childhood friend, getting Gary to look at him, clearly wanting answers. "Latios and Latias can communicate with us through telepathy." "What you just heard was Latios' voice just now." The Rainbow Hero explained to his childhood friend about Latios and Latias and their telepathy ability. Gary had wide eyes as he tried to process what he's learned, but he still rubbed Latios' head in a comforting way. "Wow, this is intense, Ash. Was this what you wanted to show me?" Gary asked his friend as he smiled, making Ash lightly chuckle. "Not exactly, Gary, there's more I want to show you. Like this." Ash said as he reached into his right pocket with his right hand and brought out the rainbow wing. Gary looked at the rainbow wing in awe, with Delia and Misty doing the same. "What is that?" Gary asked in awe as he lifted his hand off Latios' head, who transformed back into his human form, with Latias doing the same. "That, my grandson, is the rainbow wing. It's a feather from the legendary Pokémon itself, Ho-Oh." Professor Oak answered for the Rainbow Hero, getting Gary to look at his grandfather with wide eyes. "It is also what the legendary Rainbow Hero carries with him as proof as Ho-Oh's chosen hero." Professor Elm added, getting Gary to look at him in shock, before he looked at Ash, who smiled nervously at him. "Don't worry, you'll learn everything soon." The Rainbow Hero promised his childhood friend as he walked over to the free couch and sat down on it. "It's time I tell you all about how I became the Rainbow Hero." The Rainbow Hero said as he held up the rainbow wing with his right hand, getting Professor Elm's attention. "That is something that I've been curious about," the professor said, glad that he's finally gonna learn how Ash became the legendary Rainbow Hero. "Well, it first started on the day I left Pallet Town," Ash said as he began to tell everyone the events of his and Pikachu's first meeting and how they faced off against a flock of Sparrow. "After that, Pikachu and I saw Ho-Oh flying over us. Ho-Oh dropped this feather, giving it to me," Ash said with a fond smile from remembering the first day of his adventure. "Man, Ash, your first day as a trainer sure was a hectic." Gary commented with an impressed look, his first day nothing compared to Ash's first day. Ash lightly chuckled as he held the rainbow wing in front of him. "Tell me about it." "After that, we began our journey together and we met two friends, Verity and Sorrel, and we set off together to find Ho-Oh. Our travels eventually brought us to Mount Tensei. That's where we came across Cross, a trainer who was obsessed with power. He was searching for Ho-Oh too and wanted the rainbow wing, so the two of us battled for it. I won, but Cross took the rainbow wing from me." Ash explained to his friends and mother, giving a short story on his journey to Mount Tensei. Professor Oak listened careful to Ash's story, holding his chin with his right hand. "So then how did you manage to get it back?" Professor Oak asked the Rainbow Hero, wondering how Ash got the rainbow wing back if it was stolen from him, making the 11-year-old frown. "I'll get to that later." Cross tried to force Ho-Oh out, thinking that the rainbow wing could summon him, but in the end, it summoned another legendary Pokémon named Marshadao. He took the feather from Cross and used its power to control the nearby Pokémon and attacked us. The battle was tough and eventually, we were losing. One of them was about to kill Pikachu and I don't know how, but somehow I heard Pikachu's voice. To protect him, I returned Pikachu to his Pokeball and took the hit, and that I died. Ash said with his cap covering his shadowed eyes. Gray, Professor Oak and Elm had looks of shock on their face, while Delia had a look of horror, covering her mouth with her hands from hearing that her child had died. "So then, how are you still alive?" Gary asked with disbelief that his childhood friend was killed, yet still stands here. Ash held up the rainbow wing and looked. I can't really explain it myself. Ash replied to his childhood friend as he closed his eyes. He could remember it like it was yesterday. He remembered waking up in that other world, hearing Pikachu's voice, running, the world changing, reuniting with Pikachu and then returning to life. I woke up in this other world where everything was black and white, before it changed. I heard Pikachu's voice, before I took off running. The world around me kept changing as I ran, then Pikachu came from the sky to get me, then we went back. The Rainbow Hero tried to explain to everyone about what happened to him. Everyone except Pikachu had confused looks, even Misty, Brock, Latios and Latias, even though they have seen Ash's memories, it was still hard to imagine. That's really hard to understand, Ash. Professor Oak told the young Rainbow Hero, finding it hard to believe, making Ash chuckle. I did say I can't really explain it. Ash reminded with a smile as he looked back at the Rainbow Wing. After I returned, I used the Rainbow Wing to summon Ho-Oh. Pikachu and I then battled Ho-Oh and Man, that's a battle I won't be forgetting. A few days after that, Verity, Sorrel and I went our separate ways and I haven't seen them since. Just a few days later, I found out that I still had the Rainbow Wing. I kept it as a good luck charm, but a month ago, I learned how important being the Rainbow Hero is to the world. Ash finished explaining with a sad smile as he thought back to when he last saw his close friends, something that Delia took notice of, making her frown in concern. How important it is being the Rainbow Hero? Gary questioned, wondering how important it is being the Rainbow Hero. At first I thought being the Rainbow Hero is where someone travels to Mount Tensei to battle Ho-Oh. I was rather short-sighted. The Rainbow Hero is the hero who will carve a new path for people and Pokémon. He will join and bond with the great Pokémon of legends, forming a bond that will be the link that will allow both humans and Pokémon to truly understand each other. Ash explained the legend of the Rainbow Hero, much to Gary's shock at learning how great a responsibility being the Rainbow Hero is. Ash stood up from the couch with his cap covering his eyes. I'm gonna be outside if you guys need me. Ash said, before he walked out of the room, still holding the Rainbow Hero with his right hand. Professor Oak, Professor Elm, Delia and Gary had worried looks on their faces, while Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Espion, Latios and Latias knew why he was so sad. Why did Ash sound so sad? Gary asked in concern for his childhood friend, getting Brock to look at him. He misses his friends, Verity and Sorrel. The former gym leader told the grandson of Professor Oak, getting Gary to look at him. Verity and Sorrel were Ash's best friends and he's really missed them a lot since they went their separate ways. Brock explained to Gary, who looked a bit surprised. They must be really great friends if Ash misses them this much. Gary said in surprise as Delia put Espion down on the couch next to her, before she left the room herself. They were really close, Ash even had a crush on Verity. Latias told Gary, who slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Well, that's shocking to hear. The grandson of Professor Oak stated, having never thought he'd see the day where Ash had a crush on someone. Meanwhile outside the hotel, Ash was sitting down on the steps, looking at the Rainbow Wing with sad eyes. Verity, Sorrel. I miss you guys. The Rainbow Hero thought to himself, missing his first traveling companion so much. Ash. A familiar voice said to the Rainbow Hero, getting Ash's attention as he looked over his right shoulder to see his mother behind him. Hey Mom. Ash greeted his mother, before he went back to looking at the Rainbow Wing with sad eyes. Delia frowned in concern for her son, before she sat down next to him. What's wrong, honey? I've seen you sad before, but it was nothing compared to this. The mother of the Rainbow Hero asked her son, who smiled sadly. I just miss my friends really much. Ash answered his mother, who gave a small smile. I remember when I first saw those two with you when you called home. You seemed really happy with them, especially with Verity. Delia said with a smile, thinking back to when Ash called her a year ago and first met Verity and Sorrel. I should have known that you knew that I had a crush on Verity. The 11-year-old boy said with a small smile, making Delia giggle a bit. It's my job as your mother to know everything about you, even when you've really fallen in love. Delia told her son, who slightly widened his eyes. Fallen in love. The rainbow hero said in confusion, making Delia giggle once more. Ash, you don't have a crush on Verity. You're in love with her. Delia told the rainbow hero, who slightly widened his eyes. How do you know? I mean. I thought it was a crush, so how do you know I'm in love with her? The rainbow hero questioned his mother, who smiled at him as she pat Ash's head. Love is a complicated thing. I know because I speak from experience. Delia told Ash, surprising him a bit as he looked at her. Delia looked up at the sky with a fond smile on her face. Before I met your father, I was a bit of a troublemaker, in the bad kind of way. I caused all kinds of trouble for plenty of people, but then I met your father. At first I was attracted to him, but I didn't know why. We secretly meet up and I began to change. I didn't know what was happening, but I was falling in love with your father. Delia explained to her son with her cheeks red from remembering when she met her husband, with Ash paying great attention to her. Finally, I confessed to him how I felt, and he returned my feelings. I left the group of troublemakers I joined to be with your father and returned to Pallet Town. Then, my life became more beautiful when I learned I was PRGNT with you. Delia continued to tell her son as she brought Ash into a hug, one that he returned. With you and your father, everything was perfect. The rainbow hero's mother added with a happy smile, making Ash smile at hearing how happy his mom sounded. Eventually, your father left to continue his journey, but he always spends his love. Soon you grew up and started your journey. And just like how your father's journey brought us together, your journey brought you and Verity together. Delia finished telling her son about her and her husband, making Ash lightly chuckle. Talk about history repeating itself, but do you really think Verity feels the same way about me? The rainbow hero asked his mother, a bit afraid that Verity doesn't feel the same way he does. Delia smiled as she rubbed Ash's head in a comforting way. I'm sure she feels the same way about you, she's just having trouble sorting out her feelings. Just be yourself and tell her how you really feel when you next see her. The rainbow hero's mother encouraged her son, telling him to be himself when he sees Verity again, making Ash smile. Thanks Mom. The raven-haired boy thanked his mother as he left Delia's embrace. That's the spirit, Ash. Right now, just focus on your battle tomorrow and winning the silver conference. Delia reminded her son about his battle tomorrow, making Ash smirk as he put the rainbow wing away in his pocket. Don't worry about that, I have every intention of winning. The rainbow hero reassured his mother as he looked over his right shoulder to look at the entrance of the hotel, where human form Latios was standing. Ash and Latios grinned at each other, before they nodded to one another. The next day. Ladies and gentlemen, the battlefield for the second match of the championship tournament is grass. The announcer called out as the stadium was packed with people that have come to watch the battle between Ash and Harrison. Ash and Harrison were standing on separate sides of a grass-covered battlefield, with Pikachu standing beside his best friend. Behind Ash, Brock, Misty, Togepi, human form Latias, Politoed and Psyduck were in the couch stand behind, with the Pokémon waving the same white flags with red Pokeball on them. In the stand sat Delia, Professor Oak, Professor Elm and Gary, with Espion lying down on the lap of the mother of her trainer. A bit above them, Bianca and Lorenzo watched as well, with the female artist having her sketchbook out and ready to draw. Up in the stands, Cross watched the match with his arms crossed. The monitor showed both Ash and Harrison's pictures with 6 dark slots under them. Ash from Pallet Town has the honor to go first, followed by Harrison from Little Root Town. The announcer exclaimed as Ash brought out a Pokeball with his right hand. Go, Pidgeot. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the normal and flying type into the air. Pidgeot cried out as he started flapping his wings in order to stay in the sky. However, if anyone would look closely, they'd see a silver bracelet on Pidgeot's left talon with a Pidgeotite on it. And Ash's first Pokémon is Pidgeot. The announcer called out as Ash's first dark slot showed a picture of Pidgeot. "Hey Ash, even though you're a friend of mine, I won't take it easy on you. Kecleon, you're up." Harrison called out as he threw his Pokeball, releasing the normal type on solid ground. "Kecleon." The normal type cried out, with Ash widening his eyes in surprise. "A Kecleon?" Ash questioned in surprise, having not expected this type of Pokemon. And Harrison counters with Kecleon. The announcer called out as Harrison's first dark slot showed Kecleon. "Pidgeot, be careful." Ash warned his old friend, who nodded to him, before the flying and normal type kept his eyes on Kecleon. In the couch stand, Togepi and Politoed were cheering Ash on, while Misty and Brock watched careful. "He's starting with Kecleon," Misty said in surprise, surprised with Harrison's first Pokemon choice. "I'm afraid this is gonna be one tough battle for Ash. He doesn't know much of anything about those Pokemon from the Hoenn region where Harrison's from." Brock commented with his arms crossed, knowing that this will be a tough battle. Human form Latias clapped her hands together and prayed for her trainer and brother's victory. In the stands, Professor Oak, Elm, Delia and Gary watched the battle. To be in the best four, Ash needs to win this round. Professor Oak stated with his arms crossed, looking forward to this battle. "I just know Ash will do great," Delia said with a smile as she held up her camera. Espion called out in agreement to what Delia said. "Let the match begin." The referee called out as he held up both flags, giving the signal to begin the battle. Ash, Pidgeot and 5 more v.s. Harrison, Kecleon and 5 more. Pidgeot, Steel Wing. Ash commanded as he held out his right hand. Pidgeot cried out as his wings turned to metal, before he began diving down towards Kecleon. "Disappear, Kecleon." Harrison commanded his normal type, who obeyed as it disappeared, but the pattern of his stomach didn't change color. "Keep going." Ash told Pidgeot, who nodded as he still charged forward and landed a hit on the invisible Kecleon, making the normal type visible again. "Huh." Harrison called out in surprise that Pidgeot landed a hit. What a surprise. Even when invisible, Pidgeot still managed to land a hit. The announcer called out in surprise as Kecleon landed on his back, while Pidgeot flew past him into the air. Very sharp of Ash of notice that Kecleon's stomach was still visible. His reaction timing was what enabled him to land the first hit. Professor Oak commented with a smile on his face, impressed with Ash's reaction time. "A great picture," Delia said as she took a picture on her camera. Kecleon got back on his feet as Pidgeot circled around the normal type. "Stay strong Kecleon, use flamethrower," Harrison commanded, holding out his right hand. "Kecleon." The normal type cried out as he unleashed fire from its mouth. Pidgeot started dodging as Kecleon repeatedly fired more flamethrowers, hopping to strike the flying and normal type. Kecleon is fighting back with flamethrower, but just can't seem to land a hit. The announcer commented as Pidgeot dodged another flamethrower, now flying in front and above Kecleon. "Now's our chance Kecleon, use Blizzard," Harrison called out with a smirk. Kecleon cried out as it opened its mouth, before the insides of the normal type's mouth started to glow light blue. It then released a powerful blizzard from its mouth at Pidgeot. "If this hits, it'll be big trouble," Misty called out in concern for Ash, who kept calm. "Pidgeot, Heat Wave go." The Rainbow Hero called out, making Pidgeot cry out as its wings started glowing red. The normal and flying type began flapping its wings, stirring up an orange wind that clashed against Kecleon's blizzard, before both attacks were cancelled out. Ash used Heat Wave to fight back against Blizzard. What a clever way to counter against Ice-type moves. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for the great battle taking place. "I wasn't expecting Heat Wave, better fall back for now. Kecleon, hide in the leaves," Harrison told his Pokemon, which Kecleon nodded as it leaped into the leaves and hid from sight. "That won't work with us, Harrison." "Pidgeot, Hurricane go." Ash called out as he pointed forward with his right hand's index finger. Pidgeot's wings glowed blue, before it released multiple green crescent-shaped blades of energy at the grass, cutting it off and revealing Kecleon's hiding spot, much to the normal type and Harrison's surprise. Ah! The Hoenn region boy called out in surprise at seeing Ash outsmart his plan. Now Pidgeot, Sky Attack! Ash called out as he swiped his right hand out. Pidgeot cried out as its body was surrounded by a gradually intensifying light blue aura. Kecleon quickly, use Psybeam. Harrison quickly called out, holding out his right hand. Kecleon. The normal type cried out as the stripe on his stomach glowed multicolored, before it released a multicolored beam from its mouth at Pidgeot. The attack landed, but Pidgeot kept storing energy. Soon, Pidgeot dived down toward Kecleon, going right through Psybeam, before it reached the normal type and caused an explosion. Smoke came from the explosion, covering what happened to the two Pokémon from view. However, Pidgeot flew out of the smoke, crying it as it flew into the sky. The smoke cleared to reveal Kecleon lying down on its back with swirls in its eyes. Kecleon is unable to battle, Pidgeot wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash. Winner, Pidgeot. Kecleon has tasted defeat. Even with its special ability, Ketchum wasn't fooled and won the first battle. The announcer called out as Kecleon's icon blacked out and stopped glowing. Misty, Brock, Togepi, Politoed, Psyduck and human form Latias cried out in joy for Ash's victory. Professor Oak, Elm, Gary, Lorenzo and Bianca were the same, with Delia taking a photo of Pidgeot's victory. Harrison returned Kecleon to its Pokeball, before looking at the device with a smile. Good effort Kecleon, you deserve a nice long rest. Harrison said to the Pokeball, as if he was talking to Kecleon, before he put the device away. You okay to continue, Pidgeot? Ash asked his flying and normal type, who was flying above him. Pidgeot gave Ash a nod, telling the Rainbow Hero that he can continue. Okay, but be careful. Ash told his old friend, wanting him to be careful. I'll be more than happy to start things off this time. Harrison called out as he brought out a Pokeball. Go Sneasel. The Hoenn region boy called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the Dark and Ice type. Sneasel. Sneasel cried out as it landed on its feet. And Harrison's second Pokemon is Sneasel. The announcer called out as Harrison's second dark icon showed Sneasel. Pidgeot v.s Sneasel. Go Pidgeot, Hurricane once more. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, before Pidgeot's wings glowed blue as it released multiple green crescent-shaped blades of energy at Sneasel, who dodged as it kept charging at Pidgeot, much to the flying normal type and Rainbow Hero's surprise. Sneasel's faster than I thought. Ash called out in surprise at seeing just how fast the Dark and Ice type is. Go Sneasel, Ice Punch. Harrison called out with narrowed eyes. Sneasel's right claw was covered in icy blue energy, before it leaped and landed a direct hit on Pidgeot, making the flying and normal type cry out in pain. Quick as lightning, Sneasel lands a super effective hit on Pidgeot. The announcer exclaimed as Sneasel leaped away as Pidgeot crashed into the ground, kicking up dust. Pidgeot, are you okay? Ash asked his Pokemon in concern as Pidgeot forced itself back to his feet, giving a small cry. It won't be for long. Sneasel, Metal Claw. Harrison called out with a smirk. Sneasel. The Dark and Ice type cried out as its right claw turned into metal, before it charged at Pidgeot once more. Pidgeot, Heat Wave Go. The Rainbow Hero called out, making Pidgeot cry out as its wings started glowing red. The normal and flying type began flapping its wings, stirring up an orange wind at Sneasel. Despite taking damage from Heat Wave, Sneasel continued on and slid Pidgeot, making the normal and flying type cry out again. No, Pidgeot. Ash called out in concern as Pidgeot collapsed to his back with swirls in his eyes. Pidgeot is unable to battle, Sneasel wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to Harrison, with Pidgeot's icon turning black. Winner, Sneasel. With this victory, the match is anyone's now. The announcer called out as Ash brought out Pidgeot's Pokeball, and returned the normal and flying type. I can't believe Ash lost. Misty said in concern, with Latias just as worried as her. Don't worry, the match is just getting started. Ash still has a chance. Brock told the orange-haired girl, who still looked worried for the rainbow hero. Ash looked at Pidgeot's Pokeball with a smile, proud of his friend. You were awesome out there, Pidgeot, take a good rest, you deserve it. Ash said to the Pokeball, as if he was speaking to his family member, before he put the device away. Ash brought out a lure ball with his right hand. Go, Croconaw. The rainbow hero cried out as he threw the lure ball, releasing the water type. Croconaw. Croconaw cried out as it jumped in joy. And Ash's second Pokemon is Croconaw. The announcer called out as Ash's second icon showed Croconaw. Croconaw v.s Sneasel. Croconaw, Dragon Dance. Ash called out as Croconaw glowed dark red as his attack power and speed increased. What was that just now? Misty asked in confusion, having no idea what Dragon Dance does. Dragon Dance is a move that raises a Pokemon attack and speed. Ash must be trying to have Croconaw get as fast as Sneasel. Brock explained to his friend with his arms crossed. Sneasel, use Metal Claw again. Harrison commanded his Dark and Ice type with a smirk. Sneasel. The Dark and Ice type cried out as its right claw turned into metal, before it charged at Croconaw and swiped its claw out, but the water type dodged. Surprised, Sneasel tried again, but Croconaw dodged again, much to the Dark and Ice type's annoyance as it repeatedly tried to land a hit, but the water type kept on dodging. Sneasel's trying to land a hit, but Croconaw keeps on dodging. The announcer announced as Sneasel kept on trying to land a hit, but Croconaw kept on dodging with an amused look on his face. It's too fast, Sneasel, get back and use Shadow Ball. Harrison commanded with his eyes narrowed, holding up his left fist. Sneasel smirked as it leaped into the air, forming two small black orbs at the tips of its claws. Then, Sneasel brought them together, forming one black orb, before the Dark and Ice type fired it at Croconaw. Send it back with Iron Tail. The rainbow hero called out, making Croconaw cry out as its tail turned into metal, before the water type spun around and smacked the Shadow Ball with its tail, sending it back to Sneasel. Sneasel. The Dark and Water type called out in surprise, before he was blasted with his own Shadow Ball. How did Ash's Croconaw do that? Harrison called out in surprise at seeing the water type deflect Shadow Ball. What a surprise! Ash's Croconaw used Iron Tail to send Shadow Ball right back at Sneasel. The announcer called out in surprise as Sneasel crashed into the ground on his back. Now Croconaw, Aqua Jet. Ash called out, holding up his right fist. Croconaw. The water type cried out as its body was surrounded by water, before it shot out toward Sneasel, right as it was about to stand up slide the Dark and Ice type in the stomach, sending it flying. They don't call it Aqua Jet for nothing. It really is fast as a jet. The announcer exclaimed as Sneasel landed on its back, but got back on its feet. Don't give in, Sneasel, use Slash. Harrison called out as he moved out his right hand. Both of Sneasel's claws glowed white, before it charged at Croconaw. Fight right back with Dragon Claw. The rainbow hero cried out as he held out his right hand. Croconaw. The water type cried out as its claws glowed light green, before taking the shape of claws. Both Pokemon charged at each other, before Sneasel swiped his claw. However, Croconaw dodged by ducking, before it swiped its claw at Sneasel, sending the Dark and Ice type flying into the air. Oh no, Sneasel. Harrison called out in concern for his Pokemon, who slammed onto its back with swirls in its eyes. Sneasel is unable to battle. Croconaw is the winner. The referee called out as he waved the flag to Ash's side of the battlefield. Winner, Croconaw. And that's it for Sneasel. The announcer exclaimed as Sneasel's icon turned dark, signaling that Sneasel was out of the competition. Way to go, Croconaw. Ash praised his water type, who jumped in joy, before it started to glow, much to the Rainbow Hero's surprise. Croconaw grew bigger as it was covered in the glow. Soon the glow disappeared to reveal a Feraligatr standing in Croconaw's place. Feraligatr. The water type roared out as it stretched its arms out. Alright, Croconaw evolved. The Rainbow Hero cried out in excitement to see his fully evolved water type. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu cried out in joy for his friend, happy for his evolution. Not only did it defeat Sneasel, Ash's Croconaw evolved into Feraligatr. Talk about lucky. The announcer announced as Croconaw's icon changed to Feraligatr with the crowd cheering for the fully evolved Pokémon. Harrison returned Sneasel to its Pokeball, before he closed his eyes. Let's see now. I've got it. The Little Root Town male exclaimed with a smirk as he opened his eyes and brought out another Pokeball. Go Hypno. Harrison cried out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the Psychic type. Hypno. The Psychic type cried out as it landed on its feet, facing Feraligatr. Look at that, a Psychic Pokémon. Misty said in concern as Harrison's third icon showed Hypno. Ash will have his work cut out for him with this Pokémon. Hypno not only has strong psychic attacks, but fights well in hand-to-hand combat too. Brock said with a frown on his face, knowing that Ash doesn't have much experience with psychic types. Feraligatr vs Hypno. First to strike wins. Feraligatr, Aqua Jet. Ash called out as he held out his right fist. Feraligatr. The fully evolved Pokémon as water surrounded him, before he spot out like a jet towards Hypno, landing a direct hit, but Hypno kept his ground. A direct hit, but Hypno keeps his ground. The announcer called out as the water surrounding Feraligatr disappeared. Now Hypno, Hypnosis. Harrison called out with a smirk, making Ash widen his eyes. Hypno. No. The Psychic type cried out as it held its pendulum in front of Feraligatr's face, before it started swinging to the sides. The pendulum glowed blue as Feraligatr's eyes followed it, before the water type felt drowsy and fell asleep on its back. Feraligatr may have landed a hit, but because of that, Hypno was able to land a Hypnosis attack. The announcer called out as Ash gritted his teeth. Now use Thunder Punch Hypno. Harrison commanded his Psychic type with a smirk. Hypno. Hypno called out as its left fist was surrounded in electricity, before he pounded Feraligatr, sending the water type back, but it still remained asleep. Come on Feraligatr, wake up. The Rainbow Hero called out to his fully evolved water type, who kept snoring away. Now Hypno, finish this with Psychic. Harrison called out with a smirk. Hypno. The Psychic type called out as his eyes glowed blue as he lifted Feraligatr off the ground, before he slammed the water type into the ground, kicking up dust. Oh, that looked like it hurt. Is this it for Feraligatr? The announcer questioned as dust covered the fully evolved water type from view. Ash gritted his teeth, before he closed his eyes and focused on his link with Feraligatr. Feraligatr, are you there? Can you hear me? Ash questioned inside his mind, trying to communicate with his Pokémon through their link. I'm here, Ash. A familiar voice replied to the Rainbow Hero, making Ash smirk as he opened his eyes. Dragon Claw. Ash called out as he held out his right hand. Feraligatr shot out of the dusk, green energy covered his claws as he charged to the surprised Hypno, before landing a hit, pushing the Psychic type back. Oh, looks like Feraligatr still has some fight left in him. The announcer called out as the green energy around Feraligatr's claws disappeared, with the fully evolved water type breathing heavily. Yeah, except Feraligatr barely has any left. Misty commented as she noticed the big jaws Pokémon breathing heavily. I don't think Feraligatr can take much more. Brock said with narrowed eyes, worried about the water type. Latias looked worried for Feraligatr, just as worried as everyone else. Hypno, finish this with Thunder Punch. Harrison commanded his psychic type with a smirk. Hypno. Hypno called out as its left fist was surrounded in electricity, before the psychic type charged at Feraligatr. Don't give in, Iron Tail. Ash called out as he held out his right hand. Feraligatr. The fully evolved water type roared as his tail turned into iron, before he charged at Hypno. The two evolved Pokémon soon reached over and clashed, with Hypno moving his right fist out, while Feraligatr spun around to lash out with its tail. Both attacks clashed, before they caused an explosion, pushing both Pokémon back. Hypno landed on his feet, while Feraligatr landed on his back, his eyes having swirls in them. Feraligatr. Ash called out in concern as the referee raised the red flag. Feraligatr is unable to battle, Hypno wins. The referee called out as Feraligatr's iron turned black, signaling the water type's defeat. Winner, Hypno. Ash returned Feraligatr to its lure ball, before looking at the device with a smile. You did your best, Feraligatr, you took out Harrison Sneasel and evolved, I'm proud. Now, take a good rest. Ash said to the device, as if he was talking to Feraligatr himself, before he put the lure ball away. Ash then brought out a Pokeball with his right hand and held it out. Go, Snorlax. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing Snorlax. Only problem was that Snorlax was currently asleep. Oh boy. Ash said with a sweat drop at seeing Snorlax fast asleep. Ash's third Pokémon is Snorlax, but it's asleep. The announcer called out as Ash's third icon showed Snorlax. Latias smacked her forehead at seeing Snorlax asleep when he should be awake. Snorlax v.s Hypno. Now quickly Hypno, use Dream Eater. Harrison called out with a smirk on his face. Hypno. The psychic type cried out as he raised his hand, which glowed red. Snorlax glowed red, before a stream of red energy connected the two with Hypno absorbing energy from the normal type. He's draining Snorlax's energy. The Rainbow Hero called out in surprise, looking at his normal type in concern. Hypno is really draining a lot of energy from Snorlax. The announcer called out as Hypno continued to drain more energy from Snorlax. If Hypno keeps this up, all the damage it took in its battle against Feraligatr will be gone. Brock commented with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed, immediately making Misty and Latias worry for Ash. Come on Snorlax, wake up. Misty called out to the normal type, while Latias prayed that Snorlax would wake up. You've had your nap, now it's time to wake up Snorlax. Ash called out to his normal type, who finally woke up. Snorlax stood up on its feet with a not-so-happy look on his face, making Hypno widen his eyes in fear at the normal type's unhappy look. Oh my goodness, Snorlax doesn't look happy. Delia commented with a nervous look, one that Espion shared. Indeed, I'd imagine that's because it was attacked while it was sleeping very peacefully. Professor Oak said in agreement, looking a bit nervous himself with Professor Elm and Gary the same as him. Go Snorlax, Giga Impact now. Ash commanded with a smirk as he held out his right hand. Snorlax. The normal type cried out as his body was surrounded in a purple aura with yellow stripes of aura spiraling around the purple aura. Snorlax then charged at Hypno, creating an explosion when it made contact, covering the two Pokémon from view. Oh no, Hypno. Harrison called out in concern as smoke covered Snorlax and Hypno for a few seconds, before it cleared. Snorlax was standing tall, while Hypno was lying on its back with swirls in its eyes. Hypno is unable to battle, Snorlax is the winner. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side, signaling Snorlax's victory. Winner, Snorlax. The crowd cheered for Ash and Snorlax with Hypno's icon turning dark. Alright, good work Snorlax. Ash praised his normal type, who had a smile. Snorlax. Snorlax called out in joy, pumping its fists up. That was good, but I'll do better. Harrison said as he returned Hypno to its Pokeball. Ladies and gentlemen, with 3 of Harrison's Pokémon now unable to battle, we'll be taking a 5-minute break. The announcer announced as Ash returned Snorlax to his Pokeball, before he and Pikachu walked to the couch stand, where Brock, Misty, Latias, Politoed, Togepi and Psyduck were waiting for him. Snorlax's icon stopped glowing, but kept the color, signaling that Snorlax could still battle. Way to go Ash, you're in the lead. Brock praised the rainbow hero with a smile, who returned it. Thanks, but it's not over yet. Who knows what Harrison has in store? The raven-haired boy said as he looked across at Harrison, who was sitting down on his couch stand. That's true, but he has no idea what you have. Latias said to her trainer, using her psychic powers to communicate with him in his mind. Ash chuckled as he looked down at his belt, where one of his Master Ball is located. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu cried out at the rainbow hero with a frown, who nervously smiled at him. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to battle soon. Just be a little more patient. Ash reassured his starter as he sat down next to Latias and Misty. Who are you gonna send out next? Misty asked the rainbow hero, curious if he'll keep battling with Snorlax, or with another one of his Pokémon. Just wait and see. Ash replied to the water Pokémon trainer with a smirk. Eventually, 5 minutes passed and Ash and Harrison returned to the battlefield. We now go back to the semi-finals of the Silver Conference Victory Tournament to join the second half of this exciting match between Ash and Harrison. The announcer called out as both Ash and Harrison had narrowed eyes. I'm not gonna lose here, not until I battle Cross again, I swear it. Ash swore, refusing to lose before he had the chance to battle his rival once more. The second half of the second match of the semi-finals of the Silver Conference Victory Tournament will now begin. The announcer stated as Ash brought out a Pokeball with his right hand. You're up Meganium, go. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the fully evolved grass type. Ash's fourth dark icon showed Meganium. Harrison brought out his own Pokeball and threw it. Go Steelix. Harrison called out as the Pokeball released the steel and ground type, who growled a bit. Harrison's fourth dark icon showed Steelix. Meganium v.s Steelix. Meganium, Body Slam go. Ash called out, holding up his right fist. Meganium cried out as she jumped high into the air, before she began to fall towards Steelix. Steelix, dodge with dig. Harrison called out with a smirk on his face. Steelix cried out, before it spiked rocks span quickly, before it burrowed underground, dodging as Meganium slammed into the ground. Just a second later, Steelix came out right under Meganium, striking the grass type and sending her flying. Alright. Harrison exclaimed with a smirk on his face at seeing Steelix land a hit. Meganium, counter. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, making Harrison widen his eyes in surprise. Meganium was covered in an orange energy, before she dived down and body slammed Steelix on the head harshly, making the steel and ground type cry out in pain. Steelix. The little root boy called out in concern for his Pokémon as Meganium leaped off Steelix's head and landed in front of Ash. Not bad, counter was a good move. Brock commented with an impressed look on his face. Keep it up Ash. Misty cheered for the rainbow hero with a smile on her face. Latias kept smiling as she now waved a flag for Ash. Meganium, Frenzy Plant. Ash called out with a smirk on his face. Meganium cried out as her body was outlined in green, before giant roots with spikes on them come out of the ground and headed towards Steelix. Steelix, dig one more time. Harrison commanded as Steelix's spiked rock span quickly, before it burrowed underground, dodging Meganium's frenzy plant as it slammed into the ground where the ground and steel type was just a second ago. Again. Ash called out in annoyance that Steelix used dig to dodge a second time. Sorry Ash, but dig is a good defense and offense. Let him have it, Steelix. Harrison called out with a smirk as Steelix slid Meganium from underneath again, making the grass type cry out in pain. Now use Iron Tail before it has a chance to use counter. The Little Root Town trainer called out with a smirk, making Ash grit his teeth. Counter with your own Iron Tail Meganium. Ash quickly commanded his fully evolved grass type. Both Meganium and Steelix's tails glowed white, before they spun around and slammed their tails against each other, creating an explosion when they made contact. Pokémon used Iron Tail against each other. The announcer called out in excitement as the explosion pushed both Pokémon back. Steelix looked fine, but the same couldn't be said for Meganium. The fully evolved grass type landed on her back, before she had swirls in her eyes. Meganium. The Rainbow Hero called out in concern as the referee raised the red flag to Harrison's side. Meganium is unable to battle, Steelix wins. The referee called out as Meganium's icon turned black, showing that the grass type can't battle anymore. Winner, Steelix. Harrison has begun the second half with a stunning victory. Both trainers have 3 Pokémon left. The announcer called out as Ash returned Meganium to her Pokeball, before looking at the device with a smile. You did your best, Meganium, take a good rest. Ash said to the Pokeball, as if he was speaking to Meganium, before he put the device away. The Rainbow Hero then brought out another Pokeball with his right hand. You're up one more time, Snorlax. Ash cried out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the, thankfully, wide-awake normal type. Snorlax. The normal type cried out its name, standing a few feet away from Steelix. And Ash switches back to Snorlax. The announcer stated as Snorlax's icon started flashing once more. Snorlax v.s Steelix. Snorlax, Giga Impact. Ash commanded, holding up his right fist. Snorlax. Snorlax cried out as he began to gather energy. Steelix, use your bind attack. Harrison commanded his steel and ground type, who obeyed as it wrapped around Snorlax, ruining its concentration. That bind attack is doing the job. The announcer called out as Steelix kept Snorlax in a tight grip. Now Steelix, use crunch attack. Harrison called out with a confident smirk on his face as Steelix opened its mouth, intending to bite Snorlax. Oh yeah. High horsepower. Ash called out, making Harrison widen his eyes in surprise. Snorlax's body was surrounded by an orange aura, before he punched Steelix in the chin, forcing the steel and ground type to release him. Snorlax breaks free with high horsepower. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. Finish it with Giga Impact now. Ash commanded with a smirk as Snorlax's body was surrounded in a purple aura with yellow stripes of aura spiraling around the purple aura. Snorlax then charged at Steelix, slamming right into the steel and ground type. The power of Snorlax is godly. The announcer commented as Steelix collapsed with swirls in its eyes. Steelix is unable to battle, Snorlax wins. The referee called out as he raised the flag to Ash's side of the battlefield, signaling Snorlax's victory. And Snorlax wins again. The announcer called out as Steelix's icon turned black, signaling that Steelix cannot battle anymore. Winner, Snorlax. Not bad, 2 super powerful attacks at once, not to mention one of them being super effective, completely took out Steelix. Brock commented with an impressed smile as Togepi, Latias, Politoed and Psyduck cheered for Snorlax's victory. He's so close now to winning, it's just a little further away. Misty said with a smile, seeing Ash's way to victory. Harrison returned Steelix to its Pokeball, before he put the device away. Ash has really been impressive so far. The 15-year-old boy said with a smile as he brought out another Pokeball. Let's see how you like this. Go Houndoom. Harrison called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the Dark and Fire type. Snorlax v.s Houndoom. Let's go for an early victory. Snorlax, high horsepower. Ash called out with a confident smirk on his face. Snorlax. The normal type cried out as his body was surrounded by an orange aura, before he charged at Houndoom. Counter! Harrison called out with wide eyes as Houndoom was covered in an orange glow, before it leaped and tackled Snorlax in the stomach, stopping the normal type dead in its tracks. Houndoom's counter has stopped Snorlax's high horsepower. The announcer called out as Snorlax collapsed to his back with swirls in his eyes. Ah, Snorlax! Ash called out in concern for his normal type. Snorlax is unable to battle, Houndoom wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to Harrison's side as the crowd cheered. Winner, Houndoom. Snorlax's icon turned dark, signaling that Snorlax cannot battle anymore. Well, that battle sure ended quickly. Delia stated as she turned to face Professor Oak, Elm and Gary, while Espion stood on her lap. Well, that's because Houndoom's counter-attack returns the opponent's attack and it uses twice the force, so Snorlax's high horsepower was sent back to him, and then double the power. Professor Oak explained to the mother of the Rainbow Hero as Ash returned Snorlax to its Pokeball. So his Houndoom can use counter. Harrison sure has a collection of pretty unique Pokemon. Brock said with a frown on his face, surprised at how Houndoom used counter. Now both of them only have 2 Pokemon remaining. Misty stated with a frown as Togepi and Politoed cheered even harder for Ash. Big brother. Latias thought to herself, worried about the chances of her brother being injured. Take a good rest, Snorlax. Ash said to the Pokeball, as if he was speaking to Snorlax himself, before he put the device away. Ash looked at Pikachu, who looked back at him with a smirk on his face. You ready, buddy? The Rainbow Hero asked his starter, who nodded. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu replied to Ash, holding up his right fist. Okay, Pikachu, I choose you. Ash called out as he swiped out his right hand. Pika. The electric type cried out as he ran into the battlefield on all 4 feet. Ash's 5th Pokemon is Pikachu. The announcer called out as Ash's 5th dark icon showed Pikachu. Pikachu vs Houndoom. Houndoom, use bite attack. Harrison called out with a smirk of confidence as Houndoom charged towards Pikachu with its mouth open, which made Ash smirk. Pikachu, wait for Houndoom to get close, and then use Focus Punch. Ash called out with a smirk, making Harrison widen his eyes in surprise. Pika. Pikachu called out with a smirk of his own, as his right fist glow in energy, before he ducked under Houndoom's bite attack and slammed his right fist into Houndoom's stomach, sending him flying. Houndoom. Use counter. Harrison ordered as Houndoom glow orange again and started falling towards Pikachu with a snarl. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle at full power. Ash called out with narrowed eyes and held his right fist into the sky. Pika 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 Pika. Pikachu called out as he started running as he was covered in electrical energy as he used Volt Tackle, before he jumped towards Houndoom, causing a powerful explosion from the 2 attacks slamming into each other. Pikachu's Volt Tackle and Houndoom's counter-attack have clashed, leaving the question on everyone's mind on who won that battle. The announcer called out in excitement as Ash and Harrison looked up at the sky, where the smoke from the explosion was. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu called out as he jumped out of the explosion and landed in front of Ash, while smirking with confidence. Pikachu. Ash called out in relief, while Houndoom fell to the ground on his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Houndoom. Harrison said in concern or Houndoom. Houndoom is unable to battle. Pikachu wins. The referee called out as he raised the green to Ash's side of the field as Houndoom's icon went black, signaling that it can't battle anymore. Victor, Pikachu. You were awesome out there, Pikachu. Ash called out to Pikachu with a smile. Pika Pikachu. Pikachu said with a smile as he raised both his paws into the air. Now Ash just needs to win one more time and he'll win against Harrison. Misty called out with a smile, feeling like Ash can win this with no problem. Yeah, but don't forget that Harrison still has his ace Pokemon, Blaziken. Brock reminded Misty with narrowed eyes, knowing that Blaziken will be a tough opponent to defeat. Don't forget that my brother is on Ash's team and there's no way that he'll lose. Human form Latias reminded Misty and Brock with a smile on her face, using telepathy for them to understand, which the two humans nodded to her. Harrison returned Houndem to his Pokeball with a smile, saying thanks before he looked at Ash. You're as good as I expected, Ash. And even though I haven't had as tough a battle as this one in a very long time, you're not gonna beat me. Like you, I won't accept defeat. I choose Blaziken. Harrison called out as he threw a Pokeball, releasing a Blaziken. Onto the battlefield, who had a red glove on his left hand with a Blazikenite. Blaziken. Blaziken roared out as his flames around his arms light up. Oh my, that's quite the Blaziken. Professor Oak said in surprise to see Harrison's Blaziken. I've never heard of that Pokemon before. Delia said in surprise to see Blaziken, having never seen one before. Espion. Espion said in wonder, having never seen a Blaziken before as well. Like Latios and Latias, Blaziken is a rare Pokemon from the Hoenn region and it's rare to see one in Jado. Elm explained to Delia with a smile, interested in Harrison's Blaziken. Harrison's last Pokemon is Blaziken. The announcer called out in excitement, while Blaziken's icon turned on as Harrison's last Pokemon, while Ash brought out his Pokédex in his right hand and scanned the fire and fighting type. Blaziken, the Blaze Pokemon. Blaziken is able to easily leap over 30-story buildings with its great lower body strength. The Pokédex told Ash about Blaziken, making the rainbow hero narrow his eyes as he put the device away. You know, Ash, I was really surprised when you pulled out that Mega Evolution during your last match. Harrison told his opponent, making Ash raise an eyebrow at why he brought that up. You weren't the only one. Pretty much everyone was in for a surprise when I Mega Evolved Charizard in my last match. Ash replied to his opponent, wondering where Harrison was going with this conversation. But you're not the only one with that power. Harrison said as he held up his arm, before he moved his wristband away to reveal that he had a white bracelet with a keystone attached to it, much to the shock of Ash, Pikachu and Latias. A keystone. Ash exclaimed in shock that even Harrison had the power to Mega Evolve his Pokemon. Blaziken, Mega Evolve. Harrison shouted as he pressed the keystone, causing it to let out a glow. The stone on Blaziken's glove began to glow as well, before streams of energy shot out of the two stones and connected with each other, connecting the stones. Blaziken was covered in energy underwent its Mega Evolution. Blaziken was engulfed in multicolored light as its body began to change. The light soon vanished to reveal Mega Blaziken. It had lost its yellow markings, and gained black markings on its upper legs and chest. Its hair-like feathers took on a wing-like shape and point upward, and the portion around its chest is rough around its shoulders. The crest on its head changes into a flat horn that curves backward. This battle just got a whole lot harder. Ash thought to himself with narrowed eyes, now knowing that things just went from difficult to worse. Pikachu exclaimed as he got ready for a tough battle. This might be a problem. Misty said with wide eyes of disbelief at what she's just witnessed. She wasn't the only one. Brock, Latias, Togepi, Politoed and Psyduck all had wide eyes full of disbelief. This just got a lot harder for Ash. Brock stated as his disbelief look changed into a frown, now worried for his friend. Unreal. We have yet another trainer able to use Mega Evolution. And if it's anything like what we've witnessed in the first match, things are sure to heat up. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered at the sight of Mega Blaziken. This might be a problem. Delia said in concern for her son now. Esp. The psychic type said in concern for her trainer. Ash now has to face a Mega Evolved Pokemon himself, and who knows what this Mega Blaziken can do. I just hope Ash can win. Professor Oak said in concern for the raven-haired boy. But this might be our chance to see Latios in battle. Professor Elm said with a smile, seeing this as a chance to see Latios battle. Come on Ash, you can do it. Gary called out in encouragement to his best friend, believing that he can still win. Pikachu vs Mega Blaziken. Ash gritted his teeth, before he moved out his right hand. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash called out, refusing to back down. Pikachu. The electric type cried out as he unleashed thunder from its body. Blaziken, Fire Punch. Harrison called out with a smirk. Blaziken just vanished right before Thunderbolt could hit him. What? Ash called out in surprise at how fast Blaziken was. Mega Blaziken charged at Pikachu, vanishing from one spot to another, before it uppercut Pikachu with a fire-covered fist, making the electric type cry out in pain. Talk about quick as lightning. Even I couldn't follow that. The announcer called out as Pikachu landed on his back, but got back on his feet. How is Blaziken so fast? Ash questioned with wide eyes, wondering how the fire and fighting type was so fast. It's because of Blaziken's ability, Speed Boost. Harrison told his opponent, getting the Rainbow Hero to look at him. When Blaziken Mega evolves, his ability changes to Speed Boost, and Speed Boost increases Blaziken's speed. The 15-year-old boy explained to the 11-year-old, who gritted his teeth. Even with Speed Boost, you won't win this. The Rainbow Hero said to the Little Root Town trainer, who smirked at him. We'll see about that, Ash. Blaziken, Quick Attack. Harrison called out with a smirk. Blaziken Blaz. The fully evolved fire and fighting type cried out as he charged at Pikachu once more, going so fast that it's like Blaziken was disappearing. Pikachu, fight back with Focus Punch. Ash called out, holding his right hand out. Pika. Pikachu called out as his right fist glowed in energy, before he moved it out, right as Blaziken appeared in front of him. Both Blaziken and Pikachu clashed with the Mega Evolved Pokémon using his elbow to clash against Pikachu's Focus Punch. However, Pikachu was overpowered as Blaziken pushed right through him, sending the electric type to the ground on his back. Pikachu. Ash called out in concern for his best friend. Now Blaziken, finish this with Flamethrower. Harrison called out with a confident smirk on his face. Blaz. Blaziken roared out as he unleashed a red-orange stream of fire from its mouth at Pikachu, who widened his eyes. Pikachu placed his tail on the ground and pushed. Blaziken's flamethrower created an explosion when it made contact with the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that forced everyone to cover their eyes. Ash pushed through the shockwave as he tried to spot his best friend. Pikachu. Ash called out in concern for his starter. A shadow appeared in the sky, making Ash look up to see, to his relief, Pikachu up in the sky with a smile. Pika. Pikachu said with a smile. Making Ash, Brock, Misty and Latias laugh in relief. How did? Harrison called out in surprise that Pikachu managed to escape being hit from Blaziken's flamethrower. Pikachu used its tail to push itself to safety, right before flamethrower missed. The announcer called out, explaining how Pikachu escaped from being hit by flamethrower. Pika. Pikachu cried out as he fell and landed on Mega Blaziken's head, much to the fire and fighting type's surprise. Blaziken, shake him off. Harrison told his Mega Evolved Pokémon, who tried to shake Pikachu off his head by shaking his head, but Pikachu kept holding on. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash called out as he swiped his right hand to the side. Pika, Chew. The electric type cried out as he unleashed Thunderbolt on Blaziken, making the Mega Evolved Pokémon cry out in pain as the electric type kept on zapping him. Way to go, Pikachu, keep it up. Ash called out with a smile, while Harrison was gritting his teeth in anger. Darn it, what can I do? Harrison questioned, wondering just what can be done to get Pikachu off Blaziken's head. That's it, screw messing around. Blaziken, use Quick Attack. The 15-year-old boy called out to his starter. Blaziken had his eyes closed in pain, but he spot open his eyes at hearing his trainer's voice. Blaziken took off at quick speed, even as Pikachu kept using Thunderbolt on him. Blaziken moved so fast that he was a blur, moving from one spot to another. The speed forced Pikachu to lose concentration as he stopped using Thunderbolt and was soon thrown off Blaziken's head and into the sky. Pikachu. The Rainbow Hero called out in concern for his best friend as Mega Blaziken appeared in front of Harrison. Way to go Blaziken, now finish it with Blaze Kick. Harrison commanded with a confident smirk on his face. Blaziken. The Mega-evolved Pokémon cried out as its right leg was surrounded in flames, before it leaped at the airborne Pikachu. Pikachu, don't give up. Use Volt Tackle with everything you have. Ash cried out as he held out his right hand to the sky. Pika Pika. Pikachu cried out as he spun around and dived down at Blaziken, before he was covered in electrical energy. Blaziken spun around, holding his leg foot out as he and Pikachu were getting closer to each other. Eventually, the two clashed, creating a powerful explosion in the sky. What power and spirit! Pikachu used Volt Tackle, while Blaziken used Blaze Kick. Just what happened to the two? The announcer cried out in excitement as everyone stared up at the smoke from the explosion. Then both Mega Blaziken and Pikachu fell from the explosion, with the fire and fighting type landing on his feet, while Pikachu landed on his stomach with swirls in his eyes. Pikachu. Ash called out in concern for his best friend as the referee raised the red flag to Harrison's side of the battlefield. Pikachu is unable to battle, Blaziken wins. The referee declared Blaziken's victory as Pikachu's icon turned dark, signaling Pikachu is unable to battle anymore. Winner, Blaziken. And Blaziken wins it, reducing Ash to his last Pokémon. The announcer announced as the crowd cheered, while Ash ran into the battlefield and picked Pikachu up in his arms. You okay, buddy? Ash asked his best friend in concern, who gave him a sad smile. Pika Pi Pikachu. Pikachu apologized with a sad smile, sad that he was unable to defeat Mega Blaziken, making Ash smile at him. You did your best, buddy, leave the rest to me, no, to us. Ash reassured his best friend as he walked over to the couch stand and gave Pikachu to Latias, who held her the electric type in her hands, giving him a proud smile. You only have one Pokémon left. Brock stated with his arms crossed, getting Ash to look at him. I know, and I know he won't let me down. Ash reassured his friend as he turned around and walked back to his side of the battlefield. Ash. Misty said in concern for the Rainbow Hero, before she clapped her hands together, as if she was praying. Believe in him and in my brother. Latias told the water Pokémon trainer, her belief in her trainer and brother strong. Ash stood in his part of the battlefield with a look of resolve in his eyes as he placed his right hand on his belt, right where Latios' Master Ball awaited. At last we get to see Latios. Professor Elm said in excitement to finally see a legendary Pokémon. I admit, I'm excited to see Latios' action myself. Gary commented, having a look of excitement himself at the chance to see Latios in action. Now Ash, we're down to our last Pokémon. Harrison began as he held up his right hand, before he turned it into a fist. Then, we'll show everyone what a battle between Mega-evolved Pokémon is like. The 15-year-old finished with an excited smile. Ash smirked at seeing the excited look in Harrison's eyes. We'll show them a battle between Mega-evolved Pokémon alright, but it won't be Charizard doing the battling. Ash told the 15-year-old trainer, much to his confusion. The Rainbow Hero took Latios' Master Ball from his belt, enlarging it, before holding it out. For my final Pokémon, I choose you Latios. Ash shouted out as he threw the Master Ball. The Master Ball soared into the air, before it unleashed a white light from within it. Then Latios revealed his magnificent form with a slight cry as he hovered in mid-air with a blue scarf around its neck. Harrison was taken aback in shock at the sight of the legendary psychic Pokémon. Having been born in Hoenn, he was well aware of the legend of the Ian duo, and now here he was, facing one of them. Harrison wasn't the only one. Pretty much everyone in the stadium was looking at Latios in awe and disbelief. Well, ladies and gentlemen. Ash Ketchum's last Pokémon is a complete mystery Pokémon. What kind of Pokémon could it be? The announcer questioned as up on the screen Latios icon appeared in Ash's last slot. If it wasn't for early registration, the slot would have had a question mark in it. I don't believe this. Ash has a Latios. Harrison thought in shock, his eyes soon noticed a familiar stone attached to the scarf. It can't be. The 15-year-old boy thought in shock, now realizing how much trouble he was in. Ash smirked as he held up his left hand, his key stone letting out a shine. Now let's even the odds. Ash said as he clenched his hand into a fist. Legendary Guardian of Altoare, take flight at the speed of sound and unleash your fury. Latios, Mega Evolve. Ash chanted out as he pressed the key stone with his right hand's index and middle fingers. Latios. Cried out as his Mega Stone started to glow, before a blue serpent dragon appeared from the glow, surrounding him as the blue Aeon Dragon's Mega Stone released its own multicolored glow. Streams came out of the two stones, connecting as if they connected Ash and Latios. The streams disappeared as Latios gave out a cry, before dashing off into the sky as 6 rings of golden energy appeared. Latios crashed through each one of the rings, leaving trails of light behind him as it gave out a loud battle cry as he soared in the sky. Latios soared back to the field in his new form. The blue parts of its body changed to purple. Horns grow from the side of its head and run along its jaw. It lost the wings on its back and similar, but larger wings were attached to its lower arms, normally held in a level position. Triangle shapes now marked the forward point of its wings instead of its chest. Mega Latios cried out as a DNA symbol briefly appeared in front of him before disappearing. Everyone was in shock at seeing Latios Mega evolve, with Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Espion, Latias, Bianca and Lorenzo being the exceptions. Now Ash is getting serious. Misty exclaimed with an excited smile on her face, which Brock nodded with his own smirk. Harrison's in trouble now. The Pokémon breeder stated as Togepi, Politoed, Pikachu and Latias cheered for Mega Latios. Unreal. Ketchum has unleashed yet another Mega evolved Pokémon. The announcer cried out as the crowd roared out in applause, getting really excited. This will be a battle for the ages. The announcer added as Mega Latios floated in front of Ash. Mega Latios vs Mega Blaziken. Harrison still had a look of disbelief on his face, but smirked. Amazing Ash, you really are amazing. But even though you have a Mega evolved Pokémon, I won't give up. Blaziken, quick attack. The 15-year-old boy cried out as he swiped his hand out. Blaziken. The Mega evolved fire and fighting type cried out as he dashed towards Mega Latios, appearing and disappearing as he rammed into Latios a few times, who didn't seem too hurt. Blaziken is attacking, and Latios isn't doing anything. The announcer called out as Mega Latios kept taking Mega Blaziken's hits with narrowed eyes. Way to go Blaziken, now fire punch and blaze kick. Harrison called out with a confident smirk on his face, confident of his victory. Mega Blaziken's fists and legs were covered in flames as the Mega evolved Pokémon started attacking Mega Latios with Fire Punch and Blaze Kick. Mega Blaziken has started using both Fire Punch and Blaze Kick. Can Ash's Latios handle this? The announcer called out as Latios started to get scorch marks, before Mega Blaziken stopped his assault and reappeared in front of Harrison, who was smirking. What do you have to say to that, Ash? The 15-year-old boy questioned the rainbow hero with a smirk on his face, one that Ash returned. All I've got to say is 3 words. Latios, use recover. The rainbow hero called out with a smirk, making Harrison widen his eyes in surprise. Oh no, not recover. The 15-year-old boy called out as Mega Latios' body glowed yellow as he was healed from all his injuries that Mega Blaziken inflicted upon him. Latios used recover to heal all the damage Blaziken inflicted on him. The announcer called out as the glow disappeared to reveal that Mega Latios was completely healed, with the dragon and psychic type smirking. Meanwhile, Mega Blaziken doesn't look so well. The announcer added as Mega Blaziken was breathing heavily, a sign of exhaustion. Harrison gritted his teeth at seeing Mega Blaziken showing signs of exhaustion. Blaziken has been through much and is exhausted, while Latios looks like he's still raring to go. The Little Root Town trainer thought to himself as he looked at the fully energized Mega Latios, who was smirking. Ash wanted me to attack, so that Blaziken would be exhausted, while Latios could use recover. He outsmarted me, but I'm not done yet. The 15-year-old boy thought to himself with narrow determined eyes, refusing to accept defeat. Blaziken, flamethrower. Harrison commanded as he pointed forward with his right hand's index finger. Blaziken. The Mega-evolved fire and fighting type cried out as he breathed out a stream of flames towards Latios. Ash and Mega Latios smirked as they saw their opportunity. Latios, use Surf. The Rainbow Hero called out with a smirk on his face, much to Harrison's shock and horror. Latios glowed blue, before a big wave of water came out of nowhere from below. The water turned into a big wave that charged towards Blaziken, easily extinguishing the flamethrower. Blaziken. The Mega-evolved fire and fighting type cried out in surprise before Latios' Surf made contact with him, sending Blaziken to the ground on his back. Blaziken. Harrison called out in concern for his starter, with Ash still smirking. Checkmate, Latios, end this with Luster Purge. Ash called out with a confident smirk. It'll be my pleasure. Latios cried out as he opened his mouth as white sparkles formed and gathered in front of him, forming together into a pink ball of energy. Mega Latios fired a massive pink beam from the ball at Blaziken, creating an explosion when it made contact. Blaziken. Harrison called out in concern for his starter as smoke from the explosion covered the fire and fighting type from view. Slowly, the smoke cleared to reveal that Blaziken had returned to his normal form and had swirls in his eyes. Blaziken is unable to battle, Latios wins. The victor of the match is Ash Ketchum. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field. Blaziken's icon turned black, signaling that he cannot battle anymore, before Ash's picture took the full screen with the words, "Winner," under it. Winner, Latios. Winner of the battle, Ash. It's over. Ash has won the match and will be proceeding to the semi-finals. The announcer cried out as the crowd cheered for the Rainbow Hero's victory. Yes, he won. Misty cried out in joy as Togepi, Psyduck and Polito cheered for Ash's victory. With this, Ash has made it to the top 4. Brock stated with a proud smile with his arms crossed. There was no doubt about it. Latios commented with a smile as Pikachu jumped in joy. Mega Latios cried out, before he was covered in energy. The energy disappeared to reveal Latios back in his normal form. Alright, we won. Thank you, Latios. The Rainbow Hero exclaimed in joy as he ran to Latios and threw his arms around the blue Ian Dragon's neck, who smiled at his trainer. You're welcome, Ash. Latios said to his trainer with a smile on his face. Harrison returned Blaziken to its Pokeball, before looking at the device with a smile. Thank you, Blaziken, for giving it all you got. Take a good rest. Harrison said to the Pokeball, as if he was speaking to Blaziken, before he put the device away and walked away. In the stands, Delia had a proud smile on her face at seeing her son win. Ash was magnificent, I'm so proud of him. The mother of the Rainbow Hero said with a smile, proud of her son for winning against Harrison. Professor Oak nodded with a proud smile on his face. Indeed he was, Latios and Ash had control of the last battle perfectly. The professor of the Kanto region said in agreement, impressed with how Ash and Latios battled. I'm pleased with both seeing Latios battle and winning. Ash really has proven to be a trainer worthy of being the Rainbow Hero. Professor Elm commented with a pleased look on his face. We've seen Latios battle, but not Latias yet. Who knows, with those two, maybe Ash will win the Silver Conference. Gary said with a proud smile, proud of his childhood friend for winning. Espion looked just as proud of Delia for her trainer's victory. Lorenzo and Bianca had proud smiles on their faces after seeing the battle and couldn't wait to see more of Latios' battle. A few hours later. Some time has passed since Ash and Harrison's battle. Ash immediately took his team to the Pokémon Center to heal all his Pokémon from the intense battle. When all his Pokémon was healed, Ash and Brock made them Pokémon food to celebrate for their victory today. Later on that night, Ash, Brock and Misty met up with Harrison at the lake, while Latios went off to search for Bianca and Lorenzo and Latias spent time with Delia. Harrison congratulated Ash for his victory, who thanked him for his words. Harrison changed the subject to the Hoenn region. He told Ash about Professor Birch, his home region, how Pokémon from other regions were there and how Latios originated from that region, much to the Rainbow Hero's surprise. Harrison suggested to Ash that after the Silver Conference to travel to the Hoenn region, which excited the Rainbow Hero as he now had a new goal for when he was finished with the Jado region. Suddenly, a scream came out of nowhere, much to everyone's surprise, before they went to see who screamed. They found two girls crying and asked them what happened. The girls said it was ghosts, but Ash wasn't fooled. He brought out Noctowl, who he had switched out for Alligator 4, and used foresight. They discovered that it was just a bunch of Misdreavus. Gary then showed up, having heard the scream and saw the Misdreavus, and noticed how scared they looked. The group of Misdreavus lead them all to the forest, where another Misdreavus was trapped by a tree. Quickly, everyone worked together and managed to get the tree off the Misdreavus. Gary checked on the ghost type and to his relief, Misdreavus was alright. With their friend free, the group of Misdreavus flew away with everyone watching. Gary then revealed to everyone that his new dream was to become a Pokémon researcher, much to Ash's surprise, but he respected his friend's choice. Gary and Harrison then left as Ash, Misty, and Brock began to walk back to their hotel. Currently, they were walking down the walkway that lead to the hotel with Misty holding Togepi in her arms and Pikachu riding on Ash's shoulder. It really was a surprise that Gary wants to be a Pokémon researcher now. Brock stated with a smile, getting Misty to look at him. I know, right? I was pretty sure he wanted to become a Pokémon master. The tomboy said with a smile, also surprised at learning Gary's new goal. Yet, he's chosen to become a Pokémon researcher, that's his goal now. And to be honest, I really think that suits him. This way, he'll help Pokémon a lot. The Rainbow Hero said with a smile, glad for his childhood friend. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu commented with a smile, getting Misty and Brock to smile at him. The hotel soon came into sight, but then the peaceful afternoon was ruined. Tada! 3 familiar voices called out as Jesse, James, and Meowth came out of nowhere and blocked the way to the hotel. You 3 losers again. Go take a hike. Ash exclaimed with a frown on his face at seeing the 3 losers. Even after he separated from Misty and Brock, Jesse, James, and Meowth have been chasing him and caused all kinds of trouble, even trying to capture his Dragonair and Jengar. Losers. Jesse, James, and Meowth called out in anger at what the Rainbow Hero called them. Oh sorry, was that harsh? My apologizes, Team Loser. Ash mocked with a smirk as Brock, Misty, and Pikachu laughed at what he said, while Jesse, James and Meowth looked angry. How dare you, twerp? It's Team Rocket, not Team Loser. Jessie roared out in anger, failing her arms. Yeah. We're not losers, we're champions that fought you on equal ground. James added, looking just as angry as Jessie. That was a year ago and you used someone else's Pokémon. Besides, last time I checked, you're terrified of your fiancée, something I can take advantage of, call her and tell you where you are. The Rainbow Hero replied to the rich boy, who froze in fear at the thought of running into his fiancée again. Enough of this. Meowth cried out as he jumped between Jesse and James, before he landed on his feet and pointed at Ash with his right claw. Hand over Pikachu, your stone thing and all your Pokémon that can Mega Evolve. The normal type demanded with a smirk, making Ash and Pikachu narrow their eyes at him. You want my Pokémon? You're gonna have to pry them off my cold dead fingers. Ash replied as he brought out a pokeball with his right hand. That can be arranged. Go, Arbok. Jessie called out as she threw a pokeball, releasing the poison type, who cried out. Go Weezing. James called out as he threw his pokeball, releasing his poison type. Bring it on, go Pidgeot. Ash called out as he threw his pokeball, releasing the flying and normal type, who cried out as he flew into the air. Pidgeot vs Arbok and Weezing. Alright old friend, let's show these clowns. Ash shouted out, clenching his left hand into tight fist, before he pressed his keystone with his right hand's fingers. Pidgeot's Mega Stone released a white shining light, with Pidgeot letting out a loud screech as he was engulfed in pure white flames around its wings, tail and head. Fly through the sky and unleash your might. Pidgeot, Mega Evolve. Ash chanted as Pidgeot screeched as the light vanishes to reveal its new form. Behind Ash, both Misty and Brock had looks of disbelief on their faces. Pidgeot can Mega Evolve too. Misty and Brock exclaimed in shock as they looked at Pidgeot's new form with the flames disappearing. Pidgeot's body was larger with longer, broader wings. Its wingtips and tail feathers were tipped with blue, and its cream coloring is now white. Its eyes were now red, and its pupils turned white. Pidgeot had an even more elaborate crest on its head, with a streamer-like red plume extending from a mane of yellow feathers. A red feather projects from the front of its crest and there is a single red highlight on the left side. Alright, let's do this. Ash cried out as Pidgeot soared into the sky and released a powerful cry, with a DNA symbol briefly appearing in front of him for a moment. Jessie, James, Meowth, Arbok and Weezing now looked afraid at seeing Mega Pidgeot. Pidgeot, Sky Attack. Ash called out as he swiped his right hand out. Pidgeot cried out as its body was surrounded by a gradually intensifying light blue aura, before it dived down at Team Rocket and made an explosion when he made contact. From the explosion, Jessie, James, Meowth, Arbok and Weezing came out all together. Well, that went well. James commented with his arms and legs crossed. Well, we gave it a try. Meowth said as he gave a shrug. Next time will be different. Jessie cried out in anger as she flailed her arms. Wobbuffet. The psychic type cried out as he came out, flying with his trainer. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Team Loser cried out as they disappeared from sight, twinkling where they were last seen. Victor, Pidgeot. Pidgeot cried out in victory as he returned to his normal form, before he turned to face Ash, who gave him a smile. Way to go Pidgeot, take a good rest. Ash said with a smile as he returned Pidgeot to his Pokeball. Ash placed his Pokeball back in his jacket, before he turned around to face Misty and Brock, whose faces were priceless. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu laughed at the sight of the two looks that Misty and Brock had. Well, if you two don't mind, I'm gonna hit the hay. Ash said with an amused smile as he turned around and walked back to the hotel. Hey, Ash. Misty called out as she and Brock ran after Ash, who had a confident smile on his face. Just wait Cross, just one more battle for both of us and we'll have our rematch. The Rainbow Hero thought to himself with an excited smile on his face, excited to battle his rival soon. Chapter 7, Semifinals. The morning sun shined in the air, starting the day early as it was just 7:30 o'clock in the morning with most people still in bed, but not one person, who was currently heading towards the Pokémon Center to rest up. It was Ash, who was smiling brightly as he walked to the Pokémon Center with neither Pikachu or Espeon on his shoulders since he left them in bed. Ash got up early, like at 5 o'clock so that he could give his team that he was gonna use against John Dixon today a little training before the big match. Ash had left early with no one noticing since they were still asleep in bed, which gave Ash the perfect chance to escape. He trained his team of Pokémon for a hour, before he gave them an extra hour to relax and have fun, which they all appreciated with Ash happy to spend time with his family. Now Ash was heading back to the Pokémon Center to give them all breakfast and for him to have breakfast. Ash Wright was making his way to the Pokémon Center outside to get ready for his upcoming match against John Dixon and to sign up his team. Ash entered the Pokémon Center, but he then saw Lorenzo and Bianca having a small morning breakfast by a table, making Ash smile as he walked up to their table. "Bianca, Lorenzo, hey guys." Ash called out with a smile, waving his right hand to his friends from Altoare, getting Bianca and Lorenzo's attention as they looked to see Ash walking up to them. "Hello Ash, good luck in your next match." Lorenzo wished the young rainbow hero good luck with a smile. "Yeah, just win 2 more times and you'll win the league," Bianca said to her friend with a smile, though she sounded a little nervous and her cheeks a little red. "Thanks for the support you guys," Ash said to Bianca and Lorenzo with a smile, rubbing the back of his head with his right hand before he felt a hand pat him on his shoulder, getting him to look to see Brock, Misty, Pikachu, Espeon and Togepi behind them. "You've come a long way Ash, you'll do great," Brock said to his young friend with a smile, having faith that Ash will win the league. "Yeah, we know you can do it," Misty said to Ash with a smile and holding Togepi in her arms, encouraging her friend. "Togepi," Togepi said with a smile as she raised her hands in the air for Ash. "Pika Esp." Pikachu and Espeon shouted in agreement, smiling at their trainer and encouraging him to do his best. Ash looked around at all his friends, before he smiled at the support his friends had given him. "Thanks guys, I promise that I won't lose," Ash said to all his friends with a smile, which they all gave a nod to him. 4 hours later. After the words of encouragement from all his friends, Ash had breakfast with everyone, including Gary, with everyone getting to know each other. Bianca and Delia got along well, but Bianca seemed to have been a little nervous, which Delia figured out that she had a crush on her son, making the mother of the rainbow hero smile at how Ash is becoming more and more like his father. After the nice breakfast together, Ash went to register his team for his battle today, while checking up on John Dixon's data. Ash could tell that he's gonna be a tough opponent, but he had a little insurance policy called Mega Evolution for his battle. Soon Ash did a little more training with one particular Pokemon with Gary leading a hand, which Ash appreciated him for that. Now the time for Ash's semi-final battle to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the semi-finals. We have 2 trainers here ready to do battle, but only one of them will move on to the finals. First we have John Dixon of Cento Cherry Town, who has steadily climbed his way up to the semi-finals, and the other trainer is young Ash Ketchum. The announcer shouted out as the crowd cheered as both John Dixon and Ash walked to their sides the battlefield, with Ash waving at the crowd with both hands, while Misty, Brock, Psyduck, Politoed, Pikachu, Espeon and Togepi were already in Ash's couch corner. "I'm so proud of him," Delia said with tears of happiness for her son, sitting next to Professor Oak, Elm, Gary, Bianca and Lorenzo, taking pictures of his son. "That's natural, because Ash has broken the record of the youngest trainer ever to make it to the semi-finals, only being 11 years old and 10 months. Lorenzo said to Delia with a smile and arms crossed, understanding why she is happy. True, Ash has made Pallet Town proud by coming this far. Even if Ash loses against John Dixon, we'll all be proud of him. Oak told to the group with a smile, also proud of Ash for getting this far, before he looked up at the sky. "You'd be so proud of your son if you were here right now." Professor Oak thought to himself with a smile, thinking of Ash's father and how proud he would be. And now we shall determine which battlefield that these 2 trainers will be battling on. The announcer called out as everyone looked at the screen as it began dancing through the 4 selections, before stopping on the ice-shaped one. And they will battle on an ice battlefield. The announcer called out as the natural-shaped battlefield was swapped out by an ice battlefield. Now we will determine which trainer will go first. The announcer called out as the colors on the screen began flashing through, before they stopped on the red color. And John Dixon will send out his Pokémon first. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered in excitement, while John Dixon brought out a Pokeball in his right hand. "Okay, let's do this, Haunter," John shouted out, throwing his Pokeball that released the Ghost and Poison type. "Haunter." Haunter called out with its ever-so-crazy smile. And John Dixon's first Pokémon is Haunter. The announcer called out as Haunter took John's first dark slot. Now which Pokémon will Ash send out to battle John Dixon's Haunter? The announcer called out as Ash brought out an Ultra Ball in his right hand. Let's do this, Pupitar. Ash shouted out, throwing the Ultra Ball that released his rock and ground type. Pupitar. Pupitar called out as he landed on the ground, causing a small earthquake. And Ash's first Pokémon is Pupitar. The announcer called out as Pupitar took Ash's first dark slot. Let the match begin. The referee called out as he raised both hands into the air for the match to begin. Ash and Pupitar, plus 5 more vs John Dixon ND Haunter, plus 5 more. I've come so far since Altoare and grown so much since then. I'm just one battle away from facing Cross again, and there's no way I'm losing. Ash thought to himself, determined to not lose this battle. Pupitar, let's start off with Dragon Dance. Ash called out as he held his right hand out. Pupitar. Pupitar called out as he glowed in a darkish red color, increasing his speed and power. Ketchum starts off with Dragon Dance, which increases Pupitar's speed and power. The announcer explained to the stadium as the crowd watched in excitement. Haunter, Shadow Ball go. John Dixon called out as he held his right hand out, ordering Haunter on what move to use. Haunter. Haunter called out with a smirk as a shadow ball appeared between his two hands, before he fired it at Pupitar. Pupitar, counter with stone edges. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, holding his right fist out. Pupitar. Pupitar called out as he jumped up and down, slamming into the earth as rock pillars started appearing from the ground, heading towards Haunter, while dispersing Shadow Ball. Haunter, use Protect. John Dixon called out as Haunter gained a light green energy shield around him, protecting him from stone edges when it tried to slam into him. Alright then, use Dark Pulse. Ash called out to Pupitar, who nodded as he gathered dark energy in front of him, before he unleashed Dark Pulse to Haunter. Use Energy Ball to counter Pupitar's Dark Pulse. John Dixon called out as Haunter gathered green energy between his hands, before he fired Energy Ball, which the two attacks slammed into each other, causing an explosion. Pupitar used Dark Pulse, while Haunter used Energy Ball to counter, and now smoke covers the battlefield. The announcer called out as smoke from the explosion covered the battlefield, which everyone waited for to clear to see what happened to Pupitar and Haunter. Soon the smoke cleared to show neither Pokémon took any damage. There they are, and neither side took any damage. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, waiting to see what happens next. Haunter, use your own Dark Pulse. John Dixon called out as Haunter gathered dark energy between his hands, before he fired it at Pupitar. Pupitar, use the battlefield to protect yourself. Ash called out to Pupitar, who jumped over to hide behind an icicle rock, which Dark Pulse destroyed and covered Pupitar from view. Pupitar used the field to protect itself from Haunter's Dark Pulse, but now we don't know what happened to Pupitar. The announcer called out as everyone waited for the smoke to clear to show Pupitar. Soon the smoke cleared to show that Pupitar was gone. Pupitar is gone. The announcer called out in surprise, while John and Haunter widened their eyes in surprise. Then the ground under Haunter burst open as Pupitar came out and slammed into Haunter, causing Haunter to flinch. Haunter. John called out in surprise at seeing Pupitar attack from under. What a surprise! Pupitar used Dig to hide itself, before it attacked. The announcer called out in surprise as the crowd cheered for Pupitar. Good job Pupitar, now use Dark Pulse. Ash called out with a smirk on his face. Pupitar. Pupitar called out as he gathered dark energy in front of him, before he unleashed it at Haunter. Quickly, use Protect. John called out in concern as Haunter's green shield appeared around him, protecting him from Dark Pulse. There's our chance, use Stone Edge. Ash ordered Pupitar, who nodded as he slammed into the ground, before stone pillars came out of the ground, with one hitting Haunter in the stomach when Protect disappeared, causing a small explosion. Haunter, no. John called out in concern for his Haunter, while the smoke from Stone Edge cleared to show Haunter on the ground by its back with swirls in its eyes. Haunter is unable to battle. Pupitar wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while Haunter's icon went black. Victor, Pupitar. Nice job Pupitar, you did great out there. Ash said to Pupitar with a proud smile, looking at the young Pokémon, proud of him for beating Haunter and getting him the first victory. Pupitar. Pupitar replied with an eye smile, happy that he had made his adoptive father proud. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation wash over him as his body began to glow bright white as his form began to change, making everyone widen their eyes in surprise. What the heck? John exclaimed in surprise at what he's seeing, while Pupitar started getting bigger, arms forming, legs and a tail. Pupitar's evolving. Misty exclaimed in surprise as she, Brock, Pikachu, Espion, Togepi, Psyduck and Togepi watched in shock. Rah! The newly evolved Tyranitar roared as he stood proudly, easily stomping on an ice rock and crushing it. I don't believe it. Once again, another of Ash's Pokémon has pulled off a mid-battle evolution. This time it's one of the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. The announcer exclaimed in excitement as the crowd cheered for Tyranitar, while Pupitar's icon was replaced by Tyranitar. Way to go, Tyranitar. You've evolved. Ash called out in joy, while Tyranitar smirked. So what if it evolved? John Dixon shouted out, pulling out his next Pokeball in his right hand. That's not gonna stop me. Let's go Rapid Ash. John shouted out as he threw his Pokeball, releasing the flaming horse Pokémon, who let loose a loud cry, stomping its feet across the ground. And John Dixon's second Pokémon is Rapid Ash. The announcer called out in excitement as John's second dark slot showed Rapid Ash. Okay then, let's fight fire with fire. Come back, Tyranitar. Ash called out as he returned Tyranitar to his Ultra Ball, before he put it away and brought out a Pokeball. Come out Typhlosion. Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, sending out the fully evolved Fire Jado starter. Listen. Typhlosion roared as he appeared, standing on 2 feet as his flames burst from his back. And Ashes switches out his newly evolved Tyranitar for Typhlosion. It's a battle between 2 fire-type Pokémon. The announcer called out in excitement as Tyranitar's icon turned off, but kept the color as Tyranitar could still battle, while Ash's second dark icon showed Typhlosion. Typhlosion v.S Rapid Ash. Typhlosion Rapid Ash use Flamethrower. Both Ash and John called out to their Pokémon with narrowed eyes as both Typhlosion and Rapid Ash unleashed Flamethrower from their mouths, which had a power struggle and started melting the ice around the 2 fire types. Talk about flame on. Both Typhlosion and Rapidash's flamethrowers are melting the field. The announcer called out in surprise as the field continued to melt a bit, but not too much. Rapid Ash, use Drill Run. John called out as he held his right hand out, which Rapid Ash stopped using Flamethrower and started charging at Typhlosion with his horn out, with brown energy surrounding the flaming horse, easily charging past Typhlosion's Flamethrower. Quick Typhlosion, use Double Team. Ash called out to his fully evolved fire type, who nodded as he stopped using Flamethrower, before 2 copies appeared on his left and right side. Rapid Ash charged into the middle Typhlosion, but went right through since that one was a fake and charged into an ice rock, his horn hitting the rock and trapping himself, making Rapid Ash widen his eyes in shock. Talk about bad luck. Rapid Ash missed the real Typhlosion and is now stuck. The announcer called out in excitement as the right Typhlosion disappeared, showing that the left one was real, with Typhlosion turning around to look at Rapid Ash. Typhlosion, use Solar Beam. Ash called out with confidence, which Typhlosion gave out a cry as he started gather energy in front of his open mouth, with a yellow orb of energy starting to appear. Rapid Ash quickly, get out of there. John called out to his fire type, who struggled hard to escape from his stuck position. Soon Typhlosion stopped gathering energy and unleashed a powerful yellow solar beam, hitting Rapid Ash and causing an explosion, forcing everyone to use their hands to protect their eyes from the shock waves. Soon, after 10 seconds, the smoke from Typhlosion's solar beam cleared to show Rapid Ash free, but lying down on the ground on its side with swirls in its eyes. Rapid Ash is unable to battle. Typhlosion wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, with Rapid Ash's icon going black. And after a battle between two fire types, Ketchum's Typhlosion comes out as the victor. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for both Ash and Typhlosion. "Victor, Typhlosion. You're doing great, Typhlosion. Keep it up." Ash praised his fully evolved fire type with a smile, which Typhlosion gave out a cry as the flames on his back burned brighter. John said nothing as he returned Rapid Ash to his Pokeball, before he brought out another Pokeball, this time looking excited. "It's your turn now." John called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing his own Tyranitar, who gave out a roar and caused a sandstorm to appear in the battlefield, making Ash and Typhlosion narrow their eyes. John Dixon sends out his own Tyranitar to battle against Ketchum's Typhlosion, with John Dixon having the advantage this time. Tyranitar's ability, Sandstream, is helping out since it powers up Tyranitar's rock-type moves. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd was getting more excited, while John's third dark icon showed Tyranitar. Tyranitar v.S Typhlosion. "Tyranitar, let's kick this off with a rocking stone edge." John called out a smirk, holding his right hand out. "Arrgh." John's Tyranitar roared as he held up his right fist, before he slammed it to the ground, which stone pillars starting to come out of the ground, heading towards Typhlosion, who braced himself. "Typhlosion, use Flamethrower on the ground." Ash called out to his fully evolved fire type. Typhlosion gave out a cry as he used Flamethrower on the ground, sending him into the sky, dogging Stone Edge. "What?" John called out in surprise as he looked up at Typhlosion, with Tyranitar doing the same. What a surprise! Typhlosion used Flamethrower to dodge Tyranitar's Stone Edge and get some distance. The announcer called out in surprise at seeing Typhlosion dodge Tyranitar's Stone Edge. "Now Typhlosion, use Solar Beam." Ash called out with confidence, which Typhlosion gave out a cry as he started gather energy in front of his open mouth, with a yellow orb of energy starting to appear, before he unleashed Solar Beam. "Quickly, use Hyper Beam." John called out to his Tyranitar, who roared as he fired an orange Hyper Beam from his mouth, which collided with Typhlosion's Solar Beam and caused an explosion. Another clash of power as Typhlosion's Solar Beam and Tyranitar's Hyper Beam clash and cause another explosion. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while Typhlosion landed on the ground, glaring at Tyranitar, who glared back. "Come back, Typhlosion." Ash suddenly called out, returning Typhlosion to his Pokeball that he was holding with his right hand. "Ketchum has returned Typhlosion. Which Pokemon will he send out next?" The announcer called out as Ash put Typhlosion's Pokeball in his jacket, before he brought out an Ultra Ball in his right hand. "It's your turn now, Scizor, let's go." Ash called out as he threw his Ultra Ball, releasing the Steel and Bug type. "Scizor." Ash's Scizor called out as he held his claws in an X position, glaring at Tyranitar, not bothered by the sandstorm. And Ketchum sends out Scizor to finish what Typhlosion started. The announcer called out as Typhlosion's icon went black, but kept the color as Ash's third dark icon showed Scizor. "Great plan since Tyranitar has the disadvantage against Scizor." Brock commented with a smile at how Ash has the advantage. "Let's hope this goes well." Misty said in concern for Ash, while the Pokemon kept cheering. Typhlosion switched out by Scizor. "Use Iron Head, Scizor." Ash called out with confidence, holding out his right hand as Scizor was covered in metal energy, before he charged at Tyranitar, landing a hit and sending the rock and dark type back. Talk about quick as lightning. Scizor landed an effective hit at super speed. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. Why didn't Tyranitar try to dodge? Delia asked in confusion at why Tyranitar didn't dodge Scizor's Iron Head. It couldn't since Tyranitar used Hyper Beam, which keeps the user from moving at all. Professor Oak explained to Delia, telling her why Tyranitar didn't dodge Iron Head. If Ash keeps this up, he'll win. Elm exclaimed with a smile, which everyone nodded to him as they continued watching. I have plenty of moves increase this would happen. Tyranitar, use Flamethrower. John called out as he held his right hand out, which Tyranitar gave out a roar as he unleashed Flamethrower from his mouth. Defend yourself with Swords Dance, Scizor. Ash called out to Scizor, who gave a nod as he held his claws in an X position as Flamethrower slammed into him in the front. And Tyranitar's Flamethrower hits. Question is, what happened to Scizor? The announcer called out as Tyranitar kept using Flamethrower, still hitting Scizor in the front, before the Scizor released his now glowing claws, revealing that he didn't take any damage. Incredible! Scizor is unharmed. The announcer called out in awe, as were the crowd. Impossible, how did Swords Dance protect Scizor from Flamethrower? John questioned in shock at seeing Scizor unharmed from Flamethrower. Use Aerial Ace, Scizor. Ash called out to his Scizor. Scizor. Scizor called out as he spread his wings, before he turned into a red blur that went and kept slamming into Tyranitar, dealing damage to Tyranitar, who roared in pain. It may not do so much damage, but Aerial Ace is dealing lots of damage. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered, while John gritted his teeth against each other. Tyranitar, use Rock Polish. John called out to his fully evolved Rock and Dark type, who started shining like a rock, before he started blocking Scizor's Aerial Aces. Tyranitar then grabbed Scizor's right claw, making Scizor and Ash widen their eyes in surprise. Tyranitar caught Scizor. Ash called out in surprise at seeing Tyranitar catch Scizor's attack. John smirked with confidence when he saw his Tyranitar catch Scizor's attack. Now Tyranitar, use Flamethrower at full power. John called out with a smirk as he held his right hand out, which Tyranitar gave out a roar as he began gathering energy in his mouth to fire Flamethrower. This isn't good. Misty exclaimed in concern as she, Brock and the Pokémon watched in concern, knowing that this will be a super effective hit on Scizor. Ash has to do something quick, or Scizor is gonna lose. Brock said in concern as well, having his arms crossed. Pika Pi. Esp. Politoed. Psy. Toj. All the Pokémon called out, still cheering for Scizor and Ash. Scizor, use Silver Wind quickly. Ash called out to Scizor, who quickly started flapping his wings, unleashing a Silver Wind attack, right as Tyranitar unleashed Flamethrower, causing a powerful explosion between the two Pokémon and covering them from view. Right before Tyranitar unleashed Flamethrower, Scizor used Silver Wind to counter. The only question left is that who survived. The announcer called out as the crowd waited for the smoke from the explosion to clear. Soon the smoke from the explosion cleared to show both Pokémon lying down on their backs with swirls in their eyes, showing that they couldn't battle anymore. Both Tyranitar and Scizor are unable to battle. The referee called out as he raised both flags with Tyranitar and Scizor's icons going black. Draw. It's a double knockout and the first Pokémon that Ketchum has lost since the beginning of the battle. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for both Ash and John, who returned their Pokémon to their Pokeball. Ultra Ball in Scizor's case. Since John Dixon has lost 3 Pokémon, we'll now cut to a 5-minute break. The announcer told the crowd as Ash and John Dixon went to their couch corners, with Misty giving Ash a water bottle to drink, which he took and thanked her, while Brock and the Pokémon started talking to Ash about the battle. Ash is doing incredible. Oak said with a smile on his face and arms crossed, while Delia was checking through the pictures that she took. Indeed, Ash has 5 Pokémon, while John has 3 left. Professor Elm said with an impressed look on his face, impressed with how Ash is doing. He's switching his Pokémon to have the type advantage and to see what kind of battling style that John uses. Lorenzo said with a smile and arms crossed, while Bianca was finishing a quick drawing. Ash has really changed a lot since he started his journey. Gary said with a smile and arms crossed, proud of his childhood friend. Soon 5 minutes passed and both Ash and John were back on their sides of the battlefield. Just 3 more left to beat, then I'm in the finals and can finally battle Cross again. Ash thought to himself with a smirk, feeling excitement at the thought of battling Cross again. Since John Dixon sent out his Pokémon first in the first round of the battle, Ash Ketchum will send out his Pokémon first this time. The announcer called out as the crowd cheered, while Ash brought out a Pokeball. "You're up, Donphan, let's go." Ash called out as he threw his Pokeball, releasing his evolved Donphan that used to be his Phanpy. "Donphan." Donphan roared out as he appeared, moving his front right foot like he was a bull, ready to charge at something. "And Ketchum's 4th Pokémon is Donphan." The announcer called out as Ash's 4th dark icon showed Donphan. "You ready to rock and roll, Donphan?" Ash called out with a smirk, ready to battle for his spot in the finals. "Donphan." Donphan called out, his way of agreeing with his father. What Pokémon will John send out to battle Ash's Donphan? The announcer questioned as John brought out a Pokeball with his right hand. "Go Victreebel, I choose you." John Dixon called out as he threw his Pokeball, releasing the grass and poison type, who gave out a cry as it appeared. And John Dixon sends out a Victreebel, who has the advantage against Donphan. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd was getting more excited. Donphan vs Victreebel. "Victreebel, let's start this off with Leaf Blade." John Dixon called out as he held his right hand out, which Victreebel gave out a cry as its leaf-like arms glowed bright green, before Victreebel charged at Donphan. "Donphan, counter with Giga Impact." Ash called out as he held his right hand out, which Donphan gave out a cry as he charged, being surrounded by Giga Impact, before he clashed with Victreebel, causing a powerful explosion. It's only the start of the second round and there's already an explosion. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd covered their eyes from the smoke, while Victreebel came out of the smoke and slammed into an ice rock, having been beaten by Donphan's Giga Impact. The smoke from the explosion cleared to show Donphan standing tall on all 4, having not taken any damage. Alright, Donphan's Giga Impact was stronger than Victreebel's Leaf Blade. Misty called out in joy at seeing Donphan's Giga Impact win against Victreebel's Leaf Blade. "Togepi." Togepi said as she waved the flag around for Donphan. "The only problem is that Donphan can't move now, thanks to Giga Impact." Brock stated with narrowed eyes, knowing of the price for using Giga Impact. "Pika Pie." "Ispi." Pikachu and Espeon called out, cheering for Donphan. "Victreebel, use Giga Drain to SCK Donphan's energy away." John called out to his grass and poison type, who nodded and got back up, before Victreebel used its vine to wrap around Donphan's stomach and started skinning Donphan's energy, who closed his eyes in pain. And John Dixon's Victreebel lands a super effective Giga Drain. The announcer called out in excitement as Victreebel started glowing green, regaining energy. "This isn't good. If Ash doesn't do something fast, Donphan is gonna run out of energy and Victreebel will be fully healed." Brock explained to Misty without looking at her, frowning at the situation. "Ash." Misty said in concern as she held her hands together in concern, like she was praying. Ash remained calm as he crossed his arms, waiting for Donphan to be able to move again. Soon Donphan's eyes shot open, before he gave out a cry, making Ash smirk at seeing Donphan able to move again. "That's it Donphan, now time to get some payback on Victreebel for skinning your energy from you. Now use Fire Fang." Ash called out with confidence as he held his left fist out, which Donphan used his strength to reel in Victreebel close, making the grass and poison type cry out in surprise. Donphan's mouth gained flames around his mouth as he bit Victreebel on the stomach, making Victreebel cry out in pain from the super effective move. "Victreebel, hang in there." John Dixon called out to his Victreebel, who jumped away from Donphan, while having a burned bite mark on his stomach. Donphan's Fire Fang caused huge amount of damage for Victreebel, probably making Victreebel lose all the energy that he drained. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd kept cheering for Ash. "Good job Donphan, now return." Ash called out as he returned Donphan to his Pokeball that he was holding with his right hand, returning the ground type. And Ash calls back Donphan. The announcer called out as Donphan's icon went black, but kept the color, showing that Donphan can still battle. "Typhlosion, come back out." Ash called out as he threw Typhlosion's Pokeball, releasing the fully evolved fire type. "Typhlosion, again." John called out in irritation as Typhlosion's icon turned back on. "Victreebel v.s Typhlosion. Flamethrower Typhlosion, let's go." Ash called out as he held out his open right hand, which Typhlosion gave out a roar as the flames on the back of his neck came to life, before he unleashed his flamethrower from his mouth, easily hitting Victreebel and sending it back. Victreebel then slammed into an icy rock on its back, before he slid down to the ground with swirls in its eyes. Victreebel is unable to battle. Typhlosion wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while Victreebel's icon went black. And with that, John Dixon is left with only 2 Pokémon left. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while John returned Victreebel to his Pokeball. "Victor, Typhlosion." John Dixon put away his Pokeball, before he looked at Ash on the other side of the field, before he began to smile. "Amazing, he's only been on his journey for nearly 2 years, yet he is already so powerful, leaving me with 2 Pokémon, while he has 5 Pokémon. However, I will win and advance to the finals." John Dixon thought to himself with narrowed eyes as he brought out a Pokeball with his right hand. "Rhyhorn, show them all your power." John Dixon called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the rock and ground type, who landed on its feet on the ice battlefield, glaring at Typhlosion. And John Dixon's 5th Pokémon is Rhyhorn, giving the advantage to John Dixon again. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while John Dixon's 5th icon showed Rhyhorn. "Rhyhorn v.s Typhlosion. Use Double Team Typhlosion, confuse Rhyhorn." Ash called out to Typhlosion, who let out a cry as he created doubles of himself, surrounding Rhyhorn in a circle. "It's no use, Earthquake Rhyhorn. Go." John called out with a smile, which Rhyhorn gave out a roar as it stomped on the ground, causing a powerful earthquake, causing Typhlosion to flinch in pain, while the doubles disappeared, with the real one being on Rhyhorn's left side. "Typhlosion." Ash called out in concern for his fully evolved fire type. Typhlosion tried using Double Team to confuse Rhyhorn, but Earthquake stopped Ketchum's strategy easily. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. "Now Rhyhorn, use Horn Drill." John called out with a smirk of confidence as Rhyhorn charged at Typhlosion with its horning glowing with energy. "Typhlosion, try to stop Rhyhorn with Flamethrower." Ash called out to Typhlosion with narrowed eyes, which Typhlosion opened his eyes and unleashed Flamethrower from his mouth at Rhyhorn, who kept charging through the Flamethrower as it took damage, before he slammed into Typhlosion's stomach, making the fire-type eyes widen in pain as he was sent flying and smashed into an ice rock with swirls in his eyes. Typhlosion is unable to battle. Rhyhorn wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to John's side of the field, while Typhlosion's icon went dark, showing that Typhlosion couldn't battle anymore. Rhyhorn defeated Typhlosion single-handedly. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. "Victor, Rhyhorn." Ash returned Typhlosion to his Pokeball with a smile as he looked at the device. "Typhlosion, you were awesome out there, take a nice long rest." Ash said to the Pokeball with a smile, before it put it away in his jacket and brought out a Pokeball. "Dragonair, it's your turn to shine." Ash called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the Dragon type, who gave out a cry as he appeared, floating a little above the ground. And Ash's 5th Pokémon is Dragonair, a very rare Pokémon. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while Ash's 5th icon showed Dragonair. "We've come too far, so there's no way that I'm gonna lose before I have the chance to battle Cross." Ash thought to himself with narrowed eyes, refusing to accept defeat. Dragonair V.S Rhyhorn. Use Horn Attack, Rhyhorn. John Dixon called out, which Rhyhorn charged at Dragonair. Use Iron Tail to counter Horn Attack, Dragonair. Ash called out as he held his right fist out, which Dragonair gave a cry as his tail glowed, before he slammed it into Rhyhorn, who slid with Horn Attack. Both attacks had a power struggle, before both Pokémon were pushed back from each other. Use Flamethrower, Dragonair. Ash called out with narrowed eyes, which Dragonair gave out a cry as he unleashed Flamethrower from his mouth. Counter Flamethrower with Thunderbolt. John called out with a smirk as Rhyhorn's horn sparked with electricity, before he unleashed Thunderbolt from his horn, with the two attacks slamming into each other, causing an explosion. Once again, another explosion. It seems no matter what battle Ketchum is in, there's always an explosion. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while the smoke from the explosion cleared to show that neither Pokémon took any damage and were glaring at each other. Rhyhorn, let's get this over with. Use Horn Drill. John Dixon called out as he held his right fist out, which Rhyhorn charged at Dragonair with its horn glowing with energy, while Dragonair didn't bother to move as Rhyhorn charged at him. Ash, what are you doing? Misty called out in concern for Ash, who just stood there. Pika Pika. Pikachu called out to his best friend in panic. Espie. Espion cried out in worry as well. When Rhyhorn was close, that's when Ash acted. Dragonair, dodge using extreme speed. Ash called out with a smirk of confidence, which Dragonair glowed white, before he moved at incredible speed, dodging Horn Drill and was now at Rhyhorn's side. Now use Iron Tail. Ash called out with a smirk, which Dragonair gave a cry as he slammed his metal glowing tail into Rhyhorn's left side, sending the rock and ground type to an ice rock. Rhyhorn. John Dixon called out in concern for his Rhyhorn, who struggled to stand back up. This is our chance, Dragonair, finish this with Dragon Pulse. Ash called out with a smirk of confidence, holding his right fist out. Dragonair let out a cry as an energy dragon of Dragon Pulse came out of his mouth and went to Rhyhorn, causing an explosion from making contact. And Dragon Pulse hits. Will Rhyhorn be able to continue battling after taking Dragon Pulse? The announcer called out as the smoke cleared to show Rhyhorn lying down on his stomach with swirls in his eyes, showing that he can't battle anymore. Rhyhorn is unable to battle. Dragonair wins. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while Rhyhorn's icon went black. Victor, Dragonair. And with that, John Dixon is left with one Pokémon left. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while John returned Rhyhorn to his Pokeball. Good job, Dragonair, one more win and it's off to the finals. Ash called to Dragonair with a smile, which Dragonair gave out a cry of joy. Just one more left and then Ash is in the finals. Misty commented with a smile, so proud of Ash. He can do it, I know he can. Brock said with a smile on his face, proud of Ash so far. Pika Pi Espie. Pikachu and Espion cried out as they waved their flags for Ash, with the other Pokémon doing the same. I can't believe that you got me down to my last Pokémon, but this is the end because she'll beat the rest of your team by herself. John called out with a smirk as he held a Pokeball in his right hand. Togetic, let's go. John Dixon called out as he threw the Pokeball, releasing the evolved form of Togepi, who flew in the air with a smile. And John Dixon's last Pokémon is Togetic. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered for Togetic, while John Dixon's last dark slot showed Togetic. Ash looked at Togetic with wide eyes of surprise, not expecting John's last Pokémon to be a Togetic. Is that Pokémon, Togepi's? Ash said as he looked over his left shoulder to look at Togepi, who was being happy as usual with Misty also looking surprised, before he looked back at the battle. Dragonair V.S Togetic. Dragonair, use extreme speed, and follow it up with Iron Tail. Ash called out as he held his left hand out, which Dragonair was surrounded by white energy, before he went super fast towards Togetic with his tail turning into metal. Use Protect. John called out with a smirk. On his face, which Tagetic gave out a cry as a green energy shield appeared around her, protecting her from Dragonair's iron tail. John Dixon's Tagetic used Protect to protect itself from Iron Tail. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. Now use Dazzling Gleam. John Dixon called out with a smirk as Tagetic gave out a cry, before she unleashed a bright flash of energy that slid Dragonair, dealing massive damage and sending the Dragon-type Pokémon smashing into an ice rock. DMN it. So Tagetic is a fairy type, huh? Well, if Dragonair is going down, he's going down with style. Ash thought to himself with a smirk. Use Flamethrower, Dragonair. Ash called out to Dragonair, who nodded as he unleashed Flamethrower from his mouth. Tagetic, counter with Shock Wave. John Dixon called out with a smirk, which Tagetic held her hands into the air as light blue electricity started to appear, before she fired it at Flamethrower, which the two attacks collided and caused an explosion. Shock Wave from Tagetic and Flamethrower from Dragonair, neither Pokémon are giving up. The announcer called out to the stadium as the crowd cheered for both sides. John Dixon and Tagetic waited for the smoke to clear to show Dragonair and Ash so that they could attack. However, Dragonair appeared in front of Tagetic in the air with a white aura surrounding him, making both John and Tagetic widen their eyes in surprise. He used extreme speed when he was hidden. Clever. John thought to himself with narrowed eyes. Dragonair, give them Iron Tail, and make it super powerful. Ash called out to Dragonair from his side of the field, which the dragon type gave out a cry of agreement as his tail turned into metal, before he slammed it into Tagetic's stomach, dealing lots of damage. And Dragonair lands a super effective Iron Tail. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. End this with Dazzling Gleam. John called out with narrowed eyes, which Tagetic unleashed Dazzling Gleam at close range, causing an explosion in the sky. Dragonair. Ash called out in concern for his Dragonair, with the dragon type falling from the smoke and landed on the field on his stomach, having swirls in his eyes. Dragonair is unable to battle. Tagetic wins. The referee called out as he raised the red flag to John's side of the field, with Dragonair's icon turning dark. And now Ash Ketchum is left with only 3 Pokémon left. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. Victor, Tagetic. Ash returned Dragonair to his Pokeball with a smile. Dragonair, you were awesome out there. Take a nice long rest and leave everything to us. Ash whispered to the Pokeball with a smile, before he put it away in his jacket. Ash then brought out one of his Master Ball in his right hand. It's your turn to shine, Latias, let's go. Ash called out as he threw the Master Ball into the sky, releasing Latias, who descended into the sky, before she flew back to the field in front of Ash with her paws ducked in. Latias had a red earring on her bottom left fin, which kept a Latiasite Mega Stone. John and the crowd gasped in pure shock at seeing Latias, seeing the similarities that she had to Latios. Latias is looking good. Bianca said with a smile as she began drawing a picture of Latias with Ash. The announcer seemed to recover quickly from seeing Latias and spoke. Well folks, it seems Ash has another rare Pokémon that looks like his Latios. Maybe it can do Mega Evolution as well. The announcer called out as Ash's 6th dark slot showed Latias. Latias v.s Tagetic. Alright Latias, let's do this. Mega Evolve. Ash called out, holding up his clenching left fist, before he pressed the key stone on his glove with his right hand's index and middle fingers. The earring around Latias's ear began to shine brightly as the key stone activated with the steams of energy connecting her and Ash, before she soared up into the sky with a purple energy dragon following behind her as she traveled through 5 golden hoops that appeared from the key stone and Mega Stone's energy, shattering through them, till she reached the last one. She soared through the sky in her Mega Evolved form. The red parts of her body had changed to purple. Horns grow from the side of its head and run along its jaw. It loses the wings on its back and similar but larger wings attached to its lower arms, normally held in a level position. Triangle shapes now mark the forward point of its wings instead of its chest. Latias released a powerful cry as she hovered in front of Ash with the DNA symbol appearing in front of her, before it disappeared. No way! Not another one! John exclaimed in shock at seeing another Mega-evolved Pokémon, while the crowd was cheering in excitement at seeing another Mega Evolution. Wow, even Latias can Mega Evolve! Bianca said in amazement as she began drawing a picture of Mega Latias and Ash. I must admit that I'm surprised to see that Latias can Mega Evolve as well. Lorenzo said with his arms crossed, surprised to see that Latias can Mega Evolve, while Delia took a picture. Ash looked at Mega Latias with a smile as he thought back to the day that he found Latias Mega Stone. Actually, found wasn't the right word. Latias Mega Stone appeared from the rainbow wing, just like Latios Mega Stone, and Latias decided to have an earring hold her Mega Stone for her. You ready to do this, Latias? Ash asked Latias with a smile, which Latias responded with a cry, finally happy to show her skills. Play Pokemon Heroes of Hoenn Song. No matter what, we won't give up. Togetic use Heat Wave. John called out with narrowed eyes, holding out his right fist. Togetic let out a cry as she flapped her wings, unleashing Heat Wave at Latias, who dodged by descending into the sky. Mega Latios then easily flew down in front of Togetic, making Togetic and John widen their eyes in surprise. Latias, use Mist Ball. Ash called out as he held his left hand out, which Latias gave out a cry as she fired a light pink ball of psychic energy, connecting with Togetic and causing an explosion, sending Togetic to the ground. And Latias' attack, Mist Ball, I believe that it's called, lands a direct hit. The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered, while Latias stayed in the air, looking down at Togetic, who took flight again. Use Shock Wave. John Dixon called out to Togetic, who fired Shock Wave from her hands, which headed towards Latias, but she just held up her left wing paw, easily stopping the attack, making Togetic and John widen their eyes in surprise. But how? John called out in surprise at seeing Latias deflect Shock Wave so easily. Mist Ball cuts your Pokémon special attack power in half if it lands a hit, which means Togetic's special attack power is half to what it used to be now. Latias, turn invisible. Ash explained and called out, which Latias gave a cry as she turned invisible, making John and Togetic widen their eyes in surprise. Whoa, seems like Ash's new mystery Pokémon can disappear. What else does Ketchum have up his sleeve? The announcer called out in excitement as the crowd cheered. Togetic looked left and right to see or hear Latias, but so far she hasn't spotted the legendary Pokémon. Use Thunderbolt, Latias. Ash called out with a smile, which Mega Latias appeared behind Togetic and unleashed Thunderbolt from her body, landing a super effective hit, and making Togetic cry out in pain. Togetic. John called out in concern as Mega Latias stopped the attack and flew back to in front of Ash, while Togetic floated down to in front of John, with electricity appearing around her, showing that she was paralyzed. Togetic is paralyzed now, which means this battle is almost over. Cross. I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Ash thought to himself with a smirk, not noticing the rainbow wing in his pocket starting to glow. Ash's eyes suddenly gained a multicolored glow as a rainbow flaming aura covered his body as large wings of light sprouted from his back as his hair stood upwards, which only his Pokémon were able to see. Latias, let's end this with Dragon Impact. Ash called out as Latias gave out a cry of power, before she fired Dragon Pulse and Mist Ball into the sky. The two attacks mixed together, forming into a blue and pink energy dragon, before Mega Latias fly into the two attacks' energy, which formed a multicolored salamandra-like dragon with large wings. The Ian dragon descended as she snatched John Dixon's Togetic, before she took flight into the sky with Togetic trapped in the multicolored dragon. Mega Latias went up high into the sky, before she started flying back down to the sky, crashing into the ground, erupting in a massive explosion, nearly sending John off the fighting stage while the ref was knocked on his butt. Smoke covered the whole stadium, which everyone used their hands to cover their eyes, before Mega Latias descended back into the sky, out of the smoke with no damage. The smoke soon cleared to show Tagetic on the ground with swirls in her eyes, making John Dixon gasp, while Ash's friends and family also gasped. The referee got back on his feet and looked at Tagetic to see if she could still battle. Tagetic is unable to battle. The winner is Latias, so the victor of the match is Ash Ketchum. The referee called out as he raised the green flag to Ash's side of the field, while Ash's icon took the whole screen with the words, "Winner," underneath, showing that Ash was the winner. Song End and Victor, Latias and Ash. The stadium erupted in cheers for Ash's victory, with many fangirls screaming out Ash's name. "He did it! My baby won!" Delia shouted out in joy, while Professor Oak, Elm and Lorenzo smiled in joy for Ash's victory. "Way to go Ash, keep on winning till you win the whole thing." Gary called out in joy for his best friend, knowing that he can win the whole championship. Bianca smiled as she watched Ash run into the battlefield and gave Mega Latias a hug around the neck, which Latias gave Ash a cry of happiness as she turned back to normal. Bianca had tears of joy running down her face, while her cheeks were red. Bianca looked down at her drawing of Mega Latias and Ash, with Ash holding his right fist out, giving Latias a command. Bianca went to the last picture of her book, where she drawed a picture of her and Ash together in the garden, sitting down next to each other with smiles, while the rainbow wing was being held by Ash, showing it to Bianca, making her smile, wishing that one day that will happen in real life. Harrison also cheered for Ash, while Macy and Jackson were doing the same, having watched the battle as well. In the stadium's shadows, Cross smiled at seeing Ash win. "I won't keep you waiting for long Ash, so get ready for the toughest battle in your life." Cross whispered to himself with a smile as he soon left, preparing for his battle so that he could advance to the finals and battle Ash. Back in the stadium, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Espion, Togepi, Psyduck and Poltoed were cheering for Ash's victory. "He did it, he did it. Ash is in the finals." Misty called out in joy, jumping in the air. "Ash just needs to win one more battle and he's won the Silver Conference." Brock called out in joy, very proud of Ash for coming so far. Pika Pie. Ispi. Togiai. Polly. Sai. All the Pokémon called out in joy for Ash, very happy for him. Ash walked up to John with Latias floating next to him, who returned Tagetic to her Pokeball. "John, thanks for the awesome battle." Ash thanked John Dixon for the battle, holding his right hand out for a handshake. "I have to thank you Ash for the great battle, and good luck in the finals." John replied to Ash with a smile, accepting Ash's handshake. The two trainers shook hands, showing good sportsmanship and for the battle, while Pikachu and Espion jumped onto Ash's shoulders, making the Rainbow Heroes smile at Pikachu and Espion. 1 hour later. After leaving the stadium, Ash went to the Pokémon Center to heal his Pokémon team and select his team against Cross. Ash didn't need to watch to know that Cross won, especially when Brock told him since he saw the battle. Ash decided to not look up the data on Cross, wanting his battle against Cross be the best battle that he's ever been in and wants lots of surprises. Ash right now was with Bianca, sitting down next to her by the same lake from before, watching as Latios and Latias fly around the lake, enjoying themselves. Ash decided to let Bianca have time with Latios and Latias for the rest of the day since they've been friends for a long time. Bianca had her notebook in his hands, showing the Rainbow Hero all the drawings she's done. "These are really amazing Bianca. You're probably the best artist in the world." Ash said to Bianca with a smile, making her blush by the Rainbow Hero's words, thinking that he looked cute when he smiles. "TT thanks Ash." Bianca said to Ash with a smile and eyes closed, feeling her heart beat faster than usual. Pikachu and Espion were with Delia, who was preparing a big feast for Ash making it to the finals with everyone else with her, leaving Ash alone with Bianca, Latios and Latias. Ash and Bianca looked and saw Latios and Latias flying in the sky, having fun, making the two humans smile. Ash then looked down at the keystone in his left glove, before he brought out the rainbow wing in his right hand and looked at it. No matter what happens, I'll always have my family with me. Ash thought to himself with a smile, knowing that he'll never be alone. Ash then felt something wrap around his left arm, getting him to look to see Bianca was the cause, who had her arms wrapped around Ash's left hand. "Hey!" Ash said softly to Bianca, who was looking at the ground with a smile blush. "So warm." Bianca whispered to herself, feeling warm by holding Ash's arm, making the rainbow smile at the female artist and went back to looking at the rainbow wing. However, neither of the two humans noticed Latios and Latias watching them. The two Ian dragons looked at each other, with Latias giggling and Latios smiling, thinking that Ash and Bianca would be a perfect match for each other. "What do you think their kids would look like, brother? Will their daughter look like Bianca with Ash's hair?" Latias asked her brother with a cheeky smile on her face. "It's too soon to think about that, sis, but I'll admit that I'm wondering what their kids would look like and if they decided to become Pokémon trainers, or draw pictures like Bianca." Latios replied to his sister with a smile, thinking that Ash and Bianca would be a good match for each other, leaving Latias giggling as she and her brother went back to watching Ash and Bianca. Later on, early in the morning next day, like 5 o'clock a.m. Early in the morning in the next day, the Pokémon champion of Jado, along with the Elite Four were on a train ride to Silver Town to watch the final match of the Jado League. The Pokémon champion was Dragon Master Lance. Lance was a cool-looking guy with dark clothes, a cape and spiky red hair and a fierce look on his youthful face. As his nickname explained, he specializes in Dragon-type Pokémon. The members of the Elite Four were a peculiar bunch. First one was Will, he specialized in Psychic-type Pokémon. He dressed in quite an interesting fashion, wearing very formal clothes and a mask over his eyes. The next Elite Four member was a mighty man named Bruno. He was very muscular and dark-skinned, wearing only slightly tan pants and had long spiky black hair tied in a ponytail, and he specialized in fighting-type Pokémon. The third member of the Elite Four was the Ice Maiden, Lorelei. She was a beautiful woman with long hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a red tube top under a blue jacket and wearing a black skirt and black boots. She also had glasses on over her green eyes. Lorelei specialized in Ice-type Pokémon. The final member of the Elite Four was the one who specialized in Ghost-type Pokémon. She was a fairly old, middle-aged woman who wore a purple dress with a white apron over it, making her look like a middle-aged housewife. "How much longer do we have to sit here?" Lorelei whined to the group, trying to read a book to pass the time, but failed. "We sit until the train arrives at Silver Town, Lorelei." Lance calmly answered the ice user, leaning his back against the wall. "You said that an hour ago." Lorelei whined again to the champion. "Patience is a virtue, young one," Agatha said to Lorelei with a smile, sitting down on the chair. Bruno was resting on his left arm, staring out the window. "Hey Will, can you check who's going to be in the champion match?" Bruno asked the last Elite Four member, who was sitting down in a normal fashion. "Sure I can," Will replied to Bruno with his arms crossed. "Although I can only tell you their names, not what Pokémon they're using," the Psychic-type Elite Four member added as he uncrossed his arms. "That's fine by me," Bruno replied to Will. Will pulled out his laptop and began typing on it to log into the main frame. After a few minutes, he got in. "Alright, I'm in," Will said to the group, getting everyone's attention as they looked at him. "The first trainer's name is Cross. He's a trainer from the Altoare region." Will began to explain to the group, looking at a picture of Cross. "From Alola? That's pretty far off from here," Lance said in surprise to hear someone from the Alola region is here in Jado. "Does it say what type he specializes in?" Agatha asked Will on what types that Cross uses. "It says he's a specialist in Dark-type Pokémon," Will answered, the oldest member of the Elite Four. "He sounds like a competent trainer. Now the next trainer is, oh my, this is quite surprising," Will said in surprise, getting everyone confused. "What is it?" Lorelei asked her friend on why he looked confused. It says here that his name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Will replied to Lorelei, making her, Bruno and Lance widen their eyes in surprise. What? Lance called out in surprise, standing up. Lorelei and Bruno also looked surprised as they stood up as well, and the three of them crowded around the laptop to get a better look. It is Ash. Lance said, slightly shocked at seeing Ash. I don't know how, but it's definitely him. Lance continued to speak, feeling proud of Ash. That little kid actually made it this far. Bruno said, impressed with how far Ash has come in such a short time. I wonder how. Lorelei questioned in wonder, wondering how Ash has come this far. When I met him, he was a very cocky little kid, but to change that much in a year is surprising. Lorelei added, amazed with how much Ash has changed. Will and Agatha looked confused at the three's reactions. Not to be too obvious in exposing our ignorance, but what in the world are you three going on about? Agatha questioned the champion and members of the Elite Four. I met this kid back in Kanto. Bruno answered Agatha, beginning to explain how he knows Ash. We were in a valley where I was trying to catch an onyx. Bruno added, thinking back to when he caught his onyx. I met him in the Orange Islands, when I was giving one of my lectures. Lorelei said to Agatha, telling her how she met him. I met Ash at the Lake of Rage when the whole Red Gyarados thing was going on. Lance said to Agatha, telling her how he met Ash. The rest of the train ride there they filled in Agatha and Will on how they met Ash. By the end, Agatha and Will were mystified by this Ash and wanted to meet him for themselves.